Hey there, I'm Eternal, and I'm an Object Show fan that has barely watched any Object shows. We have to fix that. Let's play Object Catchup. Hello and welcome into Object Catchup, the series where we discuss Object Show episodes right after watching them. Whether they are new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter. We will get to it all. Now, this is a very funny episode because it is the haha number. It is 6-7, which means that I need to watch something that is 6-7 worthy. And what show is 6-7 worthy more than Object Cringe itself? I feel like that is the epiphany of what it is. It has kind of aligned with the stars, because regardless of what episode it is, it's roughly here that I would have watched it. Because basically, a couple of days ago, we ended up having a double release there on January 1st of Object Cringe, featuring Cosmic Cringe 5 and also Object Cringe 3 8. Which are both pretty big deal episodes, getting quite a lot of views, so we need to watch them. However, this also means that it's now officially time to watch the entirety of Object Cringe. So, if you don't know, I watched the first 4 episodes of the remake of Object Cringe a little while ago. I need to remember exactly what video it was. However, we did end up watching those as a section. It was episode 37. However, now it is time to pick ourselves up from episode 5, not a remake, then going into the chronological order playlist and just watching from there, right? That is going to be the way that we're going to be doing it. I have no real expectations because I don't really know what to expect, but we're going to be going from old videos to new videos to old videos to new videos. It's gonna be crazy out here, right? And we're going to start with the only one that's not in the chronological order playlist because I believe it's due for a remake. It's Object Cringe 5. Object Cringe 5 is called Cheese. Yes, that is the name of the episode. Let's watch it, let's talk about it, let's start this ginormous catch-up. 6-7, go. Okay, so that is Object Cringe 5, and that is really interesting to look at. So I never actually saw how Object Cringe original was, but yeah, in 2018, this episode released, and man, does it feel like a different vibe to how the remakes feel. Oh my gosh. So, like, it's very, very much so kind of like a fella just kind of making jokes. Right, we're just kind of making jokes, we're saying a bunch of shit, hoping that it ends up funny, and then some of it does, some of it doesn't, but in general, you can really feel like there was an attempt going on here at making gags and stuff, and then, yeah, interestingly enough, I'm not gonna lie, Goods' design is really, really similar to how they currently are. They're like the one design that has remained roughly the same. Like, it's kind of improved, but those two haven't changed that much. Planky as well has remained very similar. It just kind of, improved the style. But, like, yeah, it's interesting. So, we don't really get to... Okay, so, do I even remember what happened to Object Cringe? Okay, the last episode of Object Cringe that I watched, the Remake 4, was, it was the one where Evil showed up, and they were trying to take down the Evil. Right, like that was what we were doing that entire time. So yeah, I think that's what happens. So this episode is not even like, we're gonna go back to the remake. So it's roughly just to know what happens. Dot ends up getting Dot ends up getting eliminated. Then we do a challenge with a shit ton of cheese. You have to simply escape the cheese and you're safe. Regardless of if your team is safe, you just have to leave the cheese. Then Table manages to leave the cheese alongside Flaggy and Muggy, which they end up winning for their own team because apparently that was the team, right? Which means that the other team is up for elimination with Blueberry, Grave, Tomato, Frisbee, and Brainy. So yeah, that's what's going on. Animationally, it feels pretty. I like it. It reminds me a little bit of kind of like the way that stuff like MBM was drawn. Where, like, you can tell that it's very Flipperclip. However, you can see that it's Flipperclip with a bit of personality to it, like, it's not directly just going, oh, yo, this is, like, a thing. you can see how like there's some interesting animations. I like the part where we get to see the cheese slowly get eaten, and the fellas go round and round, and they end up making a path around the cheese and bouncing off each other, right? Like that, like those animations are relatively fun. Some gags, in my opinion, genuinely worked. Like the cheesy from Inanimate Insanity showing up, explain Star Wars. Like you see, like I'm understanding why this would have had fans back in the day for sure. Because it's that type of little small show thing that really it does end up like being like, oh yo, this is fun, I'm gonna support this with the small creator, right? And of course, I mean, with this episode we were celebrating what, 700 subscribers, and now we've got 42,000. We have leveled up. I must admit, we have really leveled up. Which is pretty cool. I wonder if this episode, I think this episode's supposedly to getting remade at some point. Not soon, I think, because we're on a break, I think, Slinky. But I believe that we're supposed to remake it, which is I'm just interested because it's not in the chronological order playlist. While episodes like 7, 8, or 9, they are in the chronological order playlist, right? And we're gonna watch it from there. Which, however, you know, like it's interesting because like, why is it different? Why is this one not, but that one is, right? It's kind of like a little bit suspicious. But yeah, I think that's all I can realistically say about this episode. It's cute to look at, but yeah, and I guess we'll have to get more used to that 7-year-old style later. But for now, we've got another remake to take a look at, because it's time for the remake of episode 6, which is titled Object Cringe Goes Woke. It was released 5 months ago. I need to point that out now because it's gonna variate a lot. Object Cringe Goes Woke. Go. Okay, so that is episode 6 of Object Cringe, the remake of it, of course. And I'm not gonna lie, that was very fun. That was very fun. There's a lot of interesting ideas that are getting delivered here. In the way where it's like, I enjoy that this show, it's not necessarily only, yo, it's all just gags and stuff, right? Like, it does gags, but it still tries to deliver gags while doing a bunch of, like, uniquer things, right? Some more original stuff, right? Some more fun ideas that play a little bit into the meta-ness of the fact that it's an object show that is specifically supposed to, like, not necessarily be cringe, but kind of, like, have those ideals, right? Of like having those gags and realizing what that is like, right? And I think that the capability of being meta really does help out this show quite a bit, right? And it does a bunch of stuff that, because of that capability to be a little bit meta and a little bit sillier on purpose, while still holding up its proper, you know, like, not reputation, kind of like its own structure. I think it's very nice because, like, yes, this show, you can fit in a IRL sequence in it because you just can, right? Like, it just, because this is an object show in a realm where other object shows exist, where online media exists in this show itself, right? So you actually end up having quite a bunch of stuff work out. I must say the acting on this IRL scene is pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of gets delivered extremely well. There's like some like HP computer on the desk. That's like the computer. Oh, I was checking Object Cringe. You have to purify your show. Like, yes, that was amazing. And is that a forky on the door? Oh my god, that is forky on the door. But yeah, it's pretty epic. So yeah, you have to purify, otherwise we'll take away all of the budget. So that means that we, of course, they have to try for at least the next episode to force themselves into family-friendly status, which means that they proceeded to try to go into family-friendly status and fail miserably, because of course the show is not family-friendly. In the classic way, the characters are not built for it, the host's not built for it. And apparently the contestant that ends up getting eliminated because of being addicted to drugs is Tomato, because they were addicted to testosterone, right? Because remember what was going on with them. What was going on with them? They're like extremely manly, evil, murdery, but it's like, no, it's okay because the transition or something, right? But yeah, they end up getting eliminated because of that, so goodbye. And then we end up having ourselves the next challenge, which ends up being to sing a song about joy and stuff. Because love and friendship. No, it doesn't mind. Everybody else minds like a lot. Even though I'm not gonna lie, the episode 4 remake has a song in it. What do you mean you can't sing? What do you mean you can't sing? Everybody sung like 3 minutes ago. But look, I understand this remake was before that remake, but like it's a little bit awkward. But yeah, the frisbee going like a Peppa Pig, and then they say that they're pregnant. Yeah, because like, did they do that in Peppa Pig? I don't know. But yeah, this show is quite a bit interesting to me personally because I like random humor, but I also am not a big fan of edgy humor, right? Which kind of makes this show a very interesting 50-50, where it's like I will find half of the jokes, okay, I get it, but I don't really find it that funny, and half of the jokes I really like. Like, I'm not, like, it's just that type of joke that's like, it's so goofy that like I really like it. For example, the joke with door whispering, and like half of the text, like nearly all of the text takes like 5 seconds for them to whisper, and then the word yes takes them like 30 full seconds. Like, that's hilarious. To me, that is peak comedy. Okay, so that is what I consider peak comedy. But yeah, I found this episode quite funny for gags like that, and I think it manages to just kind of have so much, like, they just speedrun so much. There's so many jokes, you know, they go da 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 da, right? Like, how long is this episode? This episode, it's 8 minutes. It's not very long. It's like, it manages to, it just fits in such an incredible number of gags for quite a while. But anyways, eventually the last straw is hit. We end up trying to turn Pebble into a balloon, to turn them into a different object to do the challenge, which I guess works. However, it ends up a little bit, well, I mean, okay, that, it doesn't work. That's not how that works. But like, if we pretend that it is for a moment, it ends up being the last shock is inflation, whatever, and that's like a thing, I think. That's that's like a fetish. So we were like, yeah, I don't, yeah, they get mad. Then they cut the cameras, and then we end up having an entire, the next minute ends up just being the gigantic argument which between everybody. You gotta remember, this is extremely hard to do, by the way, right? Like, have you ever tried to get multiple people to talk at the same time with one another, like in an audio, like to line up audio? It's hard to do. This is not easy. This requires a very high amount of effort to even do, because like you need to line up everybody, make sure everybody sings the lines at the correct time, make sure that they align with each other, and usually, I don't know how many takes each person's line has, but considering everybody's nearly constantly talking, you have to make sure everybody's constantly talking and it works, and then eventually start with one, do the other, and there's like, what, 4 people talking at the same time, and they start evolving, and you need to write the script for all of them to talk at the same time, because otherwise it's not going to make a lot of sense, and it's just a gigantic mess. Like, that part was really impressive to me, because like, that is hard to do. It is hard to get voices synchronized. That's why, of course, it's really rare to see people interrupting each other in a show like this, right? Because it just doesn't happen. It just does not happen. So that series was very cool, and then we end up having ourselves the video ends up getting removed until eventually the fella calls again and goes like, bro, your budget gone. Your budget gone. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't surviving. So then we had to go right back to Flip a Clip land. Yes, the Flip a Clip drawing style, with the old assets that we saw in stuff like episode 5. And it's pretty interesting. We then end up having the quick challenge to retrieve Muggy and Flaggy, who flew off into space. I'm struggling with words today. Who flew off into space to in the last challenge after getting spiked up. They end up getting a rocket, gets them back, and then Chocolate Bar ends up getting safe. No, ends up yeeting them to try to be safe, breaks them. Which means that their team's safe because they did that and they didn't like them anyways. Okay, everybody else is up for elimination. Of course, we can't see. In this episode, in this remake, we don't quite get to see the elimination. We get to see an alternate elimination screen. Muggy, Pebble, Notes, Chocolate Bar, Fork, Flaggy, Gluey, and Plank. No idea who gets eliminated here because, of course, it's depending on an episode that's not this. But, like, overall, I must admit, this episode was fun. Definitely one of the more fun remakes I saw, because I thought that, like, the remakes, in my opinion, were a little bit kind of out there and in there in the way where it's kind of like they go try a bunch of stuff, and then the next one they don't have many ideas and they don't try a bunch of stuff, right? Like episode 2 and episode 3 remake, very cool. Episode 2 and episode 4 remake, very cool. Episode 1 and episode 3 remake, no, basically nothing going on, right? And they felt like they were relatively, the standard wasn't really getting matched from remake to remake. I think this is more in the higher quality of remake. I think I like the gags being done quite well. There's quite a lot of effort put into it, despite the fact that it's on the shorter end. So I like it quite a bit. In this case, and I hope that an episode 5 remake can also sort itself out, having a more proper challenge, because it does have a half interesting challenge idea. It just needs to try to flesh it out a bit more thoroughly. But yeah, time to go back to the past, to 7 years ago, because it's time for Object Cringe 7, which is titled Sore Loser. Go. I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm starting to understand why this stuff got remade. I think that, having stuff like this show, if you need to watch this before getting to the modern content, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it ends up as a little bit making the show look quite a bit unserious, in the sense that, like, it's, okay, Object Cringe is an unserious show at its core. However, it makes it look like a low-effort unserious show. When no, it's just an old unserious show, right? So I understand why the remakes are getting made and are, like, cleaning up the process and starting to transition a little bit more properly from this into, you know, the other seasons, which I'm presuming are better. I mean, I guess I technically don't know, but I'm presuming that they're better. But yeah, we end up having ourselves a challenge, a new intro, at least as far as the old intros go. At least it was different than the one in episode 5. We end up having a proper intro with everybody transition, and I actually like what it does quite a bit in the way that it transitions from, like, the thumbs down to dot and then back out from the background. I think that's actually quite cool intro. We end up having the game theory intro song, which I don't remember the name, to properly display it, which is interesting. 281 votes. This was popular back then as well. Although I think you can vote twice, right? But either way. Note ends up getting the like, and they get a piece of fan art by a person. So good job to that person. And then the eliminated contestant ends up being end up being Chocolate Bar, right? Yeah, Chocolate Bar, and they're getting eliminated with 47 votes, and then they dip. Gluey helps them out, and then that's about it. Apparently Planky is not stupid. They pretend to be stupid. Oh, okay, I see. Yes, I believe that. And then Gluey like, I like not stupid you, which is interesting. And then we have ourselves a challenge. 2 people get randomly brought over into a giant pillar in the middle of the void. And then they have to answer trivia questions. Muggy on one team and Brainy on the other team. Brainy obviously is the smarter one of the two in this situation. I mean, that is not a doubt. However, Good specifically was like, yo, wouldn't it be funny if I made Muggy win and called Brainy super stupid because I'm like 4 years old? And it's like, yeah, I will do that. Yo! And then they proceed to do that for about 300 questions until they end up losing 181 to 0. So, good job, Maggie, on winning very validly, which means that Brainy's team is up for elimination. We actually end up using BFDIA voting system, which is quite interesting. I think we need to remember that, like, video voting system is usually discouraged nowadays because of the fact that dislikes are hidden, right, directly. I mean, they're not necessarily discouraged because of that, but it's kind of like the gauge of likes and dislikes aren't the same. It's usually better to just kind of use a form, right? And then you can just, and then the form can make you like something and make you dislike something rather than just like having the, I don't know, in general, right? But in 2018, for far as I'm aware, dislikes were still present, so it was still relatively the same. So, I mean, it makes sense to be able to use it, and it also does give more total votes, right? Because one person can vote 5 total times, rather than being able to only vote 1 or twice, which does also, of course, bump up the total amount of votes that there are, which makes quite a bit of sense. So, yeah, that is sore loser. Okay, even though, of course, we're talking about the clash and the jarring and why it's getting remade, I don't think that it's necessarily a terrible watch, right? Like, if you can like, if you know kind of how these old Flipper Club shows go, if you can accept that, like, oh, this is, we need to, swallow or pride a little bit, take these 10 minutes and watch a little bit of an old cringe thing to get to the new cringe thing, then, like, yeah, sure, right? Like, you gotta kind of acclimatize yourself to it. When you acclimatize yourself to it, I think that these shows are very, very watchable, so I don't mind them at all. Time for episode 8, which released, well, I think, yeah, also 7 years ago. Recommended cast. Go. Okay, that is episode 8 of Object Cringe. For once, we actually get to see 2 episodes in a row within the same, like, time span of release. So you see, like, I'm more acclimatized now. I'm starting to get it. Okay, yeah, this is that. I must admit, the sun has a face on it, and I still think this really interesting. I think the sun should speak sometime. But yeah, everybody starts absolutely hating Brainy because they're the sore loser that made them lose the challenge, because for some reason we put 100% trust on whatever Good says. Bro, do you think that the guy is trustworthy? But, yeah, we end up having ourselves 20 random recommended contestants be on one epic challenge to join this show. It ends up being a balance beam challenge, by the way, which is not original. But to be fair, though, to be absolutely for real, I'm not gonna lie, I mean, Evil kind of comes in with a crazy combat, though. Bro was like, yo, you know what's unoriginal? You saying that's unoriginal. You know what? Wait, true though? That was like kind of mind blowing. I heard that and I was like, wait, hold up. That's kind of mind blowing. I didn't think about that ever. Wow, that's like kind of crazy. But yeah, and first we have ourselves the elimination, where the prize ends up going to Brainy, even though I don't even think they get a prize. And the eliminated contestant gets Gravy. We end up being I hope somebody who wins wants to win, because I don't want to win, because we're gonna die anyways, and whatever, right? Which is an interesting monologue to have. It is not one of the best monologues of all time, but hey, it's what is it? It's January 27th. Wait a minute, what was the release, or like what was the release time between episodes? Hold on, let me actually check. So episode 7 released on January 18th. 10 days. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Oh, wow. That's fair. And then we have ourselves a classic balance beam challenge. A couple of people fall off by just falling. A couple of people end up throwing each other off. And it turns out that everybody else manages to, like, there's a couple of battles and a lot of people fall off. The main balance beam itself gets absolutely destroyed. So everybody just stuck on the mattress balance beam ends up being the last ones together. Burrito ends up going like, I have to win. So they win alongside Blender, who doesn't actually participate in the challenge because we forgot to put them in. So they end up winning by default. So 2 people join the competition, Burrito and Blender. Alright then. I like how Forky immediately blends up Burrito. That's very fun. That's cool. And then we apparently have no more teams. We have point system, because B at the eye, gotta do that. We gotta do B at the eye. I'm not gonna lie, this show doing point system might be the scariest thing I've ever heard. I have literally zero faith in this doing a point system that makes within the slightest amount of sense. No. Like, where they're just gonna do a challenge called, like, Make Me Laugh, and then, like, Good is gonna be like, you get 4 million points, and you get to negative 4 million points. It's like, brother, what are we doing? This is definitely what's happening. I mean, even BFDI was absolutely bullshit with the points. So, like, there's no way. But yeah, the bottom 4 apparently get up for elimination because they have the least total when you add all their likes and then subtract all their dislikes, which means that Frisbee, Planky, Forky, and then Gluey are the ones that are up for Elam. Theoretically, Frisbee has had the most total amount of dislikes, and I mean, I guess you might think that they should get eliminated. I think I'm gonna say they will, but I don't really know what people were doing back in 2018. Like, again, the people who watch Object shows in 2018, they're different. They were different kids. Now it's like the kids that watch it now different to the kids that watch it then, right? So it's kind of it's one of those, right? All right. Episode 9, also released 7 years ago. It is titled Step Up from Gluey. Okay. Alright, that is episode 9 of Object Cringe. And you see what I tell you? You see what I tell you? There's no shot in the world that this show was about to deliver me a points-based system that actually made any sense. No, it did. It did not. But yeah, so let's see what is even going on. So we end up having ourselves a couple of situations are still brewing. Apparently, Frisbee and Table who are enemies and like, yeah, we both betrayed you because you didn't say which one of us you hate. It's like, yo, what if you both were friends? And then it's like, yeah, let's go. Blueberry still dies, which is pretty funny. But yeah, then they make the Backside Alliance, which is kind of which is an interesting name. I don't know why, but they made it, but they did. And then Pebble also joins it, which really thinks that it's a step up from Gluey. I don't know why people don't like Gluey. People in this show have like a global why do we not like Gluey? Okay, Gluey's a little weird. They want to be friendly to everybody, but is that the problem? Is that oh no, in this show you cannot be friendly. Grr, that's bad manners. Like what? I don't know why we're being so mad at Gluey, because like Gluey, I guess they might be clingy to a certain extent, but like they've not been like weird clingy yet, like they've not showcased it. Like maybe it's like a sign, maybe it's like, ooh, I feel like this guy kind of weird, but like you don't know that, so I think it's kind of mean. Okay. And then we end up having ourselves the elimination, where the prize ends up being a glider to Planky, and then the eliminated contestant ends up being none other than Forky with 174 votes. That is a lot of votes. What do I think? I think that that makes sense. I mean, I didn't clock it originally because I thought, okay, I didn't clock it originally because I thought that this show would find it funny. However, yeah, I mean, Forky was, of course, mean to murder the burrito, sort of, like, because, I mean, the burrito was mean to Forky first. However, the burrito proceeded to react to the criticism by blending up the new contestant, which is not something that you should do, I think, personally. So, yeah, Forky gets eliminated. Flaggy is, like, sad now. And yeah, our challenge is jump off a ramp on top of the cheese and try to go as far as humanly possible. The farthest wins, and then, a ranking system ends up taking place. One thing that I will say, I actually enjoy about what's going on in this show is that even back in the day, we're doing a lot of environmentalism, right? Like, in the sense that, like, we have an environment, literally, here in the show, right? Like, this giant block of cheese gets introduced in episode 5, and it stays here. It stays as an element. It stays as a thing that exists and gets used for other challenges. Same thing goes for that bench, right? Same thing goes for that waterfall. Or like in general, these are all elements of the show that not only benefits the individual challenge, but they end up remaining as a section of the world, which in my opinion is one of the main things that a show should do. Right, it's a main thing that the game should do. So in general, like even back then, we ended up doing this section very well. So Frisbee does very well. A bunch of people fail; they just jump badly, and then Note ends up getting minus 25. No, gets minus 40 for not making it. For making it this far, 300 points to Planky, which is interesting. It was interesting. I mean, I guess I get them back because they were last. And Brainy gets minus 500 points. I feel like Good might not like Brainy. I'm just getting a feeling out here. Minus 500 points for getting last place. Okay, bro. So that means that the people that are up for elimination are Table, Note, Gluey, and Brainy with 9, 6, -9, and -447 respectively. Which is interesting. You see, I think Planky goes from the bottom to the top, but now with 293 points. I don't even. These numbers are bullshit. But yeah, we actually have a rejoin. Yes, it's actually rejoin time, which means that the eliminated contestants, they get to pick who's going to rejoin. Everybody picks Note for the prize, because everybody likes Note, and it's like, remember the dynamic from a couple episodes ago, Fidget Spinner thinks that they're like the girlfriend or something. So that's interesting. And then everybody collectively picks Brainy to get eliminated, because remember, nobody in the show likes Brainy. Why does nobody in the show like Brainy? Because again, they trust Good for some reason, like, it's like, bro. So they proceed to do that. And then we have a rejoin poll: chocolate bar, tomato, fidget spinner, and Pearly. Who comes back? I would like to see how they would do that tune, that note dynamic. I keep calling it tune. It's because of the fucking recommended character. The note dynamic with fidget spinner, because I want to see how they actually do it in the original. So I would personally have brought fidget spinner back. However, I have no idea what is bringing back, like who's just doing that. We just have the videos. Like the video to make it. Don't like the video to not make it. That makes sense. Let's go into episode 10 and 11. Yes, 10 and 11, because this is a half remake. I don't know what that means, but I guess we'll find out. It's 12 minutes long. This was released 6 months ago. I believe it's one of the first remakes that ever released. So 10 and 11, I already did this half remake. Go. Object Cringe. 10 and 11. Alright, so I officially know what half remake is, and that makes a lot of sense now that I think about it in this episode's context. So this is a time travel episode, I guess, in a way. Because we end up deciding to time travel back, and then we end up having those scenes, the ones where we try and travel back to the original, end up being the proper scenes, right? And then try and travel into the back and into the future, probably. I mean, I guess I don't know what the future looks like, but like, that's what I presume it is. Which I think is kind of interesting. So let's chat about episode 10, because episode 10 is the interesting one. Episode 11 really doesn't matter at all. So episode 10 is the interesting one, where we end up having the rejoiner actually be fidget spinner. Note is like, bruh. Notice that, please stop right now. I need this to stop. Then yeah, they end up apparently having anti-helium to make their voice sound a little bit deeper. This is quite a little bit of an excuse to make them sound like how they actually supposed to. Which is interesting. There's a lot of like little excuses going on to get things to happen. The same way how, for example, like at the end of the day, and this show is relatively smart in the way that it ends up doing the remakes. Why? Because yeah. So what it does is it makes the episode sit. Like I didn't quite realize this one until I was thinking about it. But like like what this does is it takes the episode 6. And specifically writes a plotline around episode 6 to where the budget gets slashed. So that way, when the budget gets slashed, you don't need to remake the next 3 episodes, because that's the point, right? The point is that the budget is gone, and therefore for the rest of the season, it is going to be old. It is going to be different, right? Which means that like it can be old, it can be a 7-year-old version and still make sense lore-wise, which makes a lot of sense. I actually think it's a very smart way to do it. I'd still probably just remake the episodes anyways, because like they're kind of goofy, but like I understand what's going on around here. So yeah, Good really dislikes Bad and decides that they need Bad to go away. So the challenge is to make a diss track on Bad. However, before they can do that, they die because of the anti-helium, because the anti-helium makes them die. I'm not sure why, but it does that, alright? So yeah, hold on. Okay, let me check what's happening. So yeah, Good dies because of the anti-helium. Bad ends up hosting and say, yo, I don't want to have the challenge to write a diss track on me. So then, but while Evil is trying to figure out a way to do any hosting, which I still think is, I still think the evil dynamic of Evil just not being evil at all is like kind of interesting. I remember pointing this out originally, but like it's interesting. Evil is more good than good. Like what? But Pebble eventually tries to reason with Gluey, because Gluey is like, I was trying to be nice to you, and you hated me for being nice. I just try to help you. I was like, well, you're just too overbearing because you wanted to be my friend and talk to me. You shouldn't try to talk to me. That's not a lot. And it's like, and then they immediately go like, oh, that's a terrible idea. So what do they end up doing? They end up going, oh, no. So so they end up trying to go back. They accidentally hit the time machine. That wasn't on purpose. But so, okay, because, yeah, what happens is, yeah, Brainy makes a time machine out of the TV, they teleport, Good immediately goes like, no, stop. So they TP them back, but then the time machine remains, so then, yeah, the time machine ends up picking up. And then Pebble ends up going to the new episode 1, to the modern episode 1 of Object Cringe, right, which makes sense to why this would need to technically be remade, because, you know, you want it to try to make as much sense as possible with the logic, right? So, you know what, yeah, fair enough. And then Pebble comes back and tries to chat over to Pebble, being like, Pebble, please, be nice, don't do anything, don't do stuff, just talk. And then Pebble immediately starts going absolutely insane, like, what the hell was that? And then they make Pipe go insane, and Pipe ends up running over all the way to the other lands and finds a fella called Softball in the freaking where in Siberia, and then with a bunch of different casts. I'm not even gonna lie, this cast kind of looks interesting. Look at that tall ass ruler. And then there's Trashy and Garbage. That's a low key though, kind of fire cast. But Piper and together, yeah, I know people want a show who need you to host a show, so they end up hosting a show. But then in the modern era, we end up having everything change because, of course, you know, it's being hosted by Softball now and everything. So then they're going back over and trying to change the past again. I actually really like the gag of the fact that the renewed intro uses one of the different Game Theory intro songs. Like, it doesn't use that one. It uses like one of the other ones that there was. Like, that's actually kind of fun. I enjoyed that quite a bit. But while that's going on, we end up having Pebble go back, being like, okay, I need to dip. So they end up dipping and was like, alright, maybe I'm going to do that. But then Chocolate Bar is like, alright, sorry, but I am noticing that you are extremely stupid. Or that's pretty much what he says. So they end up going, yo, so how do you talk to somebody when you are shy? You write to them, that way they can fully understand and you can express everything correctly. And that way you can deliver your message without stumbling upon your word and having too much confrontation. And that way they'll understand and can arrive to you once they've had their opinion made about it. So then that makes sense. The public goes like, okay. So then they end up making the everything. Pebble accidentally teleports to 2025, which is interesting. We end up having a Flaggy now be purple, pinkish, and they're with Mop, who is a person which we have not met yet. I don't know if we will meet these people. My presumption is that we will. I mean, I don't know, because like I just have no idea what happens in Object Cringe, like the future, because like we're doing Cosmic Cringe, and then we're doing Object Cringe 3, and then there was Object Cringe Again, and then that got cancelled, and then I don't. It's kind of confusing, you know. Like I don't really know, but we just gotta believe. All right, we just gotta believe. But yeah, look, this mop looks cool. I hope that that we get to see that mop character again. In the future of the timeline. And we end up going back to the past, where Pebble loses 100 points for for not existing, and then Burrito gets 100 points for finding Pebble. Did Burrito find Pebble? I don't think Burrito found Pebble. I guess they technically found Pebble. But Evo goes like, alright, I need somebody else to host, and then they end up getting this box to host. Yeah, eventually Pebble writes the note. Okay, so Pebble writes the notes to Gluey and then doesn't give it to Gluey. I don't think you gave it to Gluey. I think you backed out of it, which is kind of crazy. So like, bro, give the note. Come on, bro. What are we doing? Oh my gosh, bro. Okay. Then we have a vote to eliminate. Who ends up even getting eliminated in this vote? I don't even know. We end up having Table. Yeah, Table gets eliminated with 151 votes, which is fair. So goodbye. You were pretty irrelevant, anyways. We have a new renewed intro, which is perfectly suitable. It's like about it's more thematic. Like, it makes more sense to how the current aspect of Object Cringe is going. Although the other one might have been cooler in the way that it did transitions, right? But it kind of was more general. So yeah, that episode, the box that's hosting doesn't want to do a challenge when they're having a little bit of a mess. Toon or Note eventually goes like, okay, how about this? Okay, Fidget Spinner won't go away until I quote unquote date them. So if I just manipulate them instead, then I can at least turn this to my advantage, because I can say no and they won't go away. So it's best, so I might as well use this to my advantage. Which, I mean, it's of course a bit mean, but I mean, at that point, Fidget Spinner is just the most annoying soul on the planet Earth. So I'm not gonna lie, I can maybe understand a little bit. You know what? I can look at that and I can go, yeah. I mean, it's a bit manipulative, it's a bit mean, it's a bit dumb. However, yeah, no, I mean, considering Fidget Spinner, it was like 3 episodes just constantly doing this, probably worth it to do. So they end up doing that, and then we end up having an epic battle between the Ultra Fan mattress thing, and then the two evils who end up combining and having an epic battle, and everything's going crazy, right? Like a Burrito keeps trying to get Blender and Muggy to literally do anything because they're just like friends that chill. Right, they're just like the most relaxed friends of all time. They sit over there in the cheese, they chat. They're like, "Oh, hello, how's your day? My day was good." They're like, "Please, I'm trying to make you get screen time," but no, they're not doing that. And then eventually, Bad goes like, "Oh, I have to get Good back to save the show," so they end up pouring Good juice and turning into Good. How, bro? I don't what? How does the species work? I don't know, but okay. And then there we go. That's episode 11. So apparently Bushy or Gravy gets to one of them will rejoin. I'm not gonna lie, okay. The amount of characters that I feel like the total contestant count of the season hasn't gone down in like ages, because like what? There's been a join and an eliminated contestant. No, because there were 2 debut joiners. And then one person got eliminated, and one person got eliminated, and there was a rejoin. And then one person got eliminated, and there's going to be a rejoin. So there's just a lot of rejoins and shit. Stuff's happening. Let's go. Shout out to rejoining the game. I see how many episodes does Object Cringe end up having? It ends up having, I think, 18. No, way more. No, it ends up having 20. Which is a lot, you know? It's big number considering the cast is not that big. So yeah, I see how that's happening. But yeah, that's episode 10 and 11. As somebody like Chocolate Bar themselves pointed out, is it mildly technically generic to do the time travel? Oh, you tried to change the past? Well, look at what happens now, right? Because it's like it's kind of complicated. So that makes sense. However, at the end of the day, it's just kind of cool, right? Like, it's just kind of cool. Like, the II episode that does this alternate timeline shenanigan, like, yes, that, of course, the title ends up referencing II already did this, because, yes, they did the episode where they went to the alternate timeline where everybody liked them or whatever, where, like, everybody understood Lightbulb or something. What did they do? I haven't watched that episode in ages, bro. But, like, it was around that era, right? And, like, I see it makes sense, but at the end of the day, it just kind of got the concepts pretty cool, right? Yeah, I understand it. I think that currently, my current perception of it, as right now, of what I'm picking of the show, is this show is currently, really, there was a lot of thought put into place into making this work. Because, like, when we're dealing with a 7-year-old show, like, of course you can't just progress along from the 7-year-old show, but like we really wanted to make the original episodes better to get people like hooked on the series, so that makes perfect sense. However, we really wanted to not remake 20 videos. That also makes sense. While also not wanting to remake 20 videos, but also still make sure that it fits into lore, but within the sense of, oh, here's how the show was looking like. So now you get to, so now you have to watch some of these episodes to probably understand, and then you also get to like more. You get to watch them with the knowledge that it'll get better, right? So I understand why it's doing this, and there was a lot of thought put into place into doing that by doing like the first couple of episodes remade, and then the episode remake that turns the show bad on purpose so that the next 2 episodes can be the original counterparts of themselves. That's pretty smart, right? That's why episode 5, like, I wasn't understanding it, but yeah, episode 5 is due for a remake, so that's why it's not on the playlist, but episode 7 and onward is because they're not actually due for a remake like I thought they were. So, like, I get it. I'm understanding. Yes, you know? Like, that's cool. But yeah, so it is time for episode what is the next thing? Episode 12 of Object Cringe, which was released 7 years ago. It is titled Walk the Planky. Okay, let's go. Okay, so that is episode 12 of Object Cringe. We return properly back to the past and ultra past for a little bit here, to get to see this episode. I'm not gonna lie, this is what I feel happens when an episode were to have a short attention span, because, like, what is happening? I feel like it, like, slowly derails off of the storyline of the episode for, like, the last half of it, and I just have no idea what's even happening. So, the joiner from that weird random vote about a joiner, the Bushy character joins. I don't know why they joined, but I guess they did join. Gravy ends up going like, "What? We're gonna die anyways." But then it's like, "Wait, we have a recovery center." So then they end up freaking screaming, which is fair. That's fun. That's a fun gag. Then the eliminated contestants get to pick who they want out, because that's how that works. Because they need to eliminate a contestant even if we're not doing an eliminating vote. But it's kind of confusing how it's laid out. But hey, whatever. It's old. Okay, if it's old, I'll excuse everything. But eventually Flaggy gets eliminated. To be fair to Flaggy, they weren't doing anything. No, yeah, they really weren't. They were really being a pretty irrelevant character in the show for quite a while, which is interesting considering, in the early episodes, or at least the remake episodes, they're quite a dominant presence. Like, they're nearly always there, but they end up just kind of slowly fading out of existence completely, heading into the old ones that is like, yeah, nah, I mean, fair enough to get eliminated. We're playing Touchy Touchy, also known as Tag. Touch somebody and they will be up for elimination, and if you get touched, you will be up for elimination. Armless people are automatically, they're automatically friggin' safe because they don't have arms to touch people, because legs don't count, I guess. Why not? You could just do that. I feel like this is a thing that you can do with an armless contestant. I feel like that, nah, you could have done that, but okay. Gluey immediately touches fidget spinner. Blender tries to attack Gluey. It doesn't quite work. Planky decides to go to the middle of the ocean because that feels like an interesting idea. Eventually, a bowling ball gets yeeted at Gluey, which ends up landing on. It glues Note and Blender's hand, which means that Note is freaking going insane again because of stop. But yeah, they end up still touching Gluey so that they get out. Then eventually we end up having Planky get confiscated by pirates, because that's what happens when you go to the middle of the ocean 473,000 miles away. So they have them turn into a pirate. I think that's pretty wholesome. It's like, like they're not gonna murder you for finding you in the middle of the ocean. No, they're just gonna turn you into one of them. They're gonna amputate your leg. They're gonna give you an iPad. They're gonna give you a hat. They're gonna give you a hook. They're gonna do all that stuff, and all that stuff. For you to join their ranks. They're just looking for extra members. They're so nice. They're so sweet. But yeah, then the episode turns into completely randomness. I like the gag of Burrito going, "Oh no, I'm bored. I have to do something random." But then eventually, I don't even know. We get a random. So, wait, what even? So Bushy ends up touching. No, they don't. I think they end up touching Pebble because they technically did it, even though they don't count because they were an armless contestant. But whatever. They throw away the rock at the pirates, and then we have a random segue into a coffin, which sings the coffin song. I'm the coffin, and there's a rotting corpse inside me, which is an interesting. I don't know why we do that. And then there's a freaking scene with Chocolate Bar in the middle of the void doing something. I don't like. You see, I have no idea what happens for the entirety of that minute. It's like we're random segues. Look, the song is kind of funny, but I don't. Why is it there though? What? Eventually Planky finds out a way to win the challenge. They call the Note over the phone, and then they just slap her. Beep. And that means that the Note ends up being up for elimination alongside Fidget Spinner, Glue, and also Blender. So, yeah, that means, well, everybody else is safe. Yeah, because, Pebble was also safe because they're armless. Yeah, that's true. You see, it's done. They didn't need it. The arms can participate in this challenge. It's just not true that they can't. Because they so can, but whatever. Yeah, I'll be okay, well, I don't know, because I'd be interested into finding out if our pirate Planky remains. However, we're actually not going to watch Object Cringe for quite a while, because we are actually going to watch Cosmic Cringe. Yes, Cosmic Cringe is like season 1.5. It's kind of a season that happens within the season. I have no idea what to expect out of this, but the first episode of Cosmic Cringe, released 1 year ago, is titled Hate of the Sun, with the asterisk in it. As a reminder, that is a show, if I'm not mistaken, Love of the Sun, I think, but I haven't watched it personally, but I don't know if it's going to be too important. Let's watch Cosmic Cringe 1. It's 1 year ago. We should have, hopefully, a quality up. Let's go. Alright, that is Object Cringe 1, and I'm telling you, bro, the sun was imported. Didn't I say this? I said that the sun should talk sometime. That'd be fun. Yes, it is fun. It's very fun. It's high quality levels of funness. Oh my god. So we end up having ourselves the initial section, of course, animated roughly in the olden style, and then while we're going to host the elimination for the next episode, the sun goes like, yeah, I love everyone, I want to host an object show now. And what they proceed to do is just kind of be a constant presence until Good gets annoyed. It's like, I hate you, son. And then the news covers this. And then international news. Kim Jong-un very saddened by Object Cringe cancellation. And then there's like a Donald Trump AI voice or something. It's so stupid. It's so goofy. This is comedy. I mean that is truly crazy. But eventually they proceed to agree that as long as after a lawsuit apparently, that as long as Good proceeds to forfeit the rights to their contestants while the Sun hosts a season of Object Cringe, they of their object show, they will give the contestants back to continue Object Cringe afterwards, which is interesting. I mean, you have to consider that this isn't, of course, within the confines of Object Cringe, which is kind of interesting because it's like, for example, in episode, hold on, well, oh, wait a minute, yeah, wait, episode 13, it doesn't exist. I wonder if that's interesting, because I mean, it probably does exist, but it's not in the chronological order place. I wonder if that's due for a remake, because it's like it both does, some of it doesn't, because like I'm presuming that how Object Cringe just kind of continued, right, like in the real world of like 7 years ago, but then it's like, how do we have this happen, because the characters are very roughly going to change how they look, right, in the sense of like, I'm not presuming that this bowling ball is going to be on Gluey the entire time. I don't think Note and Blender are going to be glued the entire time. I don't think Blueberry is going to be on the fidget spinner the entire time. I doubt that. So how is it that that's going to continue? I don't know. Well, that's interesting. Oh, wait, the Sun's first challenge is to get to the moon. Yay. Which is I like it. I said this, I think, during when I was talking about Supernova Super Show as well. I like it when celestial beings do celestial related challenges. I like space challenges. If a space thing is hosting, then a space challenge makes perfect sense, and I think it's perfectly thematic, especially as it's called Cosmic Cringe. It makes a lot of it makes a lot of sense, right? So that's cool. The people that end up getting up there, first up, Bushy ends up getting up there by just levitating themselves up there. Frisbee gets thrown by Fidget Spinner, while Fidget Spinner gets punched over by Note because they were just so upset about Fidget Spinner being their boyfriend or whatever. So they, alongside Blueberry, who was within the Fidget Spinner, because you remember that thing that happened. So yeah, the other fellas end up trying to bounce off, where however they go the wrong direction, where the moon isn't, although Muggy dies, and it just happens that the recovery center that the Sun has is on the moon itself, which means that Muggy ends up winning. Everybody else up for elimination: Note, Gluey, Burrito, and also Blender. Who gets out here? I don't really know. I mean, Note is kind of being the mean one, quote unquote. So I feel like they should probably be the one getting out, which is unfortunate because I like Notes. However, I think that in this situation, their voice is a little bit annoying because of their whole brokenness, right? They're kind of taking advantage of Fidget Spinner the right way. They're just kind of getting rage baited successfully, right? So they're not doing too well in that department. And in general, they're not really giving off too many likable vibes. So I think they probably are the ones who get out here. However, yeah, interesting episode. The episodes of Cosmic Cringe get to progressively become longer and longer, of course, as we're, they become modern and more modern, right? So it's time to continue, because the second episode of Cosmic Cringe, also released over a year ago, was it's our episode 2, which is titled "May Divorce Be With You." Okay, let's go. Okay, so that is Cosmic Cringe 2, and holy, there is a lot to chat about this. Again, one of the things that this show manages to absolutely nail is managing to make a lot happen in a quick amount of time. That is just something that like the more modern-ish Object Cringe episodes, they managed to do. They just managed to pace things in a way where shit just happens and it's not actually that long. This video literally had to stall itself out for the last 10 seconds because it wasn't 8 minutes long. So, like, that's really funny. Because, like, so much happens in this episode. First of all, okay, so, Frisbee ends up getting Frisbee doesn't get eliminated. Sorry. I want to chat about Frisbee to start because I find it really interesting. So Frisbee ends up actually being AI. Secretly, Frisbee is an AI language module. So that is like, where it's just like, yo, how did nobody realize this until now? And it's like, I think it's really interesting because if you go and you re-look at the beginning of the episode, you'll notice, yeah, that is how ChatGPT talks. Like, you'll notice, as a Frisbee, I don't really experience it, and you just think that's Frisbee talking normally, but it's only when you notice after that it's not actually. So I think this is actually really interesting. I think it's a really cool detail to have. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually kind of, that's low-key fire emoji. But yeah, the eliminated contestant ends up being none other than Gluey, who gets eliminated with about only 30 votes to save. So they end up joining Sad Good over there on Earth. So they end up joining them. Which is interesting. However, the problem is that they end up getting mad. It's like, no, I'm so happy. How will we get rid of a character that's so good like Gluey? So then they end up actually bringing in a new contestant called Gluey Jr. Alright, yes, Gluey Jr. Ends up being the contestant. So that means that, like, the show actually doesn't lose a contestant. I think that's really interesting because if you think about it, like, this could just be an infinite cycle because the Sun is too nice to ever deal with losing somebody in their show, so just add somebody else back every time. So technically the show could be infinite. So it's like a character gets eliminated, no, they're so sad, I'm gonna bring somebody back. The character gets eliminated, no, it's so sad, I'm gonna add a new character. Right? Like, they just do this forever. That'd be a immensely interesting idea. Anyways, the challenge is Among Us. No, it's actually just it's like, it's just find the imposter. One character has been swapped out with an evil version of themselves. Not evil as in well, it's a fake spooky version, the official wording. It's not evil version because evil version is obviously the one from the evil lands, right? The one where we know. So it's a spooky version. So they end up having to guess who it is, and a couple of people have a couple of ideas between who it might be. Blueberry ends up starting to go insane, being like, wait, am I the imposter? Am I real? Am I fake? What am I doing? What? Until eventually they get figured out that no, I am in fact you weren't real. For some reason, Blueberry continues to go insane, regardless of that. This might be like, wait, am I real? Am I real? Yeah, no, you just said that you're not the like, you're real. Like, yes, Blueberry, chill. You're like, whenever people say that they're dumb, yes, correct assessment. But yeah, Bushy for some reason talks in a deep voice. They like to make themselves look suspicious because it's like, oh. But then they eventually are going over to ask so Blender be like, oh, okay, so yeah, we know that it's that guy. So it's like, okay, they end up going over, and Blender's like about to call over the Sun to be like, okay, yeah, we want to guess that it's Bushy. And then they end up having a discussion because Monkey's like, well, only one of us can be safe. I should do it. Why do you want to do it? Do you not care about me? Because, like, I want the immunity, and I'm going to get eliminated rather than you if you do that. And it's like, wait, what? But I want to, like, win the challenge because, like, we're in the show and there's, like, a competition. Okay, this shit is kind of dumb. So, basically, what Monkey is saying is that, yo, you should give me the immunity because I am going to get eliminated if you don't. And that way we won't be able to be together. Valid assessment, okay? However, there is a little bit of an issue. It's just the factoid that the statement isn't correct necessarily. Like, Monkey, nobody cares about Monkey. According to who? I guess they're like the boring duo, but I mean, we saw that Blender got saved pretty easily the other time, right? I mean, like, I think they were the second last. However, they were the second last 150 to 30. Like, it wasn't too close, right? So that means that, like, Blender is as part of that duo ends up doing pretty well. Why would Muggy not? Right? And also, Muggy was safe the other time. Remember, Muggy literally was safe. The item was safe. Blender was up for elimination. So obviously, it's literally more fair. Like, in a situation where we're trying to keep both of us alive as much as possible, that instead of putting the same person up for elimination a second time, you go and do the swap. You know, you're going to do that. Okay, you were safe. Now, if we can both be safe, that's cool. But I'll try for you to be safe, and you'll try for me to be safe. Okay, yeah. It makes sense. So last challenge, Muggy was safe and Blender wasn't capable of getting safe in time. So now we do the opposite. Blender is safe and Muggy isn't safe. And it's literally fair. But no, guilt tripping moment where you have to go, oh, so you don't care, Mom. You care more about the competition. And it's bro, I mean, it's not like getting eliminated. Again, this is one of those situations because getting eliminated literally does not, especially in this show, because you literally know what's happening after this show. You just get sent to Earth, and then no, you get to chill for a bit until the energy comes back. So especially in Cosmic Cringe, this doesn't make sense. At least in Object Cringe, if you get eliminated, you go over to some mysterious dimension that's not very good, and it's empty. I mean, we know that they're all just hanging out in there, but like it's still one of those things where it's like it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, bro. It's genuinely not. They're fine. It's like, bro, because it's not that big of a deal. Like, even if you got eliminated, you get to chill on Earth for a month until eventually the other fella gets eliminated, and then they join you. Oh my god! And then we end up going, oh, am I wrong for not wanting to compete? Wait a minute! This entire argument is because you want to stay in the show. If you think about it, then the best idea is for you both to get eliminated, and that way you get to chill on Earth at least until Object Cringe restarts, and then you can get eliminated in Object Cringe and you get to hang out in the void. That's all that you two wanted to do. Because that way you just sit there and cheese anyway. So it's not like you're actually doing anything special. Like it's just bro, it's. It is literally not even remotely as big of a deal. And the funny part is that they both agree that it's bushy when it's not even bushy, so it wouldn't even matter. This is cooked. I am getting rage baited by Cosmic Cringe, bro. What is this arc, bro? And then they go over to apologize, and this muggy fella just comes in and goes like, "Oh, you're only apologizing because you want to tell me to not for me to not be mad at you. And so even when I'm sad, it's about you. You didn't let bro speak. You're just guessing. You're just guessing. You're making it about Blender for Blender. What is this? This is crazy. You can't, like, actually. Nah, that's insane. This is insanity. We need to. This is bro. This is a bro moment that I'm looking at. I mean, holy. Okay. By the way, let's digress. That arc is dumb in literally every aspect. But other than that, everybody ends up being super confused about Burrito being ChatGPT. No, sorry, about Frisbee being ChatGPT, because Burrito now ends up just kind of asking the questions for fun. Like, yo, what's the capital of Brazil? And then asking all the questions to ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is turned off from Burrito mode. Right, and then it turns out that the actual imposter was Gluey Jr., which, I mean, obviously nobody was gonna guess because nobody knows what Gluey Jr. is supposed to act like. They actually act like Burrito Jr., apparently. So yeah, that means that they are. Everybody is up for elimination. I'm not gonna lie. Muggy is okay. Wait, it's a vote to save. It was a vote to eliminate. I expect Blender to get out. If in a vote to save, I think they both probably save. Even though, like, I'm annoyed because I feel like this is gonna get perceived. But I'm sorry, this is Muggy's fault. In my opinion, like, absolutely, because like, there's nothing going on. Like, you can arrive to an agreement that, like, one of the two has to do it. But instead, we're just immediately going to the ghoul trip and you don't care about me tactic. You know, like, it's literally, like, you can understand the perception and then you can argumentative it. You know? But you can't just immediately throw the I don't care card and then go over and be sad and then be mad when they try to console you. Like, it's just, like, Muggy is 1000% in the wrong here. But I feel like it wouldn't get clocked here. Who's actually gonna eliminate? I don't fucking know. Frisbee for being ChatGPT. People don't like AI. I don't know. You think I know? Okay. Whatever, bro. This is crazy. Let's see what's going on in episode 3. Episode 3 of Object Cringe was also released a year ago. It is titled Competitive Law Disorder. Go. Alright, so that is episode 3 of Cosmic Cringe, Competitive Law Disorder. That is another big episode with not a lot of time. Yeah, that's a big deal episode. A lot happens, a lot to talk about. So, First of all, my personal opinion is that from looking at this episode, it feels like a course correct. As I said last time, I think that it was very clearly trying to do a Muggy is extremely manipulative, look at this shit type of thing. However, the problem is that if you're not thinking about it, if you're just listening to the lines themselves and not thinking about the concept of how they happen, Muggy looks right. Right, like that's how the manipulative works. So as you can tell that it actually works on the viewers. Why? Because notice who gets more votes to save. Muggy gets 128. Okay, I don't think we got it. So that means that we're gonna need to be very much so bold about what the hell the message is supposed to be, because otherwise it's not going to be direct. So what do? We just get Burrito and Note to say it directly. Damn, you were being very manipulative right there, right now, because you have to say it directly, otherwise I guess some people won't get it. To be fair, a lot of people did catch it. I mean, Blunder has 111, but like, in general, it's like, bro. Bushy eventually, after a song and dance, Bushy eventually ends up getting eliminated with about 62 votes, compared to everybody else with 63, and compared to two other characters 63, and the 64, which is what Note got. I keep wanting to say Tune, please stop. My brain needs to stop. Tone, Note, I now just combined the tune. Yes, Tone, new character notes. But yeah, eventually, because of the fact that they complained about the challenge, they end up decide that they are up for elimination, because Fidget Spinner and Burrito will be the two, and Burrito Jr. Will be the two characters up for elim because they complained. So how dare they complain? So then we have ourselves the information. So what do we find out? We find out about competitive law disorder. So apparently in the Object Cringe universe, and I guess just since the Object Cringe universe is directly according to itself, correlated to every other object show, it is a part of competitive law that you have to there's this constant desire to compete, because competing is the purpose of life, to want to compete or be associated or host an object show all of the time, because that's what better is there to do, right? So that is what competitive law is. I like how Frisbee says it as if they're an AI. That's fun. That's great. But they end up doing that, right? However, Muggy specifically is like, well, I don't want to. Nobody else gets it. But then they end up discovering about competitive law disorder. Competitive law disorder is apparently just simply not doing that, simply not having that competitive law within you, simply being capable of not wanting to compete in an object show, right? Which is what Muggy has, and that means that you get to go alongside Marshmallow and Bo from My Eye, go to the spooky mansion. No, I'm joking. But like, you get to do that stuff, and Muggy's like, well, that's weird. Maybe I don't know. So eventually, Note ends up going like, yo, I need to. How about you go check out some other objects? You know, Object Cringe is kind of a little bit of an extreme option. Maybe it's gonna need some time away from this. Maybe just to compete in this. So let's just go check out some other places. Let's just go over there. So then they end up doing that. In the meantime, Frisbee and Blueberry end up having their own arguments until Blueberry gets like Blender bees like, stop, get over it, and then Blueberry goes like, okay. I'm gonna get over it now, because Blueberry is like that, and Frisbee is like, yeah, I just match people's energy, so yeah, they're happy now. And then the anxiety mind guy who exists is going like, you feel bad about that though, you can't get it done, you're the guilty one. So they now end up being the guilty one. And then in the meantime, we end up having Muggy do their whole shebang. Checking out a bunch of different object shows. We get to see them in all of their glory and art styles, which I think is pretty fun. However, eventually, Note is like, yo, apparently there's a there's a thing you can do it if you take steroids, it'll work. However, I guess we don't get to find out because Muggy's like, well, I don't wanna, I wanna embrace not competing in shows. And it's like, hold on, if you wanna embrace not competing in shows, why are we trying to make you compete in shows? I don't know, but I guess they were just bored. And Note proceeds to go like, yeah, I'm way better than that guy, anyways. And it's like, yeah, you are. And the Note ends up blushing, and then eventually you get to see it after the reconciliation that Note ends up being sort of upset about him. So that means that Note has feelings, presumably. Which is interesting. I mean, it's really interesting to see Note having them because, like, you know, Note has been the one anti-relationship character for the entirety of Object Cringe, right? Like, Note has been the character that people want, quote unquote, but that means that with so many options, Note ends up not doing anything. So it's really interesting to actually see the inverse of that happen, where Note wants somebody, but you know they don't necessarily agree because they have somebody else, right? But eventually, Muggy and Blender end up agreeing because after Blender's own super realization, and Muggy's whole shenanigan, it's like, yo, I really care about you, but this thing is stuff. And then Blender's like, okay, fine, I will not compete in this. Because I care and I want to see what you're like, okay? So that's interesting. They end up agreeing that we rejoin Object Cringe, okay? But we don't do this. We rejoin Object Cringe, we're back for you, okay? And then it's all fine, okay? And then we get to do that. Which is okay. Again, I still think that it's like, dude, it's just that, especially you get to see it in the way, like, it gets mentioned in dialogue. The thing about competition shows like this is that, like, within the timeline itself, there's a lot of downtime. You know, it's kind of like one of those things. It's like there's a lot of downtime between episodes, and it's like I wouldn't like. Oh, I don't want to compete. But well, you're not doing back to back to back to back. Like, you're spending multiple weeks just chilling. It's a non-competition life, except you get to do a challenge every once in a while. Right? Again, the only problem is the separation that might happen between you and whoever. Right? But like, again, it's just at a certain point you need to start clocking that that's gonna be that's gonna be a thing. I mean, remember, Muggy got the most votes, so then you can also make that argument. Hey, people like us. Let's just chill. Let's not try too hard, okay? And then you can do that. You don't even have to do the challenges. I'll just do them for us, and then we're fine, right? And it's like it would make sense, but unfortunately not. They will both quit the show. All right, which is interesting. Although, does the Sun let them? Because, like, the Sun didn't let Bushy quit the show, I think, the other time. Yeah, because Bushy wanted to quit the show, and the Sun just ignored it. I don't know. If the Sun is going to be consistent in the way of the Sun, then technically those two shouldn't technically be allowed to quit the show, because that's specifically what the Sun has been ignoring. The Sun just goes, yo, I'm going to do that. So, theoretically, those two shouldn't be allowed to quit the show. I'm just saying. The Sun didn't allow it to Bushy. Why would the Sun allow it to these two? You know, like, yeah. So I'm not sure I enjoy that life. I mean, they might throw on purpose or something, but if the Sun just allows them to leave, I think that wouldn't be correct in the way that the Sun has been acting, you know. But yeah, Note is a little bit more upset now. No, can you please fix yourself? I'm sorry. Like, it's so sad. Can you like die or something so that you come back? And it's like, Note's voice was great, and I was like, freaking, it's like this, like, please, you look so goofy. I can you have your voice back? It's like it's been like this for 4 years. But we end up having Fidget Spinner and Burrito Jr. for elimination. I mean, obviously I'd eliminate Burrito Jr. because it's a pretty dumb character to have exist. However, I wonder, if you think about it, if Burrito Jr. gets eliminated, would they come back to good? And therefore, would they technically be able to join Object Cringe because they're back in the Earth with good? Would that be technically true? But I mean, I guess not, because technically if the Sun wanted to also have different new characters, they could also just do that. That's not necessarily like it's not a 100% necessary thing that has to happen, right? So, okay, I guess, but I don't think Burrito Jr. would join Object Cringe if they got eliminated. I think that wouldn't happen, but Yeah, that is this episode. It does a lot of work. It kind of does. It feels like it's kind of 50-50 on who's right. Again, in my opinion, it was 100% possible to find a reasonable workaround between those two that kept them both in the show. Like, just, don't do the challenge, I help you, we can do stuff. Again, because, there's so much time between episodes that, it doesn't feel like it's that necessary to get a break from it, because you're nearly always on break. But, okay, dude, the Marshmallow and Bo. Afterlife in the limelight, alright? Okay. It is time for episode 4 of Cosmic Cringe, which is titled Killing Joshio's Entire Family. Okay. Actually, quickly before I start the next episode, I'd just like to point out just another quick thing. Is of course the act of COD and the whole things that Maggie complains about, feeling different and being complicated and everything. Of course, it can relate to a lot of real life situations and can be relatable to quite a lot of people. So I just want to point out that is very much so possibly one of the metaphors that the show is trying to pull here when it's doing that. Again, it's not again. I never said this before, but I personally don't really have a lot of that stuff, so I can't exactly personally give an opinion on how it relates to a real life experience, right? And I also cannot quite think about it. So I'm just looking at it entirely in universe, thinking that for the specifics of what is going on to Muggy, which is not wanting to compete in shows, but kind of having to, I do think that there would be valid compromises for that specific instance. However, of course, that does not relate to any IRL thing that this may be correlating to or with, which could be many conditions. Alright, okay. I just wanted to drop in that message. Cosmic Cringe 4 for Rio now. Okay, so that is the 4th episode of Cosmic Cringe, Killing Joshio's Entire Family. So, yeah, basically how this feels like, alright, is that imagine you're like, yes, good idea, let's do a show in the middle of the season, right? And it's gonna have this arc that I have planned out with these two that's gonna explain the future of why they act the way that they act and everything, right? And then you do the arc with Muggy and with, the fella, right, with Muggy and Blender, okay, you do that, and then you're like, shit, I forgot that this is a season that I have to do, time to speedrun eliminating everybody, and it's like, bro, I mean, it's like mildly disappointing, I think, to me at least, because it's like, why? Because it's like, oh, so the son spends this entire time fighting in court so that they get to have contestants for their show. And then you're telling me that in the span of 2 episodes, they get to, and they're literally bringing contestants in originally so that the show lasts longer. But then no, we end up having a double elimination that they felt like doing for no reason at all. And then not only do they do that, they also just allow them to really... I understand that it's cute for Muggy and Blender to quit the show, right? But why would the son allow that? That was literally a gag that Bushy wasn't allowed to quit the show. It's literally a joke. It's a thing in the episode. They can't do that. And it's like, wait a minute, what? But then it's like, they don't explain it, because it's just like, oh, we need the show to get done by. And then this show, and then for example, this episode, there's not an in-between episode 5 to make episode 6 the finale. No, this is the episode where the contestant just gets eliminated entirely based on performance. That way we can already have the vote to win. And episode 5 can already be the finale. And it's like, wait, bro, we just cut off 4 potential episodes for the sake of this. And it doesn't feel very nice, I'm not gonna lie. Because it's like, to me at least, it feels very clear. It's like, it feels like there just wasn't a plan. that we had a plan for one thing to happen. One thing happened. We have to scrap everything else as quick as possible. Instead of trying to invent new art, trying to make new characters in the spotlight, and trying to get some new interesting things in, we're just scrapping it because I don't want this to interact with any of the other pieces of the show that eventually switches back into Object Cringe. So we're just gonna wrap it up as quickly as possible, make the characters change the least that I possibly can, and just have everything happen the least that I possibly can, so that the show can end as quickly as it possibly can. And it's like, it's like, I don't like it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm disappointed by this episode because it's kind of it just lets the show speedrun itself for no apparent reason. Like it's just dumb. Anyways, the elimination ends up being that again, both of the characters are up for elimination. Like they were up. Like you see, this show is dumb because it puts the two characters up for elimination last time. The two characters so we put the two characters that we cared the least about so that we could do the whole episode with the arc. Okay, sure, fine. And then in this episode we just eliminate both of them because even if we just eliminate one, I still don't know what to do with the other, so we have to make a double elimination so that we eliminate both. It's like, it's convenient right into the point where it's like, bro, stop. I don't like this episode. I'm gonna be honest. I don't get it. But anyways, if you're curious about what the hell actually happens in the episode, so the son for somehow doesn't realize that Burrito Jr. gets eliminated, and then after that decides to die. So that means that Joshio gets to host this episode. Joshio has made the challenge that they want to murder their family, who happens to live each one on different planets. So the challenge is simply exterminate those planets and you'll be fine. There just so happens to be a spaceship that Burrito has, so they end up coming in alongside Blueberry as well, which they end up doing and having fun. Frisbee manages to remove one of the planets by hacking into the mainframe, because I think ChatGPT can do that apparently. And then the other fella the Robot Burrito Jr. ends up actually being the son in disguise. So it's not a different character. So the son goes like, hoo, this is all to teach you about the importance of appreciating what you have before it's gone. Which, I mean, valid. To be fair, as far as lessons go, I think that's it's relatively reasonable, to be honest. But like, Joshio ends up dying as well because the son deletes him. And then eventually Burrito removes a planet, and then it's like, and then Blueberry ends up removing a planet, and then gets really excited. Blueberry has like, might be the. They're so oblivious to everything. Blueberry has such an interesting way of acting. But either way, note because they are not able to destroy a planet, then they're getting eliminated, and boop, back to Object Cringe you go. So then we already have ourselves a vote to win, and then the episode's over. I see Burrito Jr. over there in the corner with a D. So I'm not gonna lie. I wonder if enough people are. I don't think they are, but if enough people manage to notice that to actually make that a valid vote, I would honestly. To like make that a winner, that would be crazy. However, I don't think they're going to do that. I think we'll probably be voting for like Burrito to win, because Burrito is like very much so bait in the sense of like they say the one-liners that's funny, right? They say the funny one-liners for the Object Cringe, like, oh, it's toxic Yuri, right? So it's like they say they hit the one-liners, and as they hit the one-liners, they are they're pretty funny and they're pretty fan favorites, so I think they will probably get up there. But yeah, this episode, don't like it. I really don't like it. It feels like this episode is entirely an excuse to get this series done as quickly as humanly possible. Realistically, I think it, like, genuinely, I could, if this series were to continue on normally, I think it would have about 9 episodes. I think probably 9 to 10 episodes, because, characters would start not being allowed to leave. They would still be having single eliminations. The Sun would still try to keep some people around because they want their show to last longer, because that's literally the entire reason that they started to make it. However, this episode is just adding ourselves about 4 different excuses for the show to end as quickly as it possibly can. So I think this episode is a complete flop. I'm sorry, it's a complete flop. It's I don't like it. I'm not gonna lie. I think it takes everything in the wrong direction here for Cosmic Cringe. I think that it's too forced. It's the finale, which was released 3 days ago. So it's one of the January 1st uploads. Cosmic Cringe 5 is titled Can't Combine This Life of Heaven and Hell. No idea what that means, but it sounds poetic, so I'll catch you when I've watched it, because I think is it the longest episode just in general of anything? It's not because of the episode of the other episode from the event, but it's the second longest Object Cringe episode ever. I think. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's the second longest Object Cringe episode ever, so that means that it'll be pretty long. All right, Cosmic Cringe 5. Here goes nothing. Okay, so Object Cringe, no, sorry, Cosmic Cringe 5 is the video that I just watched, and, yeah, interesting. So, we have ourselves the big old finale of Object Cringe. Apparently, the winner of Object Cringe, wants you to join their winning ceremony, so they end up going over there. Actually, technically, does that actually make sense? You're bet out by the winner of Cosmic Cringe. Well, we didn't know the winner of Cosmic Cringe and Good came there, so that's actually wrong. Surely the sun must have bailed them out. But either way, also, wait a minute, how are they in jail? Remember when the first contestant got eliminated from Object Cringe? Wait, yeah, how are you in jail? Wait, they shouldn't be in jail. Oh no. So like you like hated the sun, that became widespread news, and then you went to court over it, and then you decided, okay, sure, you will both get to exist as long as you allow those contestants to go to the show, and and then eventually in it, Object Cringe 2, no, sorry, in Cosmic Cringe 2, oh my god, after the first fight gets eliminated, they teleport down, and you see Good there as well. So that's just, there's no way you should be in jail right now. What? Okay. But apparently they have their powers back as well because they were arrested, and then we get to find out the lore. So, okay, my general opinion still remains. Cosmic Cringe is by a country mile a idea that was like, yo, let's do this in between season, and then afterwards we were like, oh wait, I don't want to do this, so they just speedrun away for it to end, right? Because like nah, it's pretty bad because it's like episode 3 has no challenge. Episode 4 is just speedrunning it so that there won't be a challenge in episode 5, right? Like, you'll notice, like, there were only 2 episodes of Cosmic Cringe that felt like 2 episodes of Cosmic Cringe, you know, like, that proper felt like a thing was happening, like, challenges were happening, like, the sun was hosting a show, meanwhile, here, it just 100% doesn't. Like, Cosmic Cringe was an idea that was like, I need to abandon this as soon as possible, which is unfortunate, because I absolutely do think that Cosmic Cringe should have probably just had a couple of more chill episodes in the middle, because it just makes it feel rushed. And like, for example, I don't know, we could, like, Good was sitting there for this whole time, and we end up having the entire story arc play out throughout only this episode, when, like, it could have been a more burned, you know, it could be more burned in, it could have been more interesting if, it slowly played itself out rather than just being constant, like just being all in the one moment, right? So I find that relatively unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie, because it absolutely could have been something interesting. However, it just kind of wasn't. So yeah. However, we end up discovering a lot of lore, a lot of background lore. So, Good Sonus, alright, that's what a Good is and what Bad is. So, Bad is the brother of Good, apparently, and Bad has a couple of friends known, which are also the people who hate Good. And apparently they also have bullies and stuff, which is interesting. And basically they have a bunch of different viewpoints. Good despises making friends and dislikes everybody at their school and at their life and everything, and they really want to leave, and Bad doesn't really want to leave. They don't really want to leave, like, they'll do it, I guess, but they weren't too much chasing it until eventually they ended up agreeing to the plan of finding the dimensional portal, apparently, in their universe, because they were inventing portal travel to the nearby universes, okay? So they end up TPing out into the nearby universe with Bad, and then Bad ends up kind of roughly despising everything. Like, I kind of ends up just being there, a little sad and a little off of it, because, like, it's not what they wish to do. However, they're kind of doing it for the sake of Good, which I think makes it pretty interesting. But yeah, we get to see everybody there together for the winning ceremony, and then all of the Object Cringe contestants gets to go, hey, you are pretty bad. We don't really like you because, you know, you're not a great host. So they end up doing their whole things. Flaggy ends up yet again starting the discussion and singing a song. You'll notice Flaggy is always here. Flaggy is always here every time that we are doing an episode where Planky can be present and have lines, Planky nearly always is present and has the most lines. We really like writing Planky, and it's not even remotely hidden. There is not even like a pinch of like evening out the character. No, it's just a Flaggy everywhere, all of the time. And it's like, okay, bro, okay. Okay, bro. But yeah, we end up having the song about the bad host. So, of course, this song ends up feeling itself a little bit weird, because of what ends up happening, right? Blueberry trying to console the host about being a caretaker. And I think it's interesting to how this works, because, like, in a lot of cases, right, it is that type of situation, right, where it's like, it is kind of like a caretaker. A lot of objects and shows, right, they end up thinking about it in this way, where it's like, they don't necessarily like the host, but they're dependent on the host, right? It's kind of, there's this different thing, because in majority of object shows, right, the contestants don't like the host, right? When has a contestant liked the host? It's rare. It's rare for that to happen, right? Especially in the middle of a season, right? Which means that then it's like, when there's this moment, and you can tell that, however, they're still dependent on it, despite the fact that they don't like it. Like, they don't like them, but they need them to stay there, and they want them to stay there, to help them out in hosting the competition. Because as soon as they leave, it's like, oh, okay, time to do whatever, right? So it ends up kind of, it goes into pandemonium usually when there isn't a host, right? And you'll notice here, when like Good left and dipped and melted into acid, right, that it's kind of like that complication. So yeah, that's kind of a thing. So I mean, it honestly makes quite a bit of sense. Bad ends up coming in as the guilty conscience, and then Blueberry actually ends up winning. Blueberry wins. That makes sense. They had the interesting scene, I think, in the last episode. Yeah. In the meantime, we also get to discover one other very interesting detail, is that, apparently Planky is secretly brainy, and they took Planky's body in episode 7, which is kind of really interesting, because when it happened? So, in the last time, there was in the original remakes, yes, in the one where they went to the evil universe, there was like the Brainy who was only friends with the car keys and was trying to invent a portal, right? So they were doing that, which is interesting. In a world where they stole Dream Island, everybody hated them. Then they went to this universe, and in this universe, everybody hates Brainy for being a sore loser, for losing a challenge, right? Which is interesting, however. You know why? Because it's a universe with Brainy and car keys. Good eventually comes in and is saying the flashback that Car Keys ended up giving them a pamphlet of the 7 wonders of the OSC, right? And that Car Keys was one of the main contestants mentioned in that olden cast, right, of characters, which is immensely interesting. So, was Car Keys, is this Brainy, the Brainy that just shows up right here as a takeover of the Planky? Is this character from Good's universe? Not from Good's universe, from Good's first universe. Because they had to escape from the authority, but if the contestants can go to Good, then maybe, right? Which is really interesting, because like, if that Brainy managed to be the one from their universe, that could make some crazy lore. I feel like there's a couple of gaps in it. Is that the one that was building a portal in the first couple of episodes of remakes was specifically in the evil universe, which the evil universe isn't the one that Good originally went to. Okay, it's like different. So while they do, so there is some gaps in the logic, but I do think that it would be a very interesting plot point for them to do. But I guess I have to see, because again, this is adding lore into what happens rather than being what happens by itself, right? So yeah. We end up having ourselves, Blueberry ends up deciding to give Good the speech themselves. They end up having a speech. A couple of people start to ask them questions about themselves. It's like, what are you? Where are you from? We are from another universe. And they ask a couple of questions. Like, well, why should you not be there? Were you eliminated? And when they were eliminated, it's like, oh shit, I was kicked out. Right? So that's like not great. So they end up dipping away, and then Blueberry comes in to have a conversation. Oh yeah, the sun dipped, by the way. The sun just goes back to being the sun. Which is interesting, because, like, will that show up in the Object Cringe episode? I feel like that won't. I doubt that in Object Cringe 14 and on, like unless they change the asset of the sun, but I feel like that's kind of gonna be common. I'm very curious to switch back to the 7 years ago now, because switching back to the 7 years ago, that's gonna be something, right? Because like how would that even work? I don't know, but I guess we'll have to find out the hard way one day. But yeah, here they end up doing their whole shenanigans. They try to wake up Planky before doing their whole shenanigans. And yeah, eventually we end up having Good have a chat with Blueberry, who is just kind of looking at Good because they don't have anything better to do. This is the most awkward duo of two characters to ever exist. It makes for, to be fair, it makes for an immensely interesting interaction because like, Good venting to Blueberry is direct, like it's so interesting because Blueberry doesn't really understand anything at all about anything in the world. However, they're curious enough and they ask enough and they have just about enough, like they have enough curiosity in their mind to where they're still able to evoke interesting questions and ask interesting things and figure things out, despite the fact that they kind of have like no permanence of memory, so they just end up being super weird. Like they're just super weird. But yeah, the other fellas that friggin' what is bro called, that Good creates ends up kind of being like, yo, this fella's weird. Yeah, we end up creating the Blueberries OC. We end up taking a side tangent there. It's not a great OC, but hey, at least they got made. At least we were nice. We were nice enough to make it. I don't know why we never made it Good at again. Like that should have been you come on, just do that. But yeah, we end up having the story be told. And then Blueberry just tells it like it is. I don't think that you will feel satisfied if you just make people from your life, right? Which I mean, yes, that's true. That would not, in fact, be how they would feel. But then eventually we end up having a thing. And then we end up having ourselves the story. Without any sense, for the first time in my life, yeah, that was a crazy, that was a crazy line. I was able to fully appreciate the beauty of being able to exist. Yeah, I mean, that is, whoa, that's a line right there. And to be fair, it does look pretty. We did put special effort into that background and compared to the Object Cringe ones. However, yeah, we eventually decide that Good is going to quit. Good, I think, says, I can't do this. Can you host for me? So that means that we dip and we end up heading into Object Cringe. Interesting enough, with a renewed sense of the host. Like we should have another host. Good should have dipped. I don't like a couple of characters should have did. There should be two Brainies now. A couple of characters should be fixed. Flaggy should be blue. Like there's a lot of things that theoretically should happen, but to get to Object Cringe 14 now after this, because this episode does quite a bit to change itself. Because Object Cringe 13 isn't an episode. Yes, this is Object Cringe 13 in a way. Cosmic Cringe is Object Cringe 13. So I think it's interesting. Yeah. Again, I understand this show as a side tangent. It can't be too long, but it's just not, I don't know. Like, I dislike this conceptually, okay? I think that the actual episodes themselves, as far when it comes to giving lore and doing anything, I mean, they're relatively solid, right? They do a pretty good job. But, like, they feel so, like, these episodes, they're wrong in concept, right? Because what is the concept of this series? Take a show with 9 contestants, do it in 4 episodes, and then just have nearly none of them feature a challenge, and have all of them made no sense, right? Like, I have the challenges, but none of them make any sense, right? So that's kind of something I find it unfortunate, because the competition after episode 2 feels like the most useless, because people can break the rules, do anything they want, with not even having on screen of them officially, like for example the other characters officially quitting, doing anything, and it's like, it's unfortunate because it's kind of, I need it to exist, but yeah, but it's gonna be really interesting because a lot of changes are heading from this into Object Cringe 14, which released of course 7 years ago, as I think nearly all of them did. From the olden that olden era, right? So yeah, I think that there's a couple of lore gaps here. However, in general, the plot arc is pretty interesting. And I'll be curious how it leads into the next ones because, like, for example, like Good doesn't leave, as far as I'm aware. Okay, Good might leave this show as an Object Cringe, but they also might not, because they're definitely there for like sort of something like Object Cringe 3, right? Because they're part of the thumbnail, so surely. So, like, I don't know. There's a this point in history, like this one point leaves me with more questions than it does answers, because like it's really interesting. Like if there really wasn't anything else to it, but there is, yeah. If you cares about the songs, I'm not gonna sing the songs because there's a lot of them. It's gonna be pretty late. Like I did originally with the first four where I sang, "Baby You're Evil," when I did that. For the episode 4 remake. I'm not gonna do that for any of the songs here. I don't know if the song is even official song, like if it's counts enough to like, get its own like video or something, to get its own lyrics and stuff. But I don't think it does. But like it ends up kind of doing its thing. And all of that jazz. But the songs are relatively well made. They have this musical theater kind of vibe to them, because I'm not listening to two of them, right? And there's gonna be more on the way. So like, well, along the pathway to the cringe, and it's like I noticed that they have this kind of musical theater feel to them, and composition to them that's kind of interesting. And even then, I mean, I think I saw in the comments for like the last cringe episode, the last Object Cringe episode, episode 4, that like apparently sometimes the musical numbers aren't even intended to be musical numbers. It was just an instrumental, and then we turned it into a musical number. Which is that, oh, okay, I see. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, as far as the winner's concerned, when I think of Blueberry as a winner of Cosmic Cringe, it's fine. It's okay. I think Blueberry like ends up kind of. They're part of arcs. They are cute. They are sort of the right level of uncompetitiveness for Cosmic Cringe, right? As usual, I like to say that a winner should represent a season. And I think Blueberry does somewhat represent Cosmic Cringe in the sense that it kind of... They pop in, they're just about useful enough to get lore out, but they're just about useless enough to not really matter. And they're also... They're both confused and confusing, while also being both a pretty nice idea and also managing to sort of have that level of unseriousness. In the same way that Cosmic Cringe and The Sun is hosting has a lot of unseriousness to it, I think that this show, that Blueberry has a lot of unseriousness to him, which I think makes him a pretty solid candidate to win for sure. But yeah, I think Cosmic Cringe is unfortunate. I think it could have had a couple more episodes. I think it could have had a little bit more focus on the competition, because like the thing about quitting Cosmic Cringe doesn't hit as hard if we're 2 episodes in it, you know? Like it really doesn't. It doesn't hit as hard if they weren't barely any time there, right? So yeah, and the speedrun for episode 4 is just bad. One of my least favorite, absolutely, so far. But yeah, Cosmic Cringe, that some misses happen. This episode wasn't a miss. It just kind of continues on from a miss into explaining a shit ton of lore, which, it's officially been explained. Time to head back to 7 years ago and see how the hell we transition into this. Object Cringe 14, you have Cooties. Okay, so that is episode 14 of Object Cringe, and holy shit, the whiplash from that to this is genuinely unbelievable. Okay, because the thing about it, okay, is I think that the whiplash from episode 6 to the old ones is very smart. That is very, very smart. And it doesn't feel like a bad transition. It actually feels very solid because of the fact that episode 6 itself ends with a bad budget, right? Okay. So that's how that goes. The problem here is that the transition from Cosmic Cringe from Cosmic Cringe 5 to Object Cringe 14, it is directly the good animation to the flip of animation, okay? Which is like it's very, very jarring, you know, because it just doesn't quite apply. In Object Cringe 6, we made a very, very specific effort to be like, okay, we're going to switch to the old episodes. Let's transition into it smoothly. Here, we completely don't. We transition into it very non-smoothly. in the way where it's like it's again it just feels extremely jarring, because in the other ones it was fine. Here, oh my god, it's not good. There should have been some type of probably effort in Cosmic Cringe 5 to actually transition into this episode with any decent formula. And again, Cosmic Cringe itself, it's restrained by so much bullshit, because like it just has to do so many things, right? Where it's like, no, it just has to do so many things again, right? Like have key characters continue with their same problems. Like, oh, the bowling ball and Gluey, I guess that's back now. Oh, the blueberry stuck on the fidget spinner, have to force that to happen, right? Like all of this stuff that's now like forced to happen, which is still it's like it's kind of weird. I mean, didn't Joshio die? I thought Joshio died that day, right? Killing Josh's entire family. Didn't the son murder that guy? No, okay, no, didn't do that. All right then. So yeah, like chronologically, it's the bad Whiplash. It's probably the worst Whiplash I'm expecting there to be, because like holy, nah, it's kind of rough. It's rough, but all right. If you're curious, this is one of the least interesting episodes of the original Object Cringe. I think to say it's pretty much just tag, except you have Cooties, so whoever tagged becomes a tagger, and then you tag whoever there is. Apparently, last second, Frisbee turns into good again and goes, your time hosting is up, and therefore they end up doing this. But you see, again, it's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't make sense anymore, because it's like, okay, maybe that good wanted to dip for a little bit. However, hold on, what made good want to return? No, what made good want to return? Why it does good feel like returning now? Because they made such a fuss about how they can't host the show anymore, right? And like the last episode, it was so like even the emotion on it, there was so much emotion into making sure that like, oh, this is a thing, that like now, when good just randomly appears and it goes like, your time is up after half a challenge, it's like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, we thought about the transition, about how good could dramatically transition into like Joshio hosting. Okay, we did think about that, and that's pretty smart. However, we didn't think about how the fact that this dramatic transition into like, I don't think I can do this anymore. Like, we didn't think about the fact that it doesn't make any sense when you actually think about the fact that good comes back within the same Object Cringe episode. It's like why would he do that? Literally, why would he do that? Like, I thought we had a realization moment, but no, I guess he didn't, right? Like, it's super weird. It's a ginormous Whiplash. And I don't think that we quite managed to solve like, even though it does a pretty good job at sorting itself out for the setup to this, it doesn't do enough, because it doesn't transition back into the bad animation so that we get used to it. And it doesn't give enough incentive for good to ever want to come back, so that when they do come back, it's completely off. Those are the main problems. But yeah, all right. I guess back to 7 years ago, we remain for another episode before we end up having another remake, because it's Object Cringe 15. Good on the inside. Okay, so that is episode 15 of Object Cringe, and you see, like, it really does feel like currently the discussion on these episodes, at the end of the day, they're just a residue now of Cosmic Cringe 5, right? We are just talking about the residue of them, and you see, it's like, I understand why Cosmic Cringe 5 was made the way that it is. Like, it's so close to functioning so well, right? Because, like, I see what happens. The brain, the way that, like, the memories work. Like, yes, that's how it went in the song, for example. Right? The way that we end up being like, oh, we need to find a way for good to want to get bad back. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Right? Like, we need to want these things and find out a way for these things to happen. And it makes a lot of sense. However, it's like, it's just about, it barely doesn't work. Why? Because Cosmic Cringe, genuinely, the reason is because it tryharded. It was tryhard, which means that, like, when we spend that entire episode having, like, good arrive to these realizations, like, I can't host anymore, I miss bad, it's like, because, I never care for their feelings, right? Like, it's all this stuff, and it's like, it tries so hard to get those feelings out there, and it does. It successfully gets those feelings out there. However, at the end of the day, even though I understand the reason why you would think that would lead to this event, it wouldn't, because if that would lead to this event, they would just do it immediately. Like, why would it be that we come to this random realization, and then we dip from the show for a little bit until we randomly decide to undip from the show, and then we're back to dumb good who doesn't know anything, right? until randomly in this episode they realize, oh, I want Bad back. What? You didn't realize that 2 episodes ago? You didn't realize that in Cosmic Cringe? No, like, because you definitely did. You 100% did, like, 4 times over. And it's like, okay, like, it's weird. Because, again, like, it's one of those things, I get it. It's really hard to do, okay? It's really hard to do correctly. I understand. To be fair, I am still going to criticize it, however, because at the end of the day, Cosmic Cringe is entirely an optional thing, you know. Like it doesn't need to technically happen. You know, like it can just entirely just not happen, and then we keep it like this. And I mean, it's scuffed, but it is. So since Cosmic Cringe doesn't need to happen, I'm gonna treat it as temporary. Does it existing improve the actual time of the show? Does it actually improve the timeline? It explains a lot of things that, again, I don't know, of course, what is going to happen in the next episodes, the next seasons, right? Okay, I don't know. All right. However, at the same time, despite the fact that I don't know, I can already tell, right? Like, okay, yes, it's doing a lot to explain, doing a lot to give motivations for future events. Like this, it gives motivation for this event. However, it doesn't give explanation for how this event would happen, because like that episode directly would cause this event to not happen, because like there's no way that Good would ever forget, right? So that's the situation. A challenge is to bring Bad back, and everybody goes into their brains to try to figure out how to do that. They end up having a couple of problems, and a Death Note ends up getting used by Gravy. Eventually, Planky gets super mad and slices Bro in half. Remember, apparently Gravy is brainy. Okay, I don't really know what's happening with that. That plotline was like a side arc in the last few Cosmic Cringe episodes, like complete side plot. And then now that they're complete side plot, it's just not been a mention at all so far here in the Object Cringe episodes. So I don't know if this is like, if it's a half setup for something that will actually happen later, or if it's just kind of a piece of lore that got thrown in kind of at random. I don't really know, but I guess I'm curious. Everybody's up for elimination except for Planky, who solved it out. To be fair though, they make a pretty good argument. Don't vote for me. I don't want to be with a fidget spinner. I have to say it like this because please, I want Note's regular voice back. Whatever. We end up doing that stuff, and yeah, that's all. Alright, next up, it is time to take another break from Object Cringe, because it's time for a remake from 6 months ago. So the remake from 6 months ago of Object Cringe Again. I'm so lost. Object Cringe Again is a series with 3 episodes overall. Which happened kind of randomly in the middle of the Object Cringe episodes, apparently. Interesting. So it's time for the remake from 6 months ago of Object Cringe Again 1, it's a half remake, which is titled Escape from Goodscity. I literally no idea what this is, how it fits into anything, how another season can blend in right now, but here goes nothing. Okay, so that is Object Cringe Again 1, Escape from Goodsity half remake. Not gonna lie, unlike the last half remake where it was very obvious what was the remake and what wasn't, in this case I have no idea what the half of the remake is, but I don't know. But I'm presuming that like the challenge is roughly the same, but like the upbringing is different. I don't really know. But like so this is a weird placement, because, okay, so this is, theoretically, as far as we're aware, the alternate universe that Good originally arrived from. These are the scenes that get played in Cosmic Cringe 5. These are the same, they're the same scenes, they're the same characters. We get to see the story of them leaving. Again, the same exact scenes that play in in Cosmic Cringe 5. Play here with them leaving and everything. It's more into detail and it's more into it. So it's just kind of a little bit confusing. Hold on, then why are we here? Because, okay, alright then, let's have a little bit of a chat. Chronological order. If this happened before Object Cringe, now how the hell is this the 18th episode in chronological order? I feel like we're a little bit confused at what chronological order means. I mean, like, we can debate that, like, oh, yo, you should watch this before Like, you should watch it at this time because you should watch Cosmic Cringe before, so that way you get a realization, and then that way when you watch this, it will be more interesting because you get to see more specifics what the actual events that the guy is talking about is, instead of just seeing it. But like, at the end of the day, then this playlist should be renamed, because it's technically not chronological order. It's just the order that you want me to watch them in, because this happens before everything, right? Like, theoretically, isn't this the first thing that happens? Like, how is this being placed here specifically after Object Cringe 15? You know, like, it's kind of interesting, and it makes for a very interesting little thing to watch. Yet again, my personal opinion is I think the Brainy that eventually drops in the Cosmic Cringe, I don't think would be the same as the one in this universe, although I think that would be a fire emoji plotline. I don't think that's what they're doing, but we end up having a couple of fellas, and we end up properly seeing roughly how things went down, with how Bad is arriving here kind of unwillingly, just kind of going along with the plan, and then is super scared when they've done it. They want to try to run away, they want to do anything that they can. Like, they want to go back. They're kind of really awkward here, but eventually good by just sort of YOLOing it, ends up forcing them around here, which is interesting. And with the additional, with the additional of Cosmic Cringe, I think that it's a really interesting capability of seeing, basically, because, like, again, it's weird because we're directly seeing something after it originally happens, right? Which is kind of the interesting situation, because it's not usually how you'd see this. Usually you would see this, and then later you would have the realization of the character. However, this is an interesting order, because we get to see the character's realization, and then we get to see what they're actually referring to, and then we can judge it ourselves afterwards, right? Now, you might be wondering, okay, why are we still talking about Cosmic Cringe 5 like 4 episodes after it's happened? Well, okay, it's because it's very important to the timeline at the end of the day, right? Because it tells you so much that happens so early, right? That, like, and it's also new, which means that I'm directly interested in how the hell it compares, right? Because at the end of the day, I think that I'm in a pretty unique situation right now. I mean, if you think about it, majority of the people who watch the latest episodes are already familiar with the series. So I'm in a relatively unique position where I am watching it as a new viewer. I watched those episode 1 to 4 remake, that's about it, right? So, like, I'm following the chronological order as it apparently goes. So I can directly probably give in some relatively unique-ish advice. No, it's not advice, sorry. Some more unique-ish perspective on it, because there hasn't been too many people who have watched the series from start to here. After these 2 episodes released, because there's not been many days to do it, and it'd be very hard to catch the opinions of them. So I think the opinions of me here, I think they're relatively unique opinions, because I'm in a relatively unique situation currently. We end up seeing a couple of characters are a bit new. There's no Kiwi in this universe. There's no Hairball in the Object Cringe universe. There's no Car Keys. Car Keys is the main one that seems to be completely absent from the current Object Cringe universe, and I think it ends up very interesting. Note also apparently ends up deciding to go back in the portal. It's so nice to see Note with a normal voice again, but they end up leaving the portal, which yet again, that is very interesting again, because that means that they went into the good world. However, that means that if they went into the good world, that means that eventually this is how good was caught, isn't it? Because if he just disappeared, missing person. But no, Note going back into the portal probably directly leads to the people in the good world actually finding Note. And therefore, Note probably ends up saying what the hell happened, what world they're from, right? So that way, we notice it's a post-credit scene of this episode, and it's also what that we say happens in Cosmic Cringe, right? That, we end up having them eventually managed to chase down. Why? Because we managed to figure out what world it is. The fellas managed to confiscate it, managed to figure it out, because a remnant of the world directly entered its back when working with the portal technology, which is very, very interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I also would wonder if this would potentially impact something along, like, again, would it impact their world? Is there a world where like Note is directly just chilling in the freaking good Sona world. Like that's really funny to imagine, right? The good city. It's just all good Sonas, and then freaking Note. But like there's a lot of interesting ideas here that get carried out. But in general, it's just kind of an episode of a show that it just feels really awkward to watch, because it's like we know what transpires here. We know very much so what transpires here, so it's kind of goofy to take a look at. It's both interesting. But even though I'm complaining about, not necessarily complaining, even though I'm pointing out that it's inaccurate, that I think that because in chronological order this happens before that. However, would I still recommend it to be here? I think that watching this here did give me a relatively very interesting perspective of this episode, right? It made me watch a relatively mundane episode with a lot of intrigue, because I've already understood a lot of the lore. That's interesting, right? However, at the same time, if we did have this piece of knowledge before Cosmic Cringe 5, it could have made it hit a little bit more. Because instead of Good just telling us a backstory, we could not only have Good tell us the backstory, but also we get to feel it. We're like, yeah, oh shit, yeah, right? Like we get to like you get to agree with it. So both aspects of it are good. I think that this is solid. I don't think it needs changing. I don't think it's like a problem like, oh, change this now. However, I think that both sides of the coin are they're intriguing propositions. Eventually teams get formed with debatable success. Blueberry doesn't speak that dumb here. Blueberry is like way more normalized in this episode than they are in others. We end up having a couple of teams that get formed. So let's see what team ends up winning. Okay, so the team. Oh yeah, Hairball ends up absolutely being the one to troll Pearly in this episode. Pearly, I like how in every universe Pearly just getting trolled. In every universe Brainy just gets hated. It's just the global. Like it's interesting because it's so different yet it's so the same. And then we end up having what the hell do we end up having? Okay. We end up having Team Backside. Oh yeah, the Team Backside, which is that little alliance that they made one time. I don't even remember when, but they made it in one of the episodes. Ends up being like, yo, if Good didn't like the name Good is Bad, we should name something good about Good. So they end up naming it Good is Hot, and Good says that that's the best name ever. And you see, like, at least when you do it like this, right, when you have had this type of backstory, this now makes this is a bit more justifiable in the sense that it makes sense, right? Like Good is a relatively egocentric person who likes getting praise, who loves getting praise, right? So then you're wondering, why is that? Is it just because yes? But no, well, like now we actually have the explanation, right? Like we understand why stuff like this has happened in this specific situation. Good, it was terrible at making friends and terrible at just pretty much doing anything in their own land, so they got very little praise and they got bullied, which means that when they go here, they earn these got powers and they're able to be overbearing, right, on everybody else. But as they're overbearing on everybody else, people start praising them, either forcefully or not. But either way, that praise feels good, regardless of its reality, because at least somebody's trying to be nice instead of being directly mean, right? Which means that somebody like Good eventually starts here to pick up proper ego from something like this, which again is interesting. Like, okay, the thing about Good is that Good is an interesting character as well, because they have ego already, technically, right? Like you could see it in the flashback. That Good did have a certain amount of ego, an amount of sarcasm, an amount of interesting, despite being really bad at social conversations. Despite being like relatively bullied and despite doing anything, they still had an ego, which is really interesting, because I feel like usually they're like, it's, like they say, oh, the shy one gets bullied, but in this case, like, they don't, which is like it's an interesting inverse as well that I think makes for some cool situations. I think a lot of what's going on here is quite interesting, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm curious to see how this evolves, because currently we're really in a weird spot right now. I feel like as soon as stuff like as Object Cringe 3 is about to begin, like as soon as something like that, I think we're gonna definitely normalize ourselves way more. But like in this current situation where we end up having, oh wait, there's 4 episodes of this? Oh, I never noticed that there was a 4th episode. Okay. But like as soon as Object Cringe 3 again, I think it's gonna get way more normalized. However, currently the the timeline, we're in like a mess of dropping into the past, dropping into the present, dropping into the future. Animations are swapping out. Like this episode, oh yeah, this episode's animation is wacky. the way that it looks is like it's very interesting. It's very different than usual. With I think it's just mainly because we've had a different animation crew work on it. But like for example, that scene like around 1 minute with Gluey, like that Gluey asset. What is that Gluey asset? Never seen that before. That's illegal. Like it's just so different, and eventually switches back to the old ones. It's like, whoa, oh, okay, why did we do that? I don't know. So because for a moment I thought it was trying to mimic like a BFDA style, but it's not trying to do that. It's just like that one animator scene, which I think it's pretty interesting. But yeah, that is Object Cringe Again 1. Very interesting placement. I guess we'll have to find out, because we don't just watch this show from here, because the episodes are dispersed across more other stuff. So okay then, let's return ourselves to the land of 7 years ago, because it's time for episode 16, which is titled Below the Surface. Go. Okay, so that is Object Cringe 16, and yet again I have to start bringing up Cosmic Cringe, because you see, the thing about Cosmic Cringe 5 is that when you're watching it, you don't like in this order, you don't realize what it's for until you then go on and watch everything else, because like now that you're watching stuff like this, even though of course it's 7 years ago and it's doing the goofy, probably very random things that it's doing back then, you can now add in a line of reasoning, right? So the main thing that this does is that it does for this episode is the good sonus, right? Because the prizes are good sonus. But yeah, how does that work if you're from a different universe and they don't exist, right? Well, there we go. They were made in the past and are now being used as prizes. Again, I don't know why they're being used as prizes, right? The one thing that we cannot properly fix from modern Cosmic Cringe to old Object Cringe is the personality of good. That is the one thing that really unfortunately feels off, right? It's like for the actual Cosmic Cringe to happen, there needs to be a significantly different personality profile for good than there is in this series, right? This series, they're so much more dismissive, because at the end of the day, yes, it was the joke show, but in Cosmic Cringe, they end up so much less dismissive that it's just kind of weird, right, when you end up comparing it to like this, right? So, it's a little bit unfortunate. We have the greatest writing of our generation. Hey, Pebble, want to be in an alliance? Sure. Yay, we are an alliance now. Mwah. Now that is gold. Golden writing right there. Yeah, I mean, that's fun. Good is yet again gone here for this episode, which is interesting, because we have, apparently they went fishing, and then they came back, they seem very, very rushing. They rush quite a bit, and they're also a little bit awkward, in the same way that, like, they seem awkward, like they kind of just brush up, like, to speed on the voting screen and everything, and when they come back, they have a little bit of a weirded out expression. So I don't really know what happened to Good in this case. That is going to be interesting to know, because like also one of the other questions that we're trying to, well, I'm trying to clock here is that, okay, why is Object Cringe Again before this? Right, that's kind of the question. Like, why is that before this? I think my personal opinion, my personal presumption is that it seems like a leftover from before. Because what it's trying to do is remind us that, they escaped from where there were other good sonas and everything from that era by showing us Object Cringe Again 1. So now when we see this episode and the good sonas eventually show up in them, right, we get to be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's the thing from the last episode, thing I watched, which makes sense. However, it doesn't properly apply because, of course, again, Cosmic Cringe already made us understand that. However, yeah, it's interesting. It's doing a very... is doing a very, very, very interesting job at actually getting stuff done here. Honestly, I think that the more I'm watching it, the more I'm starting to understand Cosmic Cringe 5. I'm starting to appreciate it more, because I'm starting to see the elements of what the other episodes brought towards Cosmic Cringe 5, right? Because like how much of Cosmic Cringe 5 was invented? Actually, I mean, of course, we're inventing a lot of the connections, but we end up having a lot of there was a lot of more thought put into the episode than I originally realized watching it in order, right? It's only when you watch the other videos and then you come back to it that you go like, oh yeah, okay, damn, right? Like for example, just the simple detail of the scary one, right? That Blueberry gets as the prize. That is their one, right? So that makes sense, right? Like, oh, okay, so they get the scary one and they're happy with it, and that's why, right? Like there was a lot of thought placed into Cosmic Cringe 5, and I'm not gonna lie, that is pretty damn cool. I actually think that's quite swag. But yeah, if you're curious, I didn't talk about the challenge at all because it's superbly irrelevant. The challenge is just mine. We make a couple of Minecraft jokes. A couple of them are kind of fun. Like somebody thinking that they're in they're in Minecraft, and the other fellow goes, "Time sure does go by fast when the writers are lazy," and then the writer themselves appears and drags them into the lava. Like there's some good gags going on, but I mean, like it's all okay, right? So yeah, all right. We have a new. Oh yeah, by the way, there's a new voting system apparently. We don't get to hear what it is. I don't know. It's a new voting system though. Okay, new voting system. No idea what it is. It doesn't say. It just says vote or else. Vote what? Save eliminates a new system. Like what? Okay, thank you, good for the information, bro. Huh? Okay. Alright then, Object Cringe 17, Here Goes Nothing. No, that's not the name of the episode. Object Cringe 17 is that an ocean adventure, Here Goes Nothing, because I'm gonna go watch it. Okay, hold on a damn minute. Did I just hear what I just heard? Liking and disliking the characters' links in the description, either like or dislike back, both counts as a downvote? Huh? What? So regardless of if you like the video, it's a dislike, and if you dislike, there's a dislike. What? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, out of the original Object Cringe challenges, okay, I think that by a country mile, this is probably one of the dumbest ones. I'm not gonna lie. Because they're just purely challenged conceptually. Because all the other challenges, like, they can be mildly uninteresting, they can be mildly generic, but they're okay. This challenge is not very good. Because, like, basically, the good sonas of each character, you end up getting a couple of them because our limited contestants are being frisbee, by the way, goodbye. And then we end up having that, everybody has a good sona now because of the prizes from the last challenge, and then the other fellas get one here in this challenge. Okay, sure. So as they do that, which again, by the way, still doesn't make sense with Object Cringe, with Cosmic Cringe, by the way, I just want to point that out still, because remember, you know, we literally said, oh, it's not going to fulfill you, but for some reason, we're still making them. But anyways, these good sonas end up competing in the challenge for the person that they're assigned to, which means that if they win for their player. This is obviously very dumb. Why? It's very dumb because the contestant didn't choose their object sona. No, their object sona. Their good sona. They didn't choose it. It was not not up to them. It's not their decision to get that one or that one or that one. It's just it was not. Okay, which means that like we end up having quite a problem here, because it's like, yo, it's kind of random who gets who, because if they could pick beforehand what the object sona was gonna be, then at least it's like fair enough, right? But in this case, it's like, nah, it's just kind of nah. It turns out that by the way, some new sonas drop in. Anxiety and love end up hanging out together, alongside some. The water one ends up just kind of deciding to swim underwater, being one with the fishes. What else is there? There's also OK, who doesn't mind the water-based one because they're also relatively chill, which makes sense. And then there's another one. There's two that hate each other's guts, which is sad and creative. So they hate each other, which again, wait, how do you do that? Creative didn't exist. Okay, again, if in the, like, you know, like, this is why you can think of stuff, you can't ever nail everything down, because, like, I'm sorry, how does sad and creative have this beef between them if sad was made right now, but let's say that you have their memories from the past, okay, even though they might not. Like, at least the fella, like the water fella, didn't have those memories. At least didn't have prior memories. So why would sad? But other than that, not only that, but why would this flippin' would creative like know about sad as well, because like they were invented here in Cosmic Cringe. Remember, that's Blueberry's OC. But no, apparently not, right? Because like again, in the era, it makes sense because you're thinking, oh, Creator was one of the fellas in the Overworld, but no, but like now we have confirmation that they weren't. That like Creative is entirely original to this universe. Like it's an entirely original creator, which kind of just adds a big pile of problems here. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. But anyways, eventually, by using the pirate ship, yes, remember the pirate ship with Planky's ideas, they end up bringing them on it, and the pirates end up doing that. The pirates are so funny. They just say like generic sentences of "I am going to help you," except they put in the word "arg" like everywhere. I am arg going to arg help arg you arg. Like it's actually, it is so stupid that it is comedic again. You know, it is so dumb. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, what, fuck it. But eventually they end up crashing, and they end up landing back onto the island Anxiety and Love as they were together, and they end up Anxiety, and they end up fusing like Steven Universe. Yes, indeed, I saw the top comment. This is the best representation of Steven Universe in the world. True. They end up fusing together. Into care, because apparently love and anxiety would make you care, because because I guess that makes sense, because like it requires worrying about somebody, I guess, to try to care. However, at the same time, you still need to love, I guess, in a way, to have care, right? So I agree. So they are care now. And they end up succeeding at the challenge alongside the fish fella who ends up saving all of the pirate fella. Brainy is also one of the pirate fellas. They end up they have a little eye thing. Sorry, a little eye scar, which makes them different, which is interesting. The first time we see them ever since they get brought up in the Cosmic Cringe. So that is kind of interesting. It's really a side setup. They didn't put a lot of effort into setting it up initially. So their respective owners are safe, which just so happened to be who was safe? I don't remember who was safe. It was Bushy, Pebble, and Gluey. Okay. I mean, everybody else is up for elimination. Who's getting out? I don't really know. Why is Frisbee here? I thought Frisbee got eliminated. Why are you in this voting screen? Frisbee. What are you doing out here? Okay. Whatever. Alright then. It is time to head into a non-canon episode of Object Cringe, okay, a non-canon episode of Object Cringe, who just so happens to be here anyways, so we're gonna watch it because it's in the chronological order. This non-canon episode, 18A, when crossovers collide. Alright then, apparently it is not canon, it's 7 years old. Alright then, here goes. Okay, so that is the non-canon Object Cringe 18A, and I mean, wow, that's a bad idea. Okay, you know what? Yes, don't make this canon. Oh my god. This is not what you should do. No, not this. Oh my lord. Oh my lord, bro. That is actually crazy. Like, bro, so basically we were like, okay, so you know this show with Mal, like at the time with now not much lore, right? It's just kind of, it's a show relatively by itself. It'll make a reference here or there, but like in general it'll be relatively chill. Okay, so what if we took that show and we just made sure that you need to watch like 4 other fucking shows before you can even remotely understand anything of what anyone is talking about at any time? Imagine, to understand this one episode, I would have needed to watch like 3 other shows before Object Cringe just to know what the hell they're talking about. What portal that talks about anything? What do you mean? What are you on about? That is insane, bro. I don't even know what the shows are called. But like that is it is truly an abysmal idea. I mean, like, yeah, it is just taking the show and adding so many more additional layers to it that make the show not function by itself anymore. Now it starts to become depending on another idea. So yeah, no, that was one of the best. Deleting this crossover from existence, absolutely one of the best ideas that you can do. Because I mean, holy shit, if it's ever not a good idea. I mean, like, wow, wowie zowie. Um, but yeah, look, I'm not gonna diss it too much. At the end of the day, we are still talking about what 2018. And like it's a while ago, right? We're still at the 7 years ago range. Although I believe this is the last episode of any show that will, like, yeah, it's the last episode of any cringe that I've released 7 years ago, because Object Cringe Again, yeah, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Yeah, we start to slowly modernize ourselves here, heading into the current. The more recent episodes, right? This is the last one to be over 7 years old. But yeah, overall, it's truly tough. We still have a couple of interesting jokes. I like the joke of of the Planky at saying whether having the blender having a blender is cannibalism. It's not, because you're not eating it. But I think certain jokes like that, they're relatively fun. Like, I understand. And then some other fellows, which are kind of fun. It's a crossover episode, so 4 gets to randomly appear, right? And then for some, Muggy gets a number 1 dad mug, which is kind of interesting, right? Like, there's a lot of interesting little things going on, and I'm sure this episode is great. If you happen to like understand the other shows, right? I'm sure it's like, oh my god, it's these people, but like I'm sorry, I don't know who these people are. I'm not supposed to know who these people are. But yeah, look, it's a fun little time capsule of history. But no, yeah, if we want to actually continue Object Cringe and have it survive, this episode has to not be relevant. It has to be retconned all the way to the bank, bro. This is a superb retcon. But yeah, it's time to head down and about to Object Cringe Again for the second time, because Object Cringe Again 2 is called Across the Cringiverse. Alright then, let's go. Okay, so that is Object Cringe Again 2 Across the Cringiverse. So, basically, as usual with the Object Cringe Again episodes, we're trying to roughly figure out when the hell they happen, right? Like, no, not like we know when they happen. We're roughly trying to figure out how, like, what part of the timeline we're really trying to, what they're happening in. And like why they're placed in this order in the chronology. Okay, so I believe that this is placed behind in the chronology because Object Cringe 17. It gives us a lot of that additional context in who the good sonas appreciate, right? So, like, you get to see love and anxiety directly from the home universe. You get to see a couple of the other characters, right? Show up, like a lot of the good fellas, and like you get to more properly work everything out, because like you get to watch it with more context. So yet again, it's relatively well thought out. Not every detail ends up working all of the time. For example, in one of the gags in the air bubbles, we're watching a video from White Chocolate, who's one of Chocolate Bar's cousins, and then it's like, it's weird because, hold on, isn't there the whole thing about competitive law? Every object wants and has to be competing at all times in an object show? No? Okay, that guy can just be a YouTuber? Okay. And it's one of those, and again, it's one of those things where it's like, it feels really weird to nitpick something like that, because again, it's lore that sort of shapes itself throughout years, throughout so long, you know, because it's been here for so long. Like, this is Object Cringe Again, and you can tell that it's improved by quite a significant margin over the other one. Like, honestly, of course, I mean, it's still a lower quality than the modern day, quite a bit, but I think I can already feel quite a decent margin of transition here. Like, the storyline being here is very solid, the voices here are much more varied than their Object Cringe counterpart. Like the bump step up in quality from Object Cringe to Object Cringe Again, it really does feel like something like that. So yeah, that makes sense. However, Note eventually ends up going over to their universe. Remember, they walk through the door, and then they're just kind of adventuring, because, you know, nobody being scared. They're just gonna go in until eventually, as they're walking down, they end up finding a couple of people, which is kind of interesting. We get to also see fusions, right? Yes, you get to see a bunch of fusions in this episode, because that's how that works, right? So, like, that, you know, that makes sense. So, like, it's one of those things where it's like, that episode of Object Cringe ends up being placed there before because of this, right? Because, yeah, especially now that I look at something like this, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, putting Object Cringe Again before all of the Object Cringe episodes is probably a bad idea. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that, even though they are technically chronologically before. It's technically not before, because remember, it's an alternate universe. So, for example, even though we're in this universe, we're in a situation where we time travel to the middle of this Object Cringe, right, like, to do the whole Planky takeover thing. Like, see how, like, there's a confusing chronology, because it's not just because time is directly being destroyed here. Like, we're not just necessarily working out here with time. It's because we're ending up having all the situation. So yeah, because like we can have them both take place at different times, but also have one thing impact the other time, right? So it's like it's kind of complicated. The eliminated contestant, who's even the eliminated contestant? The eliminated contestant ends up being none other than, I literally don't remember. Tomato gets eliminated, and they get turned into stone, which is different apparently, so that's kind of interesting. We end up having ourselves a challenge, which is to enter the air bubble, and as the air bubble, they have to do an underground race to the finish line. This is very much so a side quest in the episode, but they do a couple of gags in it. We end up having some jokes. With the hairball and Pearly, which gets manipulated. Reminds me quite a little bit of the first batch of episode of Object Cringe. I don't remember who it was that Pearly got like constant conversation with. It was like, I don't think it was a character called Hairball. It was somebody else. But like I can't currently remember the for episodes 1 to 4 remake that well, because of course I watched them quite a while ago, like over a month ago. And again, I watched. It's not that long of a time, but when you watch episodes pretty much every day, it's kind of, it fizzles itself out. But, yeah, I see, but anyways, they eventually go like, yo, half our team being gone is good here, because we have, like, space and stuff. So, eventually, Pearly's like, I want you to shut up, okay, so I'll shut up if you help me in the challenge. So, that's what they end up doing. And then the other fellas end up going underground, and they're all doing everything. One of the teams ends up starting to drown, and then the mermaid goes like, yo, if I kiss somebody, I'll be able to give you water breathing capabilities. And then nobody ends up doing that though, because of course it's the Flaggy team. Yet again, it's so funny. I don't know, I just find it absolutely hilarious. Flaggy is so funny to me, because they don't matter. In the nicest way possible. Flaggy in Object Cringe Original and Flaggy in these episodes has to be such an irrelevant character. They get like one line, maybe two, right? But then as soon as you throw Flaggy in a modern season, right, in one of the seasons from 1 year ago onwards, they just get so much screen time from then on out. It's actually insane. There was like a lever switch that was like, give Flaggy screen time, bro. It's like, bro, like it's such an interesting thing. Like, I have no idea why. But it just is a thing. But yeah, eventually Note ends up getting successfully adopted, right, by a fella called Beat, and then the other fella called Love, who happen to live together. And then they end up bringing Note over, being like, because they want to keep it as like a pet, I guess. And it's like, okay, I guess you can keep it. So then they're going over to the dad, and Note talks to the dad, and he's like, why did you call Love Love? Well, because I love her. And then so, why did you call Beat? Because like you can see the joke there. That's a smart joke. I actually enjoy that joke quite a bit. But yeah, eventually Note is just chilling there, and they're starting to get, pretty fond of them, because people are being quite appreciative of Note. Again, it's fun to see Note actually speak normally and not with a brokenness. However, the other trio ends up doing their whole shenanigan, and then Brainy ends up accidentally pressing the destroy universe button in one of the universes, which ends up fucking everything up. So they just send Car Keys and Kiwi off to fly off. Brainy ends up eventually glitching, and then ends up time traveling back, and then they accidentally end up inside Planky, which means that they get control of that situation. So that means that yes, at the end of the day, that is how that Brainy works. That Brainy that you see right there is the one from the original universe that Good eventually gets kicked out from. I wasn't 100% sure of this, however, it is the one now, which is really, really interesting. And also, besides the brain stole Dream Island, and the one that stole Dream Island is from Object Cringe Again, which is really, really, really interesting. I hope. I don't know if they will. I don't think they will. However, I really hope that this becomes a plot point, because I think that, like, with the possibility of, like, having like Good be really attached to that world and those characters, and having somebody like Brainy there who literally knows, like, who's from there and is a super scientist, is something. Those two, if they can communicate to each other, they can work together to go back to find those people. This guy can build trackers to where anybody in any universe is. This guy can build multi-dimensional transporters, time machine. This guy can do anything. You team him up with Good. They just need the communication, and then they can go to find the other universe. They can go get the other universe. They can bring the other universe here. That way the cops cannot find them. It is generally an elite tier writing idea. I really hope that they do it. But I don't know what they're going to do. Because at the end of the day, this is the 22nd video in a 35 video playlist. This is a monster series. Object Cringe is a monster series. So I really hope that they push this plot point now. I don't think they will, because a lot of it is because of that Cosmic Cringe 5. That's really, like, that episode cements itself into this so much. I genuinely cannot imagine having not watched it, that not watching Cosmic Cringe 5 actually would switch up how I would feel about so many of these episodes, because it just does so much work in like giving you a lot of info right off the bat that makes watching the other episodes more of an intrigue rather than a confusion, which I think is really, really interesting. But yeah, we have a couple of extra gags, and eventually they end up finding the card keys, and Kiwi ends up finding Note over in the house. Note ends up telling them to stop because they are their friends. However, eventually they go like, yeah, okay, fine, I'll return to my universe. That's what I was supposed to do. So then eventually they end up going over and doing that. The chair ends up being super in this entire episode. By the way, that team ends up winning, but that makes perfect sense. They have the least likelihood of popping and everything, and then Cher eventually starts trying to gaslight everybody, as they do. Blueberry's excused from the challenge because they died. You know, they exploded because they were getting crushed. Blueberry is really interesting in this series and in Object Cringe as well. So, like, Blueberry currently, in like the episode of Cosmic Cringe and the remake episodes, they're such an extreme version of themselves, you know, like in the way that they have this awkwardness way of speaking. And in Object Cringe original, I honestly cannot feel it pretty much at all. Okay, really can't. In something like what the hell is it called? No, in this, sorry, in this you can already feel it. That awkwardness that Blueberry portrays really starts to show up here from time to time. You can hear it in a couple lines. Sometimes no, sometimes yes. And then in anything modern like Cosmic Cringe, like the remakes, then you can proper hear Blueberry's incredible awkwardness in the way that they speak. It's immensely unique. It's immensely memorable. It makes that Blueberry extremely memorable, which is a very nice thing to do. When it's a character whose character design is not memorable, giving them such an immediately memorable trait to where, from literally, if you close your eyes and heard them speak, like, it could generally be with any voice, any effect, you would understand it just by simply the way that it sounds. It's this really unique character voice, right? And it's a very unique character speaking quirk that Blueberry has, and I have not seen it personally on any other character. So I think the way that modern Blueberry is very, 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 very solid. There's also another reason why I think they end up being a solid Cosmic Cringe winner. But, yeah, so that's interesting. Okay, it's currently about 1 in the morning, by the way. So that means that I will wrap up my recordings for today. However, what I'm going to do is I will be back tomorrow with Object Cringe 18, which is the next episode on the list of things that I have to watch. So I will start there. And discuss it there. So when you see me, it'll be tomorrow. It'll be the next day, and I will be back to talk about VR 12. All right. See you then. Next episode. Okay, so that is Object Cringe 18. It is the next day, by the way. I can indeed confirm. So yeah. Keep that in mind when I'm going to be chatting, that I might not remember everything that happened yesterday as well as I did yesterday. So, we end up having ourselves a different episode 18. So, okay, now that we see this episode 18, we understand why 18A was useful to watch. Because since we got to watch that cancelled episode 18A, we get to properly understand the reference that gets given in this episode 18 for what the hell was supposed to happen. You see, like, again, like, yeah, this chronology is just pretty much like watching stuff, and it feels kind of at random to why you're watching it, but then, like, while you're watching it, you end up just kind of having to go, trust me, bro. Like, oh yeah, there's a reason why this is here, and it's like, okay, fine, I'll trust you, bro. But yeah, the first batch of minutes are exactly the same as the ones in 18A, including the gags, which I remember saying I like, is it cannibal? Like that. That's still a good line the first time. Honestly, it's funnier the second time. But yeah, we end up having ourselves Brainy come in. So the Brainy from a different universe is apparently the world is crumbling, and we're trying to wait. Who are we talking to? Oh yeah, we're talking to freaking the fusion of love and anxiety, which is care, if I'm not mistaken. But it's kind of it's interesting because like we end up having them mostly trust it, but then end up being like, oh, this is the universe, and I'm from a different universe, and then we're gonna go here into this universe, and then I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna tell the others that the world isn't collapsing, because it's totally not collapsing at all. But as soon as Brainy starts actually going over to interact with good and bad, as the word begins to glitch, because good, as you can see, the challenge doesn't get spoken properly, it glitches itself out. A couple of different things glitches themselves out, but in general, it ends up kind of glitching out. As soon as like Brainy starts properly chatting to more people, the world starts taking notice, right? Because it's like, yo, there's some interdimensional bullshit going on. It's a bit complicated, and yeah, we gotta fix this. And you know what? It is a little bit complicated. Did you know that this is all extremely fucking complicated? Like, even the show itself is pointing itself out, being like, yo, so you know this situation that we have just lured out? Yeah, no, this is way too complicated. It's so complicated that the world is crumbling at the mere thought of it. So yeah, that's quite a while. But yeah, Kiwi's here for some reason for a moment. I don't really know. But yeah, we end up having ourselves recommended characters, by the way, I think for the first time. So apparently Brainy has to go fix the world with a portal. And a portal apparently requires a piece of what? You need to make a portal gun, you need to have a piece of one world and a piece of another world to create it. That way you kind of fuse universes together. So that means that, of course, we have dirt for this world. However, we need to find a way to get matter from another world. How to get matter from another world? I don't know. How did they do that? They can't fetch a good sonar, I think. I mean, they might be able to fetch any good sonar, technically, right? I feel like we might. A couple of people got new assets, if I'm not mistaken. Bushy especially, I think, got a new asset. The show is slowly, like, around this time, I feel like the show is slowly beginning to find the quality bump. Because when is this? 5 years ago. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this is after Object Cringe Again as well, right? So, yeah, the Object Cringe is starting to figure itself out in terms of graphics, which is interesting. And then, however, as a cannonball dropping from the sky, because the pirates are attacking, the pirates get defeated by the fusion of good and bad, which exists. Apparently, with the fusion of good and bad, it's perplexity. Does that make sense? I feel like it wouldn't be what I would think of when you ask me, yo, what's the fusion of good and bad? Okay, here's the thing. If I fused good and bad, I feel like you would just get neutral. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like it's both. Right. However, the problem is that, like, when you fuse, like, because the good sort of fusion is not the in between of both emotions. It's both emotions at the same time, right? Like, it's not the compromise between good and bad. It's what happens when it's good and bad. What is it? It's perplexing, I guess, because, like, it's got many views to it. So I understand. I mean, I can't currently imagine a better solution to the fusion of good and bad. No, I can't. I can't currently imagine it, but like it's kind of interesting. They end up splitting off and end up finding, I think, a piece of a universe. How? What did they even find? I don't even know. Oh, they just blend. Oh, oh, they just blend like creative up and make a portal with them. That's crazy. I mean, I guess that counts. Again, look, okay. What we know from Cosmic Cringe is that, like, we know that creative was created here, right? As a request from Blueberry. We know that. So technically they're not from another world, but I guess if they're made using the matter from another world because of good making them, then I guess that would make sense. So yeah, and eventually Gluey comes by because they're like, well, I was friends with a smart Plank, and now it's you. So since you were my friend, I'm gonna join you even if you're Brady. And then Planky gets so sad at it. It's actually really sad to see, but yeah, we end up not having a chance because it's time for a rejoin. Yeah. So funny, because I mean, like, yeah, the rejoin people have, like, bro, what are they doing? Do you ever want to know? I feel like that's an imagined perception. Like, if the world is literally crumbling as we speak, do they feel it? Do they get to be like, well, what the hell? Like, I need to know what's going on over there a little bit, you know? Like, bro. But yeah, who's rejoining? I don't know. It could be Pipe. It could be Pearl. I'm the hottest character on the show. No, characters can be hot. That's incorrect. Characters can be hot. I mean, like, Lava's pretty hot, for example, in the sense of, you know, heat. Like, they can be physically hot, but okay, I understand. A couple of fellas to speak. I would personally bring back Note because I like Note, but and I think Note would be interesting because of our current situation, Object Cringe Again, to be honest. So I would personally enjoy that, but I also just kind of like Note. Who should come back? It's probably I'm expecting Brainy to come back for obvious reasons, right? However, I don't know. Otherwise, I don't really know. We'll have to find out here. But yeah, that's Object Cringe 18. As far as it goes with having an episode that releases a couple of years later, I think that it's definitely up there. With a pretty solid improvement. It manages to keep the style relatively well. It wasn't, of course, that long between episodes. However, I still felt a lot of Object Cringe style, despite the fact that, of course, it's had a quality bump. Because, I mean, you know, it's been time. It's 2020 now. You know, it's different. It's a different time. It's not 2018 anymore. It's a whole new ball game. All right. So yeah, I like that. And overall, how this lore has been going, it's like, it's over. Okay, it's weird. It's overcomplicated. Yes, absolutely, it is a mess. I mean, currently we are in the original Object Cringe, with a lore that gets explained with a backstory that's season 2. Yeah, season 2's the backstory season, while also having season 2 be the backstory season. Somebody from the season 2 that's actually the previous season ends up teleporting back in time into a different universe, screwing up the timeline order, right, of what time is in which timeline, and then only to have them come in and then eventually be like, I need to go back to my universe. So then they go to their universe, but they're like, oh shit, it's gotta be really messy because I'm here. But then they bring over the guy from the other universe into the other universe. They bring Gluey with them. So theoretically, that's not actually improving them because Gluey is now the misplaced one other than freaking the other guy, right? And then within the whole situation, Kiwi and the car geezer somewhere. Like, it's wowie. Whew, I don't know what's going on. It is a mess, bro. It is an absolute mess. But yeah. Look, dude, I am so interested to get to Object Cringe 3. I'm really interested to get to Object Cringe 3 because what the hell is gonna happen there? You know, what does that even mean? At this point, what does that even mean? I don't know. I literally have no idea. But okay. Well, we've got, I think we got a final 2 episodes of Object Cringe Original. to go back to back. The last two of them, starting off with episode 19 of Object Cringe, which is titled. Wait, how are there two more? Wait, what? There's way more than 4 characters left, and there's a rejoin. What? Okay, whatever. Object Cringe 19, I didn't do it. Okay, so that is episode 19 of Object Cringe. I didn't do it, and I'm gonna be honest, this one didn't hit. I'm gonna be honest, this one didn't hit, and I'll tell you why I think that this one didn't hit. I think as far as the original Object Cringe episodes goes, out of like them, this might be one of my least favorite, because I'm not gonna lie, of course this is quite a little bit after Object Cringe happens, like the main set of episodes was 7 years ago, right? It's the one from 5 years ago, and even though the one from like the last episode felt pretty solid, right? It ended up transitioning pretty well. This one I didn't like it because this one felt far too forced. I'm not gonna lie, like it just didn't feel like the characters acted how they should, especially Good, right? Because the thing about it is that this is what happens here, is that we end up going like, oh, Good was kind of weird and a little annoying when doing Object Cringe, so I will now write them so that they speak annoying and say annoying things, right? However, the problem is that like the thing about it is that Good spoke relatively naturally when doing it, but like in this episode, Good is annoying in a way where it's like it's a completely different way than how Good would be annoying, quote unquote, in an actual Object Cringe episode, right? Because it's like here, like for some reason, they're just way more shouty, you know? They're way more shouty. They're like a pipe, you know, like it's not. This isn't how Good would speak. Like they wouldn't do this. It's a different. This situation is different than how the situation was, you know, which makes for a different situation. Yes, the situation is different, which makes for a different situation. Yes, good talk, me. But like in general, I think this is the main diss I would give. One of the main things I'd like to point out, which I didn't in the last episode, is that this is a new intro for Object Cringe. It is much more resemblance of the intro that eventually plays in the remakes of the episodes. It's not exactly the same as that one, I believe, because of course that one I think though of course cannot have every character that eventually shows up, right? However, in general, like Blender or like, you know, those fellas. So it's a relatively different intro, but the foundation of the remake intro is very similar to the foundation of this intro, right? Which is pretty solid, and it's quite a bit improved. It's probably the best Object Cringe intro. So yeah, we have ourselves the eliminated contestant, which the other fellas vote for. The other contestants vote for. They mostly unanimously agree to vote for Bushy because I don't know, they like Bushy. I think there was a misunderstanding that everybody likes Bushy, so they vote Bushy, but it's actually vote to eliminate. So oops. And meanwhile, the rejoiners, the top two of the rejoiners end up being Never Van, Brainy, and Chocolate Bar. However, eventually it turns out that Brainy does in fact rejoin. Nobody likes Brainy, especially not Planky, because Planky is very interesting this episode. Planky ended up doing a little bit of like the 5 stages of grief, of course, because Gluey's gone. It's like Gluey's not gonna come back, right? Which is it's very interesting. And for the while that I don't like Good in this episode, I feel like a lot of the interactions and gags in this episode feel way more forced than usual. I do think that the actual arc with Gluey and this Brainy, I think is pretty solid, because like you see, the thing about Gluey is that like so many characters have this undying immediate resentment towards Brainy for being a sore loser, because that I don't know, they just feel like it, which makes them kind of this different resentment that doesn't make them be able to listen out to Brainy, to be able to understand Brainy. And even though of course Planky isn't like, but the thing about Planky is that Planky's not very smart, right, at the end of the day, right, which means that Planky both doesn't understand immediately that Brainy arrived, but like the thing about it is that Planky can understand. You just need to give him a little bit of time here, right? And not only that, but because of Planky's ability, they don't quite retain the same like immediate information as the other people, which means that Planky in a way is better socially with somebody like Brainy than somebody else, because they can because Brainy can get out to them because there's not that much resentment towards them as it is someone else. For example, one of the things which I am gonna say is pretty cool, okay, is that I think that Muggy competitive law disorder ends up actually working for something like this, because you see how one of the only other people who defended the decision of Planky being friends with Brainy is Muggy, because Muggy also has this different way of general thinking, right? Where they're not also going to judge somebody based directly on their on like challenge failure, right? Because at the end of the day, everybody dislikes Brainy because they lost that one challenge, right? But here in this situation, it's like it's different, because since Muggy doesn't care, Muggy is way more accepting of somebody like Brainy. I mean, in general, they kind of go with the status quo, but like they understand the opposition view, right? That like, oh, maybe it's like it's okay, right? So I think that ends up being accidentally very solid the thing that gets made up there. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, the challenge ends up being to piece together Good, because Good exploded when trying to swallow Dot. However, yeah, we ended up having all the pieces. Interestingly enough, oh yeah, we have to, yeah, you see, like, the gag, it's just that, like, I don't know why, but, like, that, the classic object show gag, right, like, oh, we're battling for nothing, like, I don't know why. In this episode, it felt forced. And I think it's because it's combined with all the other stuff. It's like, okay, I see why you're trying to do the thing that you think that you would have done, but like, you know, it feels try-hardy. I'm not gonna lie. This episode didn't convince me too much. Yeah, but there's some interesting things that happen. We have a couple of interesting details, like pebbles, like the halo that makes up Good. Like, it's quite interesting how Pebble is like permanently attached to the halo. So the halo is actually attached to both of them. So Pebble is with it. So like both Pebble and Good are attached to the halo at the same time right now, which I think makes for an interesting possibility. I mean, I don't think it's actually gonna matter that much, because theoretically Pebble should just be okay. Like Good should be just be like, okay, go away, right? However, for the meanwhile that they are attached, I think that makes an interesting possibility. The characters for elimination, who gets out? I mean, presumably in this case it would be Blender, right? Because Blender, of course, was maybe mean to Brainy, right? And the viewers never really understood the Brainy hate, you know, like even in the episode where Brainy got out, you know, that there was the sympathy and everything, right? Because the Brainy hate is completely unjustified. So I think the viewers don't really catch the Brainy hate that the general cast has and don't mind. So they should be relatively chill with that. So I think Blender gets out for being a mean bully. Okay, all right. So the last episode, quote, or maybe, I'm not exactly sure how, it's the last episode. I'm not gonna lie. However, look, episode 20 of Object Cringe, whatever it is titled Sore Winner. Don't know how this happens, but alright then. Good luck to them. Let's see who wins. Okay, so I have just watched Object Cringe 20, which is titled Sore Winner. So, I see we have a little bit of a speedrun finale. You know, there should have been another episode, but 21 is not as good of a number as 20, although it is a meme number, 21. So I mean, I don't know. It would have been possible technically, but we end up having some fellas happen. And then we end up having the elimination. One thing that I will say is a little bit unfortunate about the elimination is that there's a kind of a broken continuity in this elimination screen. Remember, Pebble is supposed to always be on top of the halo for pretty much the entirety of the elimination time. They are not. They are, in fact, not over there. On top of the halo, which is unfortunate, because that could have been a really funny visual gag of Pebble just chilling there, maybe making some facial expressions, but no, we didn't do that. God damn it. That would have been funny. But eventually we end up having the eliminated contestant to be Blender, because they get 597 votes, because yeah, people are resonating with Brainy, way more than anything else. So we end up having Blender be eliminated, and Pebble proceeds to get eliminated for complaining that the final 4 is worse than the final 3. So goodbye, Pebble. You have been eliminated. And that means that we have the other contestants, Planky, Muggy, and Brady, which means that there is Planky, who's dumb, Muggy, who doesn't give a shit, and Brainy, who's smart. Which means that who do you think is going to win? Well, the answer ends up being that despite a little bit of rigging attempt from Good, we end up actually having Brainy win the show in all of the objective challenges, and Good gets very happy. Is very mad about this because Good is like, well, a rejoiner can't win a show. That's not allowed. That can't happen. Which I'm not gonna lie. Like, you see, it's this type of this type of rhetoric where, like, it feels really close to working in this plotline, but, like, I just can't see it. Because it's like, I'm sorry, wait a minute. This guy, okay, Good, is from a different universe, right? Where they don't, where they just, they don't have object shows. So now, bro is coming in here to host shows, and he knows about all the inner workings and rules of making a show. Like, how does he know? How does he know? Where does he know? Right, why is he so unreasonably upset about a rule that he probably had no capability of ever knowing? It's kind of that situation. It's like, I don't get it. It's kind of, yeah. It's like it's getting there, but it's not quite, which is unfortunate. I mean, I'd usually give it the benefit of the doubt, but this is after Object Cringe Again, so we definitely know that the story arc was made. So I don't really know. I think it's a little weird, but yeah. Eventually they end up. What happens after Brainy wins? I think they end up just dipping, right? Oh yeah, they do end up just dipping. As Brainy getting super mad with a zapper that turns everybody into an inanimate object. Good and bad go by and zap themselves away into like a weird in between them. I don't know what the hell they went, but that might be the setup to 3, which is interesting. But yeah, eventually Brainy saps out to everybody except Planky, which means that they eventually end up dipping themselves from there. And then Note also is chilling there because Note is technically not an object, more of a concept. I mean, yeah, I guess. So Note ends up not only returning back to normal, however, you don't have your singing voice, which is unfortunate. But yeah, we end up having Note's idea being like, yo, if we use life juice, we can also bring everybody back. Alright, so okay, sure, let's say that we can do that. But then the problem arises, right? Because what is the problem? The problem is that, okay, you need to suck the life juice out of somebody to then inject it into the other people. Yes, okay, sure, that might work. However, if there's nobody alive, that's a little bit of a problem, right? So Note comes out here and goes out, okay, Planky, here you go. And then Planky goes out, well, you see, I kind of don't want that for me to die right now. So Note goes like, well, why should I do that? Well, because I can manipulate, and now Note's all in for that. When it comes to manipulating, Note is a big fan. So we end up having them suck off of the freaking me phone gag that showed up in this episode specifically to allow for this to happen. Okay, bro. That's cool, bro. But they end up reviving everybody else. But the problem is that they don't revive. It brings life to an inanimate object. However, it doesn't revive a person, which means that we have actually just simply made a different cast of characters this time. Who just so happens to be blueberries and fidget spinners and chocolate bars and flags and pearls. Right? Like, it's just different people at their own job. Which yeah, makes them quite a bit different. So they end up taking the everything to just murder all these people again, which makes sense. We end up taking the Brainy. Notice, so like Note is very interesting in this episode. Note has this like way of like both caring and not caring at the same time. It's a reason why I find Note really interesting, because Note has I like watching Note because Note has this really interesting way of acting as well. It's not like they've got this way of sort of being mischievous but caring, and helping but not helping while not caring. There's a lot of interesting like little personality going on with Note that I don't see in a lot of the other characters in the series. So I think that's why personally I think I like Note more than a lot of the other cast. But yeah, eventually they end up involving everything, and you see like eventual notes that end up popping up and stuff like Cosmic Cringe, like they no notes, eventual details that end up popping up and stuff like Cosmic Cringe, right? For example, notes being probably one of the most object show knowing people that around, right? In just the sense that like they've been to a lot of places, right, for Cosmic Cringe and everything, and you see how that relates to here, how like Note directly chats about, oh, $1 million is the prize in the show, oh, this show can't complain about the name, right, like all of this stuff, when it's like, okay, I see why Note would say this, like this makes sense. I think that Note's characterization is good. Note has been done well. Shout out to Note. But then eventually we end up having Brainy yet again just simply zap everybody because they're mad at them, until Planky goes like, well, I'm here for you, bro. I'm gonna listen to you out. And then Brainy ends up being super sad. He's like, I just want to be normal, bro. I just want to not be hated all the time. Which I think the story arc resonates quite a bit with a lot of people. Because it's relatable, especially in a lot of course school settings with like bullying and stuff. But like at least now we end up having like it's one of those situations where it's like it's I think the message is also that like kind of like you can't go to the extremes, like if you go to the extremes you'll be like, oh well, like in a way going to the extremes in this case has actually helped out Brainy. However, I think the message is supposed to be, don't go to the extremes, right? Like you can get into their heads if at a certain point, right? However, if you do genuinely just make yourself a hateable thing, then you're gonna become hateable, right? It's kind of like one of those things, right? Just because you're getting bullied for something silly, don't actually do something bad that gives you a warranted reason to hate, right? Like that's one of those things where like that's the main plot are going on with Brainy, and I think I think it's fair enough to have, right? Which is I'm pretty interested, but yeah, at least Planky's there for him, which is pretty cool to see. So we end up having a mild improvement, and Planky gives them a little prize, a little block of cheese, to a slice of the cheese to console, which is nice. Planky has this nice way of again being a little goofy, but also being consoling. In a way, it's very similar to Blueberry. I mean, of course, not Blueberry here, because Blueberry here still wasn't super awkward, but like Blueberry and something like Cosmic Cringe. Right, like if you think about it, it's a really similar tier of consoling, right? In the way that like Good is kind of chats all about it to Blueberry, who doesn't really understand but knows enough to console. And same thing goes here. Planky doesn't really understand a lot of what the hell Brainy's saying, but at least like there's you can console, right? There's just about enough understanding there to properly be capable of delivering something that still manages to impact, that still manages to be useful, that still manages to be good, which is pretty nice, right? So yeah. Now for the general talk about the end of season. Because of course this is the end of a season. There's still more going. It doesn't feel too much like the end of a season because there's 10 more videos that I gotta watch. I don't even wait. Is it the end of a season? Yeah, there is. There's 2 more agains and there's 8 threes. Okay, yeah. But yeah, do I think Brainy represents Object Cringe original? No, I don't. Brainy represents the lore aspect, of course. However, even then, Brainy themselves kind of just was completely absent. It's the other Brainy that did all the bullshit, not this Brainy, right? I think the character that what character represents Object Cringe the best? It was probably I don't know. I don't know what character represents Object Cringe the best. Out of that final 4. None of them I would have probably said yes to. I feel like it would have been one of those characters that got eliminated earlier. Like it was kind of complicated. Because like again, Object Cringe has had its way of being like because like the thing about it is that, especially with the addition of stuff like Cosmic Cringe, with the addition of stuff like Again, right? Object Cringe itself feels more like the stepping stone rather than any individual season, right? Like, you watch this for the additional for the additional steps, right, that the modern era eventually takes in, right? However, when it comes to actually watching this show, it doesn't feel like this the lore of it is trying to make this stand out. I feel like the lore of it is trying to this context for that, right? Like, I feel like the step up from here is going to be pretty big. I'm not gonna lie. So it'll be very interesting to see as a season. But overall, I mean, look, for considering, other than, like, of course, these last 3 episodes, all of it was made 7 months ago. I think we would speed about 2 weeks per episode back in the day, roughly. So they managed to get a shit ton of episodes out, while still beginning to construct most of the lore. Of course, a lot of it has been remade, right? But a lot of that lore has been roughly constructed, right, in a way that makes sense, which is pretty cool. So, okay, we like that. And then also managing to eventually connect it against stuff like Again, and then managing to finish it up. I would probably, like, I'm not gonna lie, if I was bro, I would probably stop making seasons in between seasons, because we have Again that happens in between all of everything else, because that we watch, that happens before, but then we watch it in between. There's Cosmic Cringe that replaces an episode the entire season, and it's super helpful, but also kind of fuzz up. I don't. It's both really good for context, and it also makes every context weird, right? Like, it's both of those. So we don't need, let's not make atomic cringe or whatever that happens in between episode 19 or something. Let's not do that anymore of that. Okay, let's think future vision. Okay, let's think about the future out here. Okay, future time. So. Yeah. Alright. What is next? We need to chat about Object Cringe Again 3. When did this release? Let me check just to make sure, because, of course, it's useful to know if it's before or after. Object Cringe 20 was 5 years ago. Object Cringe Again 3 is 4 years ago. I think the next ones are roughly in order. Like, they go from newest to... They go from oldest to newest in terms of, like, that era. So, yeah. There's water running in the background, bro. Okay, I better speedrun. Object Cringe Again 3, go. Okay, so that is Object Cringe Again 3, also known as Vivent Car. So, that episode is interesting. So, the Object Cringe Again episodes have also far held a very important basis to them so far, and I feel like this is the first episode that doesn't really hold that much importance, right? Like, in terms of, like, what is, like, how much lore of the series progresses, not really that much. We get, like, a very mild understanding, like, we get a mild progression of, like, oh, okay, yeah, Gluey and Brainy are now going to go through many worlds to find their dimension, because they're doing, like, the circle, because, you know, gotta go all the way around. Okay, sure. But, like, that's about it. We end up having a little bit of a convo between chair and table, right, about how they in this universe are clinging. That ends up being the challenge, right? But, like, in general, it's not really that big of a deal an episode. It's kind of weird. I mean, look, the last 3 episodes, they've all felt like pretty big deal. So I'm like, kind of, I'm shook, okay, for a moment here. But overall, it's relatively solid. We have a couple of things. Chocolate bar, having a little bit, like, in general, there's just a lot of gags in this episode. A lot of them hit pretty crazy. I found it so funny seeing, like, Gluey go like, well, we shouldn't leave a friend behind, but they can never see us again. And then it just cuts to Planky and Object Cringe, like, holy fuck. That was actually crazy. Or, like, white chocolate is funny. I'm not gonna lie. I like white chocolate. The white chocolate gags are pretty enjoyable with the apology video. We end up having ourselves... Oh, yeah, new intro, right? Yeah, this intro is different, surely. This intro feels very different. But, yeah, we end up having them eventually adventure on. As the eliminated contestant ends up being chair, of course, for manipulating everybody. However, because table... Yeah, so at the start of the episode... I don't know what part to talk about first. At the start of the episode... Table ditches their friends for mysterious reasons, and it's actually because Chair told them to, right? But then Chair ends up getting eliminated. It's like, no, wait, I can't go, otherwise I won't be with my friend Table. So they end up taking Table, putting them in the car, and driving away and going, which I guess you can do. So the challenge ends up being improvised to be saving Table. Saving Table and eliminating Chair. Oh no, I think the challenge is to get Chair, not necessarily save Table, but I guess one leads to the other, right? So yeah, and then we end up having that challenge roughly go ahead. They end up running all the way. They go to a hotel. They get a room for two, platonically, right? And the only fellas who even remotely tried a challenge are Frisbee or Bushy, who turns into a vehicle because they can do that in this variant, and then Frisbee and Blueberry end up driving along. Blueberry, you see what I'm telling you? I'm telling you that Blueberry has had like an evolution of getting progressively more extreme. Again, in Object Cringe, Blueberry completely fine. You really don't notice it. In this, you'll notice. You see how Blueberry speaks. Blueberry is awkward but also shy. They speak quiet. Right? They speak in the way that Blueberry speaks, but quiet. And then if you look at anything modern like the remakes or Cosmic Cringe, they don't. They speak loud and awkward, right? Which it's interesting. That's the evolution that makes it, right? They just become louder at their awkward statements than before, where they were quiet at their awkward statements, right? So yeah. But the reason I say that it's kind of a side tangent is because basically what Brainy ends up doing, what Brainy, Gluey, and the other guy I don't know the name of, ends up saying is that they end up in a random world with stick figures that were apparently all colorful, but Caro arrived and really wanted validation. So as soon as somebody told them that the world doesn't revolve about them, they literally made the world revolve about them. So they make a giant line where they have to say a positive statement to Caro or something, which is interesting. Until they eventually start off the rebellion by having a couple of people be like, yo, what if we just don't do that? And it's like, oh my god, that works? And it does in fact function because, yeah. So they managed to do that by slicing Caro in half, because apparently the other Roblox guy, they're not a Roblox. I don't know what the guy they found was, okay? I don't know who you are. I have zero knowledge of who that is. Okay? Proper nothing. Nada. So they end up doing that. We do end up having the evil dimension, right? Which I think in one of the remakes you got to see a Brainy in. Right? But the Brainy didn't stay there. Because I'm thinking, I swear there was a Brainy in a evil land in one of the original episodes. In one of the original remakes, right? In one of the 1 to 4 remakes. The point is I can't remember. It's been a while. Oh my god! But I swear that happened, bro. That's definitely a thing that happens. You know, but okay, whatever. But yeah, basically they end up dipping from that universe after they defeated Caro. They saved the universe, which is interesting because I thought their whole again, there's a segment of confusion going on, and I don't understand. Are you guys supposed to mess with universes or not? Because I thought the idea was, we were messing too much with the Object Cringe universe because you were a fella in another universe, right? So since we're messing too much with this universe, we have to go back and not mess with the universe, right? Okay, sure, but why? How the hell are we going into this universe and messing with it like a shit ton, literally changing the entire trajectory of this universe, right? Because of these three people. And then that's completely fine. Universe not shattering, no nothing. You can do that, and that's fine. You see what I mean? It's kind of, there's a little bit of a confusion. I don't know why does Brainy existing in the Object Cringe universe, right, make it so confusing that everything's broken. But Brainy and the other fellas literally changing the course of the timeline in this universe, in this Caro people universe, right? Not constitute anything weird happening, not constitute any of that stuff, right? It's these type of little questions that I'm a little bit unsure about. I don't know if this show is doing enough to try to answer these edge case scenarios. I think again, does it matter? No, but it's still useful, right? It gives that little bit of continuity. That's cool if we're able to answer it, because one of those situations where it's when I think about it, I'm like, wait, what is happening? Right? It's one of those things when I don't end up feeling that, of course, if you're just watching the episode and not caring about it. But like, in this specific scenario, when I do something like Object Catchup, I try to pay attention to details, to things that happen, right? Why they happen, how how consistently they happen, right? Which leads me to noticing a lot of these little edge case scenarios that I probably a regular viewer wouldn't notice, and especially also because I'm watching them back to back to back to back. I mean, it's a different day, right? But like, I'll watch them usually back to back. That it ends up kind of that I notice it even more than usual because there's not a long time between them as there was in the real life waiting of these episodes, right? So yeah, it's interesting. It's intriguing for sure. But yeah, eventually the challenge ends with the table and the chair having a big old argument down there, being like, I cannot be your friend if you keep being clingy and telling me to leave my other friends, okay? Let go of me. I'm leaving. So eventually table hold on. This definitely implies that they jumped off the building, right? Because they got respawned by good. So they jumped off. That's crazy, by the way. That's insane implications, but okay. They both end jumping off. Chair gets eliminated and table gets in. But yeah, eventually the team up for elimination ended up being Blueberry's team because they asked to not be up for elimination. Blueberry pulled up a valid point. They're the only team that tried. The other team didn't really do anything. They're mildly distracted. Which, however, means that they're up for Elam because Good tries to troll. And again, to be fair, this Object Cringe Again, I shouldn't expect Good to be any good of a host, right? Because it's their first show that they're hosting. They don't even know what exactly that even means. But like they're just hosting it, right? And doing whatever they want. So in this case, having Good not be a good host makes a lot more sense and it's a lot more acceptable in something like Object Cringe Again than it is an Object Cringe Original, right? Because in Object Cringe Original, you can presume that bro has a bit of knowledge. But in Object Cringe Again, right, they don't. Like, in Object Cringe, literally, they say it all. Like, by this moment, there's probably no way that bro knows about the rules, like, oh, rejoiners can never win. But in Object Cringe, they now know, right? Because at a certain point, they've learned. I don't know how many episodes there are of Object Cringe Again that, like, actually are important in the sense of, like, until they get caught, because remember, Object Cringe Again doesn't get to finish because apparently they get caught by the agent. However, I don't know when that happens. That happens at some point in time. I just don't know what point in time, right? So yeah, that's a little bit confusing, but oh well. It's time for the moment. It is time. The moment we have been waiting for a while. It is time to start Object Cringe 3. I've been very curious at how this series works. The first episode, it had again, everything has a gigantic hiatus from 4 years ago to 1 year ago. But we are starting off with Object Cringe 3-1, which is titled Someone Had to Say It. Here goes. Let's watch it. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I pointed this out the other time, but the fact that the animators are ranked on the freaking outro by how much work they actually did on the episode, is that even a good idea? I feel that's kind of weird, but okay, anyways, we have ourselves an Object Cringe 3. So, the other fellas have been hanging out. Chocolate Bar had started to hang out a little bit more with Brainy as well, and they're like, yo, it's like, they're kind of dumb, but like, we can still not hate them the entire time, right? I feel like that's a good idea. Anyway, I'm glad the Chocolate Bar is the one doing this, because at least Chocolate Bar is the other character known to be kind of smart on the cast, so like it makes a bit more sense. And we have a character like Blender. Blender's been kind of weird. Blender in the past couple of episodes, it just turned into total hater. Like, Blender was kind of nothing, and then they kind of became, like, Blender was nothing. Then a Cosmic Cringe happened, but that doesn't count. And then they kind of are now just devoted to being a hater who just happens to hang out with Muggy. Like, they really don't do pretty much anything other than that right now for like, the past the ages. But yeah, eventually we end up having ourselves the host for our show. Good and Bad is still off commission, which means that we have ourselves the hosts of Hot and Cold. Yes, those are the two hosts. They are boyfriends, I think. So they are off chilling, and now we end up having ourselves the fellas in the show. So a lot of them are new and a lot of them aren't new. So who doesn't want to compete? So Blender makes sense. Muggy makes sense. Table makes sense. Gravy makes sense. Blueberry makes sense. Yeah, why not? They won a show, I guess. Fidget spinner doesn't really make sense. Why not? Pearly makes sense. And Frisbee and Tomato and Pebble don't want to compete. Tomato makes sense. Frisbee. Okay, I don't really understand Frisbee. And Fidget spinner. I feel like those two would want to. And Pebble, but no, Pebble makes sense. So yeah, and that means that we end up having ourselves a lot of characters dropping in. And so we have two more of the girly girls on the team, Feather Duster and Moppy, which is interesting. They have hair they look cool. And then we have a couple of other fellas joining, Housey, Pill Bottle, Raisin, and Popcorn as well. So yeah, we end up having ourselves a new intro, which is pretty similar to the other one, except of course debated to the new cast. And it is pretty. It is fire. I like it. So we end up having ourselves the whole Moppy. So they seem to be kind of like those. I don't know how to describe what these two are. They're kind of like these like. I'm sure that there's a great word. They're like those like super chill girls that just the vibe that they radiate is so careless that you're like, oh, that's kind of cool. I want to be like that. So then you end up kind of following what they do, and then they make you do drugs, right? That's kind of it's kind of that type of person. Yeah. Note eventually chats with Planky being like, hey, I don't want you to be with Brainy because Brainy's gonna do bad things. But then it's like, no, my friend. Then no, it's fine. I'll join your team. So they do that, and then that means that the rest of them end up being a team. Pipe, Housey, Pill Bottle, Bushy, and Raisin, and we're doing that. So time to name teams. Yay! So the first team named by Burrito is the one with Flaggy, Forky, Moppy, and Feather Duster is the Scissorers. Why are they called the Scissorers? I don't want to explain it to you. Come on, you get with the times, okay? You know, all right. You don't need me to say it. But yeah, they're the Scissors. The other team, the Bushy, they give the naming decision to Bushy. The team name ends up being ... I must say, I think the house concept is pretty interesting. I wonder if you can go in the house. I wonder, that would be pretty interesting to find out. Like, does it have appliances in it? I don't know. Raisin seems to be kind of the super relaxed, methodical one. Pill Bottle's another kind of hater. Oh, everything bad happens to me. But to be fair, they are extremely scuffed up, which could imply something interesting. Maybe they're right. And then the final team is, because for some reason we tried golf on Planky, is like, do you think I look cute this way is the name of that team. So that's the team, of course, with Brainy, Chocolate Bar, Notes, and yeah. So yeah. To be fair to Hot and Cold, they don't really do any bullshit this time around. They name, what is the worst team? The one with no name. Obviously. Yes, correct. However, we don't have viewer voting. Viewer voting has actually been banished, which is crazy, you know? I feel like we haven't had viewer voting be banished for a while. Because last time, in Object Cringe, we had quite a bit of characters getting eliminated. However, the characters getting eliminated by other characters. However, that was always because the viewers are voting for something else. Here, the viewers just aren't voting, which is interesting. But I don't know. Okay. They end up mostly all agreeing to vote Pill Bottle out because Pill Bottle is kind of weird and hated. But so they end up dipping. And yeah, that's about it for the episode. It's a pretty relaxed episode. We have to sort out. Apparently, these two do know that there was another alternate universe with Object Cringe happening in it, Object Cringe Again happening in it. So they've got some knowledge. They might, I don't know. They're kind of weird. They don't seem to be spawned in from good and bad. So they kind of look like they also came in from that universe. So, I don't know. There's some lore here that would be pretty interesting to find out. However, I don't know. So, yeah, we're going to need to see. Because it's time for Object Cringe 3 2. Oh my god. The episode. Go. Okay, that is episode 2 of Object Cringe 3. Okay, so you see the animation now, the credits now, or don't have that. Because I was thinking about it, like, I was like, wait a minute, isn't that weird? Because it doesn't, I don't know, that creates like a weird hierarchy within it, where like you're rewarding people by having like, oh my god, this person did most of the animation for the episode I like. Oh my god. So then you want to have them to animate more, right? Which it should theoretically be a motivating thing. However, it's not really a motivating thing because it's encouraging quantity instead of quality. So that means that you're having people do less quality animation for the sake of getting a color, right? So I don't think that's a good idea. But anyways, we have ourselves here an episode. Well, we get to learn a little bit more about some of these contestants, some of these people that are around. So Pill Bottle apparently not eliminated. Well, they were eliminated. However, they remain around. Why do they remain around? Because basically, Haunt was like, I'm gonna teleport you in my head because that's the elimination area historically. It makes sense. However, the point is that Pill Bottle was apparently so annoyed that Haunt was like, no, stop, go, leave. So, the challenge is to find a place where the eliminated contestants can stay. So they do, debatable ideas. Okay, so what was the idea? Okay, so one team, so the team that only has 4 members to start and now has 3 members because Pill Bottle is gone, simply decides, we can just store it in the housey, right? Because that's a pretty smart idea. I was just like, well, I don't like that, but I mean, not much else we can do, so fine. So, okay. Planky decides, we should do that. Let's also put them inside somebody. So they do it in popcorn, which does not function. That is not a good strategy. I'm not gonna lie. Note is going, what the hell are you doing? I love you, but this is an awful idea, yeah. Pill Bottle is interesting. Pill Bottle is like, how do I describe what Pill Bottle is? Okay, Pill Bottle is like, imagine Good in Goodscity. That's basically Pill Bottle. That's how Pill Bottle acts. As far as for what I've seen from the flashbacks of Good, they weren't even like that hated. They just made themselves really dislikable by being constantly resentful at anything that ever happens. Right? So yeah, that's unfortunate. Then we have the girls team. So the girls team end up, so Flag ends up being like, we can build a hotel and stuff. But Moppy goes like, nah, bro, we don't want to destroy the environment. The environment's cool. It says you who smokes. What are you on? You're on something. But it's interesting. And then Duster's really interesting. Okay, so there's no blueberry in this season. So that means that we need our blueberry of the lot, and yes, this Duster is pretty much of the blueberry of the lot. They are pretty excited about stuff. They don't understand any of it or know how to say any words, but they'll just agree and go along with stuff and be awkward about it, right? So that's like this is the most blueberry core contestant ever. They need to meet each other. You can't get rid of blueberry and have the most blueberry core character ever. I need these two to have a conversation. Okay, I need this to happen. All right, I like, come on. But yeah, they eventually decide to build something out of sticks instead because of the environment. And then the other team decides, let's also build something like they're building, like out of environment, which is, okay, sure. So they do both do that. I'm like, dude, those are so interesting. It's like, oh my god, is that true that you're lying? And then, right after hearing the lie. Like, they don't form an opinion of their own. Like, it's kind of crazy. Then eventually Raisin complains to Cole. They're like, we only have 4 members, and now we're about to have 2. So like, what the fuck are you on? Anyways, eventually the challenge is over. Everybody's team is pretty horrendous, but they end up actually bailing out the laziest team, which is the one I wanted to put in the housey. Which, I mean, fair enough. I think that, okay, here's the deal. Putting the eliminated contestant in housey is a bad idea. Why is it a bad idea? It'd be a bad idea anyways, right? Because first of all, the eliminated contestants aren't away, right? They remain there. They can talk to like windows and shit, so they still remain there. And secondly, the problem is that housey themselves getting eliminated ends up being a major problem, right? So yeah, either way, we do end up using it as a tactic because it's the only one that fucking functions because sticks aren't gonna. But yeah, Bushy eventually gets eliminated as of their votes. So Pill Bottle and Bushy end up going in the house, I guess. Okay then. And yeah, and eventually we end up disbanding the teams, which means that because that team only has 2 people. So Raisin goes into the Brainy team, and then Housey goes into the girls team, which ends up getting renamed to Team Housey. So I guess we were wondering there might have been an executive decision that having the Scissors as a name was not a team name that was appropriate. So okay, fine, all right then. Executive decision was made. I'll be really. You know what? I'll be very interested to see how Raisin thinks of Brainy. Because, like, these people that were invented by Hot and Cold... Again, first of all, Hot and Cold, I don't know. Like, the question is, are they good sonas created by good? That's kind of the question. They seem to appear from a different dimension, which should imply that no. So that means that, like, they should be... that the people they created shouldn't have preconceived memories, which means that somebody like Raisin shouldn't theoretically hate Brainy from the start, which I think is interesting. So I'll be curious to see that interaction if it ever happens. Alright, it's time to make progress into the episodes that are now, every video from now on is over 10 minutes long, so we're going to have some long conversations from now on. Because it is time to go from, well, no, actually, the next episode is still 4 years old, and then there's the swap. The break is after this video. So, it's the last episode before the hiatus, Object Cringe Three, Internalized. Oh yeah, oh sorry, I realized right over the kicking it. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to talk about Pipe. Yes, the post-credit scene. Pipe eventually gets to freaking disappeared. They just disappears after doing a complaint. No, they don't get respawned in the same way that Halsey does, which is kind of weird. But eventually we end up knowing that they end up going on inside the brain in the memories, right? Because that's the brain area with the shit ton of doors. We don't know if that's specifically good memories, although my presumption originally is that it was hot because I'm just imagining that all of the brains look relatively the same, right, within them, because they're kind of similar. So the idea was that they were left in there, which is interesting, however, because that means that they were 5 teams of 5, but we just kind of forgot about it. Okay, that's interesting. I did not. I completely forgot about that. I'm not gonna lie. That pipe was not interesting. Okay, now we can actually go to Object Cringe Three. Go. Okay, so that is Object Cringe Three, and this episode was a kind of crazy watch. It feels like there's so many like little things to keep a tab on in this episode, and like I don't know if I can even discuss all of them. I feel like I've forgotten half of them. So let's start off with the thing that I forgot in the last episode completely about. I am literally just like they show in the way that I've literally forgotten about it. I fell for it. Okay, so Pipe has disappeared from the fucking timeline. Nobody remembers Pipe. Literally not a soul. They're a part of the intro, which now glitches out, shows wingdings on screen. I didn't translate it, but it probably means something. Like, I'm sure, like, this is the exact type of shows I have a dumbass energy. But, like, this is like, a thing. So they have disappeared from there. In the flashbacks that end up playing, the Pipe is blocked off with last square. Like, this fella has disappeared from the fucking universe. I don't know what is happening, but they're gone. They have been teleported to somebody's brain. So it's not Hot's brain, because that would mean that they're still there. Like, there would surely be like I don't know, like a freaking. Where would they be? The good teleport? No, but there's no way. This doesn't make sense. Where could this bro have gone? I don't know. I don't think good can teleport people trans-dimensionally. I don't think that's a thing. So, like, I don't really know. However, look, I would just like to say that, that's weird. So, I guess we'll discover more of that than anything. Note really tries to get Raisin off the team because Raisin did their thing of not letting Note to do whatever they want at all times. I know, right? Crazy. So they complain. It doesn't actually work. And then we end up having ourselves the challenge. So the challenge ends up being to find out why there's a really loud screen going on. So why is there a really loud screen going on? Well, there is a really loud screen going on because we have apparently Goodsone Island. So Goodsone Island ends up being the island where the Goodsoners have ended up, of course, after they tried to find a place to stay in one of the other channels. I don't remember which one, but it was one of the Cringe episodes. So they've ended up kind of chilling there, and there's the super weird one, big one called Angry, which is like 4 or 5 different ones fused, and they really want to unfuse right at this point, which again, it's an interesting concept. I honestly find the concept of Goodsoners relatively solid. I think it's kind of interesting how they can fuse if they want, and then they unfuse if they want. Like, it's kind of, like, you see how it's interesting, right? But they end up doing that, and they need to unfuse, so they're doing that, but they can't unfuse naturally because there's so many of them. However, you can pop them, and then they'll pop out. Alright, so that's kind of what those fellas are doing. As usual, I find it a little weird how the knowledge is there, because again, Cosmic Cringe adds on this layer of like, oh, Good created all of these good sonas to be in this universe, right? To satisfy his needs. However, like at the same time, it's like you'll notice when somebody like in the original Object in the, like the original episode remake, somebody like Goodette, despite being a good sona, doesn't understand themselves, doesn't understand exactly what they are, how they are, and how everybody works, right? So how do these fellas know? They act like good sonas as if they weren't just invented for the sake of it. They act like they were in their society. You know, they have that knowledge that implies that they know. Right, which is interesting because they shouldn't know realistically, and somebody like Angry, for example, isn't somebody that was brought up in those previous in the creation phase. Apparently, somebody like there's another one. Hot and Cold. Yeah, Hot and Cold are never mentioned to have existed, and they seem to, and again, they know about Object Cringe Again, which implies that they're from the Goodsona world. So there's a lot of interesting shenanigans going on here, to how that works. But yeah, and eventually we end up having a big old debate with Brainy. Okay, so we end up trying to properly clock in what Brainy's doing, because the other fellas have no idea what the hell everybody hates Brainy. So we end up just asking, yo, why don't we all hate Brainy? And then we end up just, informing everybody about Brainy, what events happened to Brainy, right? So Flaggy explains it, and then Mopper goes, hold on, so y'all are getting from this is that y'all ruined the lie because they're saying something and you internalized, the name of the episode, that he has to be this way that you hate, even if he's clearly not. So you play up this fake vision of it, which is interesting. So you see, like, Moppy has this way, like, I'm telling you, Moppy is this, like, ultra convincing, but kind of clocks things in, you know? It's kind of like that super. It's like that chill girl attitude. However, it's like that chill girl attitude where, like, again, you end up getting impressed by her because she constantly says smart things. Despite it's like she says smart things while making so then you go, oh, does she make smart? But no, she's super chill because like she's high all the time. Like it's really is that character archetype, and it's really interesting. But yeah, these just caught it immediately, and again, everybody else goes, yep, change the subject, change the subject. And yeah, that ends up kind of being the whole debate with Brainy. Brainy eventually comes in at the near end to have a conversation, mainly with Chocolate Bar, about the whole shenanigan, right? That basically we end up having Brainy starts to consider themselves like a sore loser. They start to hate themselves as a result of everybody else around them thinking that they suck, that they're bad, that they're something, right? Because, like, hey, if the people around me think that I'm mad, maybe I am bad, right? Is that how that works? So, like, that's kind of that's interesting. So, all right, here's the thing, okay, about the situation. There is a lot of merit, okay, to the concept that if many people consider you, like, say that you are bad, right, or that you're annoying, or that you're something, right, if so many people criticize you, then there is a lot of the time, to be fair, a valid reason. Right, like it's kind of like if you get massive backlash for doing a thing, for example, you can't just ignore it all the time. You have to look at the backlash, right? You have to go like, okay, what happens, right? So the thing that happens here, so like there is that perception. So like when Brainy says, yo, if anybody thinks I suck, maybe I do. It's one of those situations where it's like you can't think like that, but like you have to acknowledge the complaint, and then you have to follow on from there. For example, let's talk about this show for a moment, okay? So Object Cringe by itself, I'm pretty sure it's not mildly popular, it's quite popular. It's most videos have quite a lot of views, right? However, as a show, it ends up being kind of conflicting because it's like you'll even hear in the description of the creator. The description, it says, I make the show that you don't like, right? because it's it's a show that it's a little bit polarizing, right? It says bold things, it acts kind of boldly, in the way that it delivers this humor, in the way that it does things, right? So that means that a lot of people won't like it. It'll get a lot of backlash saying that, oh, this sucks, this show's the worst, this show only says bullshit, right? This show's only the sex jokes, right? So they'll say that. And while those critiques are useful to hear, there's a certain point where you gotta be like, okay, I see why the people say that this sucks. However, at the same time, I see that a lot of people also do think that is good, and therefore I can continue it. The thing about that's troubling to Brainy is that literally every soul on their planet thinks that they suck. It's a 95% of people that they have ever met don't like Brainy right now. It's only like it's an incredible amount, right? So they're dealing with an extreme version of it, right? If you're dealing with this in real life, you have to again acknowledge why the people think that you suck, right? You have to acknowledge being like, okay, why are they doing that? Are they just bullies saying like, oh, you're quiet, so you suck, right? So then if you do that, you can ignore it, right? People say, you're just cringe. Like, that's meaningless. You can just ignore it, right? However, if they say something like, if, like, for example, you're the bully, and you hear people say that you're a bully, you gotta think about it. Am I being bullied to people? Am I doing stuff? Right? So, like, you have to acknowledge it so that you can see if the critique's fair. However, you can do that, right? Because in life, even, people that a lot of people don't like bullies, they have their own group of friends that are also usually bullies that you end up revolving around, right? So IRL, there's usually not a 100% hate situation like how there is here, right? With Brainy. With Brainy is a very extreme version where like pretty much everybody hates the Brainy, right? However, in this case, in this case, like in real life cases, you can look at both sides because you're gonna have people who agree with you and you're gonna have people who disagree with you, right? Or like even if you don't have like friends necessarily, you can see people in similar situations, right? If you pay attention, so like you'll usually be capable of dealing with that. But yeah, so in Brainy's situation, it's kind of complicated because literally everybody hates him, which gives a valid enough reason to think that, oh, maybe I did do bad stuff, right? And to be fair to Brainy, they did do bad stuff. It's not the reason why people hate him. Brainy thinks it is, but the thing is, everybody else just kind of hates him by default, anyways, regardless, right? So it's kind of still doesn't really matter. So yeah, Brainy ends up doing that. So yeah, it's a good life lesson to give. Okay, even though in this specific situation with Brainy, I think that there is more benefit to Brainy's thoughts than Chocolate Bar is reasonably making it out to be, because like it is an extreme hate, like proper extreme, right? However, at least, and I don't know if Brainy heard the defense that Mop gave. I don't know if they did, but they didn't react to it, which I think implies that they didn't actually hear that. However, if they did, that would be really interesting. But yeah, that's basically what I think. It's it's solid representation. I think it gets the message across to anybody in real life, right? Anybody that's actually hearing it. Again, in this case, it's a little bit an extreme version of it, right? Where the thoughts have a bit of reason to it. However, basically, if you translate it to real life, it's going to be in a non-extreme scenario, and you're going to be able to still have those friends who like you, and you're going to be able to still be able to like analyze criticism and see are they bullies or are they justified, and then go work from there. Okay, I talked about that for way too long. They lost, the Flaggy team lost the challenge because they just spent their whole time arguing, and never actually tried the Goodsona thing. The Goodsonas, okay, what, I'm sorry, whoa, I talked about so much. Okay, they host a show called Battle for Power to Pop a Goodsona. The Care does that because they felt like doing that. So we just know that in 3 years that is going to be its own show, and this episode is going to become non-canon. You just know that's going to happen. But anyways, so eventually they end up being kind of pointless because they both end up fusing and popping them together, and then they all pop out, and then they end up, and the team ends up being safe. the team with Brainy on it, because the other team Hanger were just kind of busy there sitting there because Duster didn't want to do, because Duster's too dumb to do anything, Bob doesn't care to do anything, Flaggy's too busy, and Housy's too big. So they end up doing all that, and then they end up all voting in random directions, splitting the votes at one each until Moppy eventually changes their votes to Burrito kind of at random, so Burrito gets eliminated. Goodbye. Yeah, okay, that's roughly the speed of what happens. I don't have too much to say about those things, but it's time for episode 4, the longest episode of, is it the longest episode of anything? I think it is, right? 1809 was the Object Cringe, no, yes, this is the longest episode of anything. It's Object Cringe Again 4, which is currently the last one, in the Object Cringe Again. I'm not sure if that's, out of there not being anything else, or they're, like, it's the current day and there's going to be more episodes. I don't know. But Object Cringe Again 4 is titled Homophobe's Nightmare. It was released 1 year ago. It was post-hiatus. Let's see how we're doing post-hiatus in the modern lands. Go. Okay, so that is Object Cringe Again for Homophobe's Nightmare. So, oh my gosh, bro, what in the world? This episode is genuinely ginormous. One of the things that I like to commend about this series is that it manages to fit in so much in not a lot of time. Like, its 10-minute episodes feel like they have more content than a lot of 10-minute episodes of shows I've seen. They just manage to feel jam-packed. So when it does an 18-minute episode, I feel like I've just watched a movie. This is so much shit. So we end up having a lot of relative important stories, but we start off here with our elimination of Object Cringe Again itself, is that we end up having Pebble be eliminated, so they end up dipping, and now we end up having some fellas. So, due to dissing, Hairball and Pearly get yeeted away by Good for, dissing the other fellas, and then Bad comes in to complain that, yo, you shouldn't do that, that's kind of awkward, right? So, that's interesting. Bad also eventually gets sent off to the same place. I don't know why Bad was complaining there, to be specific. It doesn't sound fair. What do you mean? What doesn't sound fair? Is it that it doesn't sound fair because they got sent over? I'm not, like, out of the Bad criticisms, I don't really understand that one. I don't know what caused them to even go there. But, okay, sure. So then they end up, we have ourselves the intro, that's true. So the challenge itself is kind of uninteresting because, of course, the challenge is just to say Dookie. So the problem is that everybody says Dookie except for Burrito and Forky. Nobody notices that Burrito doesn't say Dookie, but while that, everybody does notice that Forky doesn't say Dookie. Nobody gets where he'd say anything. But apparently Burrito knows that if you make the ultra epic enchiladas, and specifically call it in Spanish, then it will cause it would just be a mind-bending ritual, apparently, maybe. So they end up going to do that, and that's roughly what they spend doing the entire episode, right? So over there in a completely different landscape, we end up having Bad freaking Hairball and Pearly end up chilling over there. And Bad decides, yo, I'm gonna compete with this in this show that just so happens to exist in this other part of land, which is interesting. This implies that there's other sectors of land as well. I mean, I guess you could have expected that there would be, I guess, other object shows going on in the same year. Like, there's not just one object show per universe, I guess. However, I guess I just didn't think of that. I just was not aware. But yes, other people do indeed exist. So Bad competes into it, gets eliminated relatively quickly for being way too chill. Not enough drama, not enough high stakes action. So yeah, they end up doing the whole shenanigan. And then in the meantime, the trio, remember, that's escaping the weird guy that I still don't know the name of, Gluey, for the one from Object Cringe, and then the Brainy with a scar that took over Planky, who's from this unit. Is that basically, like, we hold on, I don't, bro, it's so complicated. Like, Jen is that's so complicated. So while they're adventuring through the multiverse, they end up finding Agent, who's looking for good and bad. But while they look for good and bad, they're taking through the same, I guess, universe circle that Brainy and other fellas are going to, until they end up deciding to relax there for a moment to chill out in some camping spots because we're tired from dimension hopping all the time. So they end up chilling over, and then they end up having a conversation here, an interesting conversation. That Chair and okay. So yeah, the difference is that Chair and Hairball are characters in this who aren't in that, and then there's not Fidget Spinner and Pipe, and then we end up having you don't have a wait, Pipe's the best friend. Okay, wait a minute. So, wait, hold on. Okay, then we end up having a discussion, and we might be after us. Okay, yeah, you might not be able to go back into Gluey's world. We're gonna do that. Wait, but no. Wait, hold on. Wait. What is happening? Hold on. So, Object Cringe 3 means that... Oh my god. Dude, this is actually the most this is so hard. Like, I'm actually putting so much thought into understanding this. Okay, so I think what's happening, is so there's no Pipe in the world of Object Cringe Again. We think. Wait. No, yeah. Yeah, there just isn't. Yes. There just isn't. Okay, there's Hairball and the other fella and Chair instead of Fidget Spinner now. Okay, yeah. So that they exist. So then the Pipe who was in the Object Cringe world, remember they got eventually TP'd over to Good's memories apparently. Okay, so they get TP'd over into Good's memories, okay, at a random point during Object Cringe 3, okay, which is interesting because that means that nobody in their home universe remembers that, nobody in the Object Cringe universe remembers Pipe. Nobody does. They've been erased from the history books. However, that's interesting. Why? Because that means that Gluey, who is from the Object Cringe universe, however, didn't experience the wipe, despite even... maybe it being after, it's hard to tell because again the timeline is not it's like that time isn't in the same spot in every universe, right? That's kind of some is further back and some is further forward. A thing can happen before another universe starts and they both work at the same time, so it's kind of difficult to know. But either way, Gluey does seem to remember Pipe, which is interesting. So that's something. Okay, sure. So yeah, we got to keep that in mind. And then Pipe, we end up discovering, that Pipe's over there in the memories, of Good. So I think okay. So then there's just the big question: where the fuck is Good? Where is Good right now in the actual universe? Because remember, at the end of Object Cringe, they end up TPing away alongside Bad, and they're dipping. They just dip. Okay. So one of the things that I believe I don't know. No, but they can. Okay, so they can Good and Bad dimension hop? That's the question. By their powers, it seemed like the answer was no. Because, it seems like the answer was no. Because if they could dimension hop, then that would be like a whole different ball game. Because otherwise, that wouldn't even be a problem. Oh, but at the same time, it's like, well, they can or can't. Bad never seems to have powers. Bad doesn't do anything nearly ever any of the time. Which implies that did the powers only go to Good? Oh my god, it's so hard to understand this. It's it's not that the lore's not bad. It's just really complex in a way because it's completely non-chronological, right? We're watching the original season in the middle of the third season where they've already disappeared and come back, but this is the lore before and then the thing and then the middle and then Pipe's gone and Pipe's back and these two are having the relationship at the same time. It's just so much shit, and then the enchilada. There's so much shit going on all the time. Speaking of which, okay, let's talk about these two, alright? So, I completely have not... I don't know if I've mentioned this a single time in the past few episodes. However, trust me on this, okay? I think that the way that, this Pearl and Hairball duo goes is very nice. I like how these two are written a lot. Again, it really reminds me of something in that season 1 remake, which annoys me because I still can't fucking remember what it is. But I know that Pearl had some similar interactions there. Pearl has this has this interesting, but this really interesting duo with Hairball. It's honestly very fun to watch because you can because there's Pearl, who's superbly awkward trying to hold up a tougher girl persona, however, is so unbelievably bad at it that ends up just it's just complicated. It just ends up being so obvious that she is enamored, in love, right? And then Hairball is both is a bully in the sense that they're trolling. They're trolling, absolutely. They like to be kind of like the tough love scenario, which so when they see Pearl be so unbelievably bad at defending themselves ever, it's just the greatest trolling opportunity of the generation. So you just get to see her she just pulls all of the strings, right? She just goes like, yo. She just trolls, absolutely. She knows exactly what's going on, and she's absolutely dictating the play by eavesdropping hints that are just enough to make Pearl go insane, right? Like when she says, "Well, I like shiny things as well." It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, I see the trolling that you're doing. Or like with the music being like, well, I don't like the music, and it's like, no, I'm gonna play the music, and then I'm dancing to the music. You see it, and then comes in and starts dancing along, and it's like, okay, yeah, it's like dictating the play. It's just enough. So I think those two, they're pretty adorable. And to be fair, these two have been overall, at least as far as the Object Cringe Again videos go. Of course, they've got massive plots going on, nearly all of them. So they end up kind of being a little bit of a side story. That's why I've not really mentioned them much. However, they are quite a cool side story. As far as situations that are written, I think that this is one of the best. Absolutely, because I can see what's going on exactly and why, right? It's kind of like, for example, like with Flaky and Forky, it's kind of one of those situations where it's a little weirder because it's like Flaky is just kind of oblivious to many things and just goes, oh no, everything's perfect. Yep, shut. But like with this, I can like proper understand why everything's happening, right? Which makes sense. So that's like cool. But yeah, that's kind of the main thing that's going on. And then we have, so the memories. Let's chat about the memories themselves. So one thing that I didn't notice over time, that I didn't actually catch, is that the clown fella is Pipe when they're in the Goodsona. That's Pipe's representation of themselves in the Goodsona world, or in Goodsville, or whatever it's called. Or no, I think it's called Goodscity. So they end up being reminiscing of some of the memories. So apparently, and then eventually we get to hear Bad about it. So that is the main thing. Hearing Bad's perspective, right? Because in previous episodes, we get to hear Good's perspective on what the hell him was. Especially in Cosmic Cringe. Which, again, is new, but I get it's the freaking video that holds it's the duct tape that holds everything up. So, okay, yeah. But here we get to hear a bit of the other perspective. What do we get to hear? We get to hear, a Good's memory here of falling off a tree, and as they fall off a tree, their leg breaks. However, nobody is Good and Bad's parents, which we don't. Do we know who they are? I'm trying to remember if we know who they are. I don't think we do. At least I don't remember them right now. If they do, they only show up once. And Bad apparently goes, "Hey, I'm not supposed to." I thought I couldn't, I thought I couldn't go there. And apparently after 1 month of that, the bro's leg is still broken because they didn't go see a doctor because you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to go see one. So that's crazy. That's insanity. I mean, obviously it's like at least from our side, you can fucking see it. It has become a noodle. Right, but okay then, mother. So and then we end up having the interesting situation, right, where it's like Bad and Good have this sort of differing viewpoint because of the things, right? So what happens here is that Good ends up earning himself a bad reputation. Right, ends up earning himself a bad reputation by sort of being a relatively attention-seeking guy with a surprising amount of ego despite everything, right? Who and who people find annoying and is bullied at school, and then eventually get lashed out because of it. So earning this bad reputation makes them sort of it makes them doubted of in serious situations, right? In situations where good isn't genuinely trying to be hateful, where good isn't trying to just go call for attention, they end up now being overlooked, which makes them feel abused and overlooked because their bad reputation has led them to not to be assisted in serious situations, right? In serious moments of weakness, they're not cared for, right? So that is the debate. And then Bad thinks that it's okay for them because the thing about Bad is that Bad doesn't ever actually earn their bad reputation, right? In the same way, Good has a bad reputation, Bad has a good reputation. As the agent said, misleading personalities, right? So which is another point that in this massive pile of a video we end up having. So like what happens here is that Bad ends up having a relatively solid. So that means that like when Bad is chatting socially or having problems socially, it's more warranted by default because Bad doesn't do it as often for fake, right? Basically what they upheld their reputation, so that means that roughly somebody can believe in the reality of what Bad says. Somebody can't believe in the reality of what Good says anymore because Good tried too much, right? So that ends up pulling this distinctive clash where Good doesn't exactly realize that is the problem, right? And thinks, oh, it's the parents. And at the end of the day, it is the parents' problem. Like, it's the parents' fault. It's a shared responsibility, right? It's the parents' fault for taking it to extreme. It's Good's fault for starting. Yeah, you know, it's kind of it's that duet of what's going on here, which is very very interesting. But just so that, but like that's roughly what I think I've got to say about it right now. There's of course the classic question about like the fact that one of Good's memories is that moment right there, where Pipe doesn't get remembered in Object Cringe. Which is interesting because that's post, so that means that Good would have to be there, but Good wasn't there, but Good was there, but wasn't, but was they? But they were, because remember, didn't they go to the in between them? Hold on, wait, no, because we saw where they got teleported away. Didn't they get teleported to like the weird in between dimension that exists and happens and is weird? They went there, right? That's like a place that happened that they went to, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a place. Okay, that's interesting to know. But yeah, eventually Agent ends up having the reconciliation with the other three and goes like, alright, I need to bring you guys to your home universe, because they end up doing that. So they end up doing that, until eventually they find, they find Bad and Good. So what do they end up doing? They enact the deletion process. Well, so does that mean that they have deleted this universe? Because if you remember, Good in Cosmic Cringe at least says that they can't ever go back, which means that I think like the situation is that this universe of Object Cringe Again is deleted, right? It's gone, which is really interesting because Good and Bad survive themselves. Those two actually stick around eventually. The other fellas don't seem to, right? Which is immensely interesting. So, oh my gosh, okay. So yeah. But then that Brainy, but then they come in from the past. Oh my god, it's so confusing. It's actually so difficult to understand. Because they come in from the other universe into the Cringe, which is the second after the universe got deleted with them in it. So how the hell are they alive? And then there's the Gluey who was in the Cringe, despite that Cringe being after the Again. So then how the fuck did they ever get remembered if they were there and then they weren't again because they went into the Again if the universe got deleted? There's no way that the universe can just get deleted. But there is a voting screen, which implies that it's not just the end of the line here for Object Cringe Again. Right, there's surely a fifth episode that can exist because there's a voting screen. Excellent voting screen, by the way. I didn't even realize that it was a voting screen. Like there's everything else, and then there's Pipe over there in the mixer, and it's like what the pop, what the boo boo do? I don't know what's going on. I am lost. This show is a maze, bro. This show's a maze. I don't know what's going on ever. Oh my gosh, bro. Fucking no. Okay. There are, how many videos are left? There are 5 episodes left. There's the last 5 videos of Object Cringe 3. We're getting there. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie. this is a marathon. This is a marathon. It's 2 days, but I haven't watched like pretty much any other show episode within these 2 days. It's like I've just been thinking so much about this. I probably should not do a marathon of this size, probably ever again. But another hour. Object Cringe 3-4 is titled Everyone's Favorite Object Show. When was it released? It was released 1 year ago. Yes, the next episode released 1 year ago. Here goes. Oh god. Here we go. Okay, so that is episode 4 of Object Cringe 3. We are back, of course, into the Cringe 3 scenario. So, we resume with the crying Brainy and Chocolate Bar, who end up, having their that consolation moment, and it seems like eavesdropping on them is Flaggy and Forky, who were listening to the conversation. And Flaggy, starts to realize after Moppy comes in that, says it, that like, oh my god, we've been so mean, that you've been assaulted even though you didn't even do anything, oh my god, right? So they end up doing that, and Brainy's like, bro, I've been trying to tell you this the entire time, and you will not listen. Okay, well, but then it's like, hold on, Brainy, I thought you got this. Brainy, I thought you clocked this by now. I thought you understood that it was like, it's the situation. Everybody hates you out of principle, so they're not going to trust whom they hate, right? So like, if somebody says, oh no, it wasn't me, I didn't do anything, and like, but yeah, okay, Brainy says that you need out. Like Brainy say, oh, when Moppy tells somebody else, because that actually is useful. I was like, would you trust your biggest hater if they say something? You wouldn't. Like, wouldn't you trust your biggest hater? Wouldn't you trust the person that you hate the most with something they say? No, even if it's correct, you're probably going to doubt it in principle and not research it, because it's not needed. It's just not a thing that people tend to do, right? So yeah, it's rather unfortunate, but yeah, well, Brainy's line is over for the episode. So a couple of additional things. How's a streamer? I like the ginormous headphones. I think that's rather fun. But the second thing that I'd like to point out is that the intro. So the intro's fixed in a weird sense. The pipe is no longer glitched out in the intro itself, right? Because before we have the intro with the pipe glitch for the past 2 episodes. However, now that I guess we know where pipe is in the lore, in the history, we are no longer having pipe glitched out. Personally, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I would have just kept it. I think I would have kept the glitch there, because like nothing has been solved, right? Like, just the fact that us as viewers externally know that pipe is no longer there. That pipe, like where pipe went and what's going on. I don't think that in this universe that we are right here, I don't think it actually impacts it, right? So like, personally, I would have just kept the intro glitch. I think it makes sense, especially because like, you think that the intro isn't an external factor of the show. No, the show is directly a core component of the show itself. So I would have personally just kind of kept it. However, whatever. That's just kind of how it goes. So we have ourselves Object Cringe, and so interesting enough, Hot ends up saying something that apparently they used to know good, which is kind of interesting. So they don't like to play all the Object Cringe videos because of that. So they used to know good. All right then. So that's interesting. That could be a couple of different things. However, again, there's not that creator relationship, Like, I wouldn't say, oh, I used to know the guy, if it's like your dad. You wouldn't say that. So, Hot and Cold, I think, to me, definitively are not from the creator, like, from the creation of, like, these two are not directly from the creation of good, like in the way that the Cosmic Cringe characters are, which is very interesting, because that makes up, quite a different situation into how these fellas got here. I mean, again, it's been a while. Remember, Portal Travel was new. Now it might not be new. I don't know, but it could, but it also can't. I don't know, to be honest, what exactly is going on. But yeah, they're doing that. And then we have Chocolate Bar, who's the main sector of the episode. So Chocolate Bar starts to really enjoy the life of being a therapist, because they get to hear the drama, you get to hear interest, and get to give opinions. However, we end up having reason be like, huh, if you ever need me, you can help out, right? You can talk to me. It's okay, because no therapist ever, every therapist needs therapy or something, which is a one-liner that I personally never heard before, but apparently people say it. So we end up, I mean, there's some decent merit to it, but like, yeah, we end up having a fidget spinner randomly be there because they didn't feel like being in the back rooms. So they ended up getting TP'd over, and then they end up running away and hiding. So the challenge ends up being to find the big old freaking fidget spinner. So we end up knowing that fidget spinner ends up being in the big cheese, and chocolate bar finds him relatively immediately because that's the first place they check. So we end up having yet again chocolate bar doing a little bit of a therapy moment. So what do we think of fidget spinner doing a therapy moment? So fidget spinner says a couple of things here. So what does fidget spinner say? Fidget spinner says that they competed in many object shows before. However, they felt out of place in these object shows because they were just so serious, and he was just a goofy little guy. So then he found Object Cringe, and he really enjoyed it because he was, it was a goofy little show that was cringe, and he was cringe, so he didn't mind. But then slowly the show started to get more and more serious, and he started to feel out of place, right? And then he eventually came to the point of not even joining this season because he felt completely out of place because that finale felt so serious, and like he didn't feel like he belonged there anymore because it was a relic of 2017 stuck in 2020. In 2021. It's not this premiered on June 1st, 2024. But okay, bro. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of like that's like the big problem. So yeah, there's a couple of interesting things that leads from this. First of all, fidget spinner has competed in a lot of different object shows in the past. Whoa, that's lore right there. I mean, like, it's a detail that's relatively important to know because as we see, there's an important clash here between the characters because Good did not invent the characters that eventually get used for the Object Cringe universe. That's not a thing. However, you can still create object characters if you are somebody like Hot or Cold, for example, because they invent all of the people, and like a Feather Duster, like Mop, like a freaking Pill, like whatever you call it, and it's like that is, you're not called pill, you're called like the pill bottle or whatever, it's something, but you end up those were born yesterday. They don't have memories of a past, or they do have memories of it. But that's like it. You see, that's the thing. Some of them do. Some of them completely don't. It's like a half and half. That doesn't really make that much sense. But like, it's kind of interesting. I don't really 100% know. But look, if it goes, it goes. Yeah. So then we end up having what else does Fidget Spinner say? Oh yeah, the fact that Fidget Spinner is stuck in the past. Yeah, I mean, this is a thing that happens with quite a bunch of shows, to be honest, right? Like, it is a mild diss at executive decision that, like, it is possible to make characters that are outdated media interesting, right? Like, Fidget Spinners are outdated media. It was included back in the day because, it was a topical item that people use, but now it's not a topical item that people use anymore. So what the hell do we do about it? Complicated, but, like, there's a lot of way to write those characters to be interesting, and you see that's what we're doing here with somebody like Fidget Spinner, which I think is pretty nice and it's pretty fun. Alright, in other segments, we have the chase on the mystery machine with Feather Duster trying and confusing a box for the freaking Fidget Spinner. I'm sorry, Feather Duster, I am sorry to have ever compared you to Blueberry. How are you dumber? I'm telling, no, I'm sorry. There is not a brain in this person. There cannot be one. What is this gal doing? This gal has no logic behind her at all. It's incredible. Below the box is Hairball, which is really interesting. It's a Hairball character. It's not the same one. We know that it's not the same one. However, It is very, very. They look like a fucking dog. So yeah, it is a different hairball, but that's kind of interesting to see. Like freaking, well, when oh hey, the big cheese. What's the big cheese? Feather duster. Are you real? Were you real? Are you an AI chatbot? How is the AI chatbot better than you? No, that's not, like that's crazy, bro. But eventually they end up going in the Flaggy ends up going into the big cheese and finds them. And then there's a whole different arc about the fact that Flaggy feels weirdly underappreciated in the group with Housey and the other fellas, which is interesting. So like Moppy and okay, Feather Duster doesn't give a shit. Forky is just the way that their relationship works. And like the thing about it. And Moppy is the doesn't care. And Housey just kind of joined Moppy and kind of just being super ignorative of Flaggy. Does Flaggy talk that much? No. Yes. Okay. Half. Okay. Flaggy talks a shit ton in previous episodes, to the point I pointed it out, where like on the remakes of Object Cringe Original, on Cosmic Cringe, genuinely Flaggy hogs up so much screen time, it is actually hilarious. However, here, Flaggy has had a good chunk of screen time, but hasn't had really enough screen time for me to warrant them thinking that it's a problem. You know, like it's not that big of a deal, right? Like it's kind of like I don't really know if I'd agree with that, but okay. And then finally, we end up having Chocolate Bar eventually going over to talk to Raisin, being like, I don't think I hate Object Cringe anymore, because like I'm gonna become a boring and uninteresting character if my one trait ends up leaving, right? Well, things that Chocolate Bar isn't realizing, when you have this discovery of yourself that, oh, you're gonna become a therapist, oh, you can do therapy and all that stuff because it's the drama for the show, right? At the same time, it's like while like yes, you're losing the cynical side, right, of being like a critic that like this is the show and breaks the fourth wall. Well, you lose that, you directly gain something else, right? Like you're losing this trait that makes you an interesting character, but you also gain the new trait that makes you also an interesting character, right? Like Chocolate Bar is removing the previous trait, but forgot that they're removing the previous trait because they got a new one, right? Raisin basically says this, but be like, yo, you're gonna be a nicer person rather than a nicer character, okay? And yeah, and eventually they get eliminated because nobody else really likes Raisin. Everybody kind of thinks that Raisin is annoying, so yeah, they end up dipping away. And that is that. And well, they don't actually dip away. They actually stay right there. They actually stay right there. But it's hot. You need to figure out how to eliminate people. What the fuck are you doing? You're just bringing people. You're just teleporting them to the back rooms. Then you bring the full meters over. Like what are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, alrighty then. Time for Object Cringe 3.5, which is the episode that keeps getting recommended to me at the end of all the other ones. Object Cringe 3.5 is titled M is for Melodramatic, featuring GagofGreen. Alright, Animatic, here goes nothing. Okay, so that is Object Cringe 3.5. M is for Melodramatic. So, wow, that was not what I was expecting. You know how I just said at the end of the last segment, ooh, animatic. I wasn't expecting there to actually be animatic. I was expecting a Greenie guy a cameo in the same way that there was one in like Flesh, for example, right, where it's just a character that's voice out. This is the different story, but no, this is just the animatic. there is just so much going on. I mean, like, okay, I think the majority of the time, I'm not gonna lie, the main thing that I was just surprised that this is a thing that was agreed upon. You know, like this concept getting greenlit, I'm very shocked that it got greenlit by both sides. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's cool. I'm just surprised that it happened. By the way, a quick note on the last episode. I wanted to say that I have really been liking how Note is like really is just like the most experienced with other object shows. That it's kind of it's a very nice detail that I enjoy. Because they really are like Toon. Like they've been there everywhere. But eventually we end up having some fellas, and Brainy ends up, continuing to be a little sad, right? Because it's like, well, everybody just keeps ignoring everything that exists, that like I did, even though I did stuff, but like it's over, but it's not over, it's over, but not for me, right? It's kind of like that complication. But eventually, Popcorn activates a demon core, and Animatic shows up. Now, yeah, Animatic ends up existing. What does animatic mean? Let me just check. I'm an hold on, wait a minute. So, what are they? I'm an incredible circular friend who spreads love and inspiration to all the children across the... What letters do those mean? This is something, okay? I don't know. I don't know if it's ever actually explained in Animatic Battle. But either way, we end up having some fellas. We get Animatic to say don't do drugs, which is kind of fun. But yeah, we end up kind of having a little bit of a chaos. We end up having, like, Animatic make the joke. Animatic is just absolute joke fuel. In the same way that Animatic is absolute joke fuel in Animatic Battle itself, alright? Like, there probably hasn't been a character in the history of anything to have been just so inherently constructed to be a gag all of the time, right? Like, the thing about Animatic is that they make a different gag every fucking line. It's unbelievable. Like, it's genuinely insane, right? And because, like, at the end of the day, of course, like, a lot of people can complain about how, a lot of object shows are kind of Animatic Battle clone. They have, like, crazy hosts and everything. But it's, like, Animatic is genuinely unbelievable in the way that, like, they act. Like, it's so impressive in a way how Animatic ends up functioning, right? Because, like, it's so interesting to watch. So, like, I understand why people end up, like, super interested by Animatic and want to follow along those footsteps, right? Which I think is kind of... It's kind of fun. But yeah, eventually they want to split the show because they're doing a they're doing a BFB joke, but they end up having everybody who doesn't nobody wants to switch shows because that they weren't that bothered by being an Object Cringe, except for Brainy, who of course was being bothered for being an Object Cringe. And having a song. Oh my god, and having a song and dance, and then we end up having Brainy eventually switch. Because they feel like switching. They end up getting called a soul trader, which ends up making them really want to switch because, like, oh my god, bro, y'all cannot, y'all will never understand, right, and everything. So they end up dipping. One of the details that I'm gonna point out, I didn't notice in the past couple of episodes, but I am gonna point out here again. I think this is one of the episodes where I've noticed most a clash of art styles in terms of the animations, right? It's nearly always a present thing with the more modern-ish episodes of Object Cringe, that, like, it ends up having a little bit, like, the art styles are not made to be 100% consistent from animator to animator. Animator can animate the scene a different kind of style in a lot of ways than others, right? I think there's the scene where Planky goes into the cave with no, like, that looks so different to anything else. That is actually incredible. But in general, again, is it a problem? No, not really. I'm just gonna point out that it's there because I feel like pointing it out, but it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, eventually Brainy agrees to switch to Animatic, and Animatic ends up pink and ends up hosting Object Cringe post-split, which is fun. And we end up having ourselves the intro, but with only Brainy there, the Animatic Battle intro. Look, I don't mind. I'm gonna be for real. The Animatic Battle intro song is so fire. I low-key got mad when they denied us the first time, the first appearance of Animatic, but now we got it again. So yeah, it's great stuff. But yeah, Animatic is kind of really weird. But hey. We end up having some interesting situations. So Animatic manages to some way give advice to Brainy. Like, but you deserve to find happiness, and I tell you this from the bottom of my heart. Like, so animatic goes like, okay, hold on, that's not animatic. I might want to do that, but then the next one's to drown in mud. So okay, fair enough. Okay, no, still animatic. All right, sounds good. The whiplash. But yeah, eventually Planky is like superly upset, and then eventually we have one final scene. One final big scene of the episode where Brainy ends up going over to, ends up having a reconciliation, being like, yo, Planky, I understand, but it's just like, I can't be around these people, you know? Like, even they've forgiven me with everything, it just feels weird, it just feels off, because they know, I need people that don't know about this thing, about this situation. I need to just move away from the environment. I need to have some different situations and live out in different ways and everything. Which means that Brainy eventually decides that they're going to quit and just go look for a different option. Just go somewhere else. Go see if they can participate in a different show. Do anything. And eventually Planky say, okay, we could do this. So they end up dipping over. Animatic, no, well, actually, no, they originally agreed for them to stay here with Animatic. However, Animatic proceeds to fucking die because because he felt like it. They felt like dying, okay? Don't judge Animatic for that. Don't judge Animatic for wanting to do normal things like fucking dying, okay? But we end up, and then they end up agreeing to the Object show, and then Planky gets left alone with a surprisingly cool shot, with lighting. Ooh! And then we end up having the episode end. We don't really have an elimination because, again, viewer voting isn't a thing here. However, there was an eliminated contestant. I mean, by the technicality of the situation, where, like, we ended up having, Brainy quit the show, so Brainy leaves, right? And I mean, it's not like Hot or Cold we're having much of a say with anything that was happening. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they gave a mild amount, like Hot gave a mild amount of resistance for like 15 seconds, and then realized that Animatic is just literally impossible to even remotely reason with. So it's not, yeah. No, Cold didn't even try. Cold didn't even appear in this episode. Cold just dipped. Cold was like, fuck off. I'm not doing this. You know what? Based. I was like, what in the world? There was not a lot being attempted here. But yeah, and again, I love Feather Duster's just so stupid. I love it. Feather Duster's like the one person who would trust Animatic's words, bro. You know what? That is an Animatic battle character at Discord. Get Feather Duster in there. Oh my god. But yeah, overall, what I think of this episode, is it a good episode to have? Because, of course, it makes a lot of gags with jokes, with, like, the whole, well, it's because we're mad at you because you come in and then you heard us, right? So, like, we're doing a lot of B&B jokes and pre-split and post-split, right? And there's a gag there. When I think of it, I think that it's okay. It's a little bit like, yo, this show struggles a bit, in eventually picking up, its own brand in a way because of that sometimes. However, I think that it's okay because this object show, again, as a part of its soul, has the concept of our object shows be really important in it, right? Like, they know about other shows, they talk about other shows, they in general, other object shows are part of the ecosystem in a way that a lot of them are not. So we can mention stuff like Animatic Battle, we can mention stuff like B&B, we can watch other shows like in the same way that the contestants can watch Object Cringe itself, right? Or White Chocolate's YouTube. Like, YouTube is a thing, right? So, while it is very, very, like, extreme episode because of it, and I'm in this situation where somebody hasn't either hasn't seen any of the B&B drama, or hasn't watched Animatic Battle, this episode's gonna feel weird. I feel like you don't need to watch Animatic Battle to understand that Animatic Battle is just a crazy host from a crazy show, right? However, like, the pre-split, post-split discussion does actively need you to have been, like, a part of the community for an amount of time, which is kind of like that complicated method, right? And if you're curious about my opinion, post-split is not very good, but neither is pre-split in my opinion. They're both kind of okay. So yeah, it is now time for episode 6 of Object Cringe 3, titled Competitive Law and Order, featuring Fart Boy. I don't know who that is. Am I supposed to? Is that a joke? I don't know. It sounds like a joke name. I'm sorry if that's a real person. Let's go. Alright, so that is episode 6 of Object Cringe 3. So first of all, let's chat about the very thing that the episode that I talked about at the end, transitioning into this section. Okay, so I did some research for what the hell is going on, because I saw the comments talking about it as well. So apparently Fart Boy is referring to the actual cameo in this episode, which I believe is a person called Apoy, and they did get into drama, and they did get into some big problems for being weird. So because of that, we ended up having this apparently retitlement of the video to compensate for it, and I guess to show that we're not really correlated. However, the video's made, right? It's kind of one of those. It's like, it's unfortunate. But it's that type of stuff that can happen. So, in this episode, we have a new character joining our list of people who are depressed and want to leave. We have got Note. Yes, Note, a character that I like a lot. Of course, as I said before. However, they have been the main concept here. So, all right, what do I think of this episode? I think that it's a little weird because it feels mildly rushed. I'm not gonna lie. But it's not because it is. It's one of those things where it's weird comparatively, right? Because, for example, you have something like the Brainy arc. The Brainy arc has probably had, 6 different total episodes where we had to talk about it, right, as, the most important thing ever. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff, right? Sorry. Which means that, when you have an episode like this, which starts and ends the situation entirely within the episode, right, then, you end up having So it feels a bit off because it's like, wait, but this one got this much screen time, but you don't get this much screen time. You just go, right? It's kind of one of those situations. It feels a little weird because of that, right? And then you wonder, well, why wasn't it weird with Fidget Spinner? Well, with Fidget Spinner, it wasn't that weird because Fidget Spinner wasn't there in the first place, right? Fidget Spinner was an eliminated contestant, that wasn't in the main cast. Note is a character that was in the cast and has screen time, has all that stuff happen, right? And Note, was a little bit meaner, but it's kind of like one of those things where it's you don't necessarily think of it as a problem until it gets brought up here, right? Where it's you think, oh, Note has just grown tougher because of course, the things that have happened to the show and the things that we've had to endure. However, it's not it never felt broken until, of course, this episode pointed it out, right? And so and then all that stuff. So it's not rushed in my opinion. This episode, I don't think doing an arc within this episode is rushed. It was a good episode. However, I think that it's just that comparatively speaking to the stuff like the Brainy arc, it feels weird just how much more it is compared to that, right? Which is not a fault of this, it's just a fault of that, right? It's mainly this. One thing that I have to say, that song is excellent. Yes. That song is so good. That song is actually really fire. I love me a song with progression throughout the song, right? It's as if it's evolving, and hearing Note with the broken voice, singing with the broken voice, which sounds really interesting, and then eventually partway through the song fixing it and having a more proper serious tone heading into the second half of the song. Yes, this is smart stuff, this is good stuff, this is yes. It's exactly the fire, and it also just kind of sounds good, so that's fire, that's good stuff. All right, very very much so a big enjoyer of that. But yeah, we have ourselves do we have a renewed intro? No, I don't think. No, we do. No, we do. I think our intro was mildly HD'd. There's not it doesn't actually function differently, but it's been mildly it's been turned into HD. A couple of details have changed. And yeah, we ended up having people like Note and Flaggy eventually argue for quite a bit, and then Feather Duster. Oh yeah, this is just a side plot for the episode that's gonna be probably important. So they were just like, Feather Duster, go go away. And Feather Duster was like, okay. Proceeds to walk in a straight line the entire time. What are you doing? You be like Geo Wizard walking through Wales. What are you What are you doing? Feather Duster, you need a Feather Duster is 3 years old. No, even a 3-year-old's more rebellious. What? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is the greatest character ever written because they're just so stupid. How could I ever have compared you to Blueberry? You're like somehow 10 IQ points lower, and Blueberry's already 10 IQ total. Like that's crazy. That's, okay. So basically, Note and Flaggy end up getting eliminated. Apparently, because they felt like it. But apparently they cannot, according to new law, be banned before a trial happens. They can't be disqualified before a trial. Then they're making a trial. Each team has to defend their contestants at court. And then whoever ends up getting guilty ends up being eliminated. And the other one doesn't. You know what? Good challenge. Actually, enjoyable challenge idea. Relatively unique challenge idea. I mean, we've had courts before, but in that specific case, not really in this style. At least I haven't seen it. So, you know what? Yes, good challenge. Approve. A tick emoji. And then we end up having ourselves some fellas. Apparently, Planky ended up having a lawyer that exists who happens to be the person. I'm not gonna lie, Planky, you need to get better association. But like you end up that ends up being the lawyer that happens. Apparently solved the Eggy case, whatever it is. Also, Cold actually appears in the. I feel like we've kind of forgot. Okay, I'm sorry. Cold is kind of irrelevant. I'm super sorry. Like in the way that like we've made bad so like look originally kind of an out there not really mattering person, right? Not mattering co-host to actually becoming extremely important, right? Cold is kind of still that. Cold is kind of like Hot has been hosting majority of the main show, and Cold's just kind of been there, right? There's not really much going for Cold right now, which is unfortunate because I like Cold's design quite a bit, and I think that they're cool. However, pun not intended, but like I think that is like they're still not really done much. So then we end up having the lawyer join Note's team, and then eventually the other lawyer being the poop guy. Remember the poop Goodsona, who just so happens to also be there for some reason, ended up, I guess, renewing themselves as the lawyer and then protects the case. They end up giving Moppa and Housey end up giving them on purpose because you know they want her to get eliminated because first of all they don't like her because she speaks, I guess. And secondly, of course, they want to get back at her for making Feather Duster literally walk right into the forest. I must admit, I don't know why you didn't go after them when you saw she entered the forest, but whatever. But yeah, you can see they're kind of interesting. I think Housey's very interesting character because like we've made them match the vibe totally, right? Because like Housey was in the other team, you know, wasn't associated with Moppy nearly at all. But you see, they just matched the vibe completely. I'm telling you, Moppy just has that type of way. Like I'm telling you, it's that girl attitude. At least is that like you know that type of person. You know that type of person. They definitely do drugs, but they're kind of super convincing. So it's like it gets you in it, you know, because you want to be cool like them. Because like they're definitely very cool, but they also definitely do drugs. Like it's that type of person. It's not just girls. Like I'm saying girl because Moppy's a girl, right? But like other than that, like that's just the type of person. The video gets interrupted for a couple of minutes because why did they get interrupted? Oh yeah, because this guy I could not tell you to save my life who this guy is. Who is, bro? I don't know, but they are like this isn't like a copy paste. Like this is like they were specifically saying Housey and stuff, which is really interesting. But yeah, basically, eventually they go to trial. We end up having ourselves the defense, which is hey, to be fair to this lawyer, pretty good lawyer. They ended up having them. Well, how did you? We saw this show slowly make her. Note's mind broken, you know? So, like, why? Would you try to get the annoying one out or the victim of the show's negligence out? Which was convincing until Note decided, no, I don't want to be broken. No, I swear. No, you didn't say that. That would be a different story. I'm strong. Yeah, they're saying like I'm strong. I don't want to be here and talk to you all about how I'm broken. So I'll just leave. Okay, I want to be eliminated. So then Note eventually goes over to be eliminated. And then Planky comes in because Planky just getting the short end of the stick. Planky just, can you get friends that don't get eliminated for one moment, please? Oh my god, I feel bad every time. But then they have the conversation with Planky. And then Note eventually, of course, feels bad for Planky, as they've always did. It's the classic thing with Note. They really want to be strong. They really want to show that they don't care. However, they don't care while caring. I think I said this a couple of episodes ago, but that's one of the reasons why I found Note to be really interesting, right? Like, it's not, it's not a one-note character, which is a really funny thing to say, because like I find it really interesting, like, and this was consistently how Note was written for many years, you know, like they have this way of not really, of like really acting it up like they don't care and being very convincing at it. However, despite being very convincing at the act that they don't care, right? Not like another character like Pearl, who definitely, when you know, but with Note, like, it's kind of, you almost believe that they don't care when they do care, right? So that kind of makes that whiplash. But eventually they agree to quit the show alongside together, because that's what Muggy and the fella did that one time, and you can do that apparently. When's the law gonna have a ruling on that? But they end up leaving together, so we have another double elimination with quitting the show. Is it humanly possible to have characters not quit Object Cringe? It does not seem like it. Maybe we should have joined Animatic Battle. However, yeah, that's a thing. They end up leaving together. Those two are gonna be happy, and everything. And, yeah, but overall, it's an excellent little song. I mean, like, the song is there. I think there's the song, there's the song, I think the outro is also a song. That song's fine. But, yeah, overall, I'm not going to be able to say it, but, because it's late. But maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe make, like, a compilation, right? I could do, like, a day where, like, I'm not doing it, and then I do, like, a sing, like, a challenge, I guess, 10 songs in a row challenge. That would be fun. And I say like the 9 mana songs in the songs from here, right? Because I feel like that would be a pretty solid idea. But the things I had to learn them. I don't know. I'll see what I'm gonna do with that, because I do want to still represent the music as like a for fun singer who's not good, but like, you know, yeah. 2 left, and then the Omega Super Omega Ultra Omega Super Omega Alpha Marathon will be over. Object Cringe 3 7. Forky situation is crazy. This is the only one that's in lowercase. That's how you know it's crazy. All right, let's go. Alright, so that is Object Cringe 3 7. So, interesting episode, released 11 months ago. I don't think I said that the other time, even though I've been trying to keep up with those. I kind of keep forgetting. So that is an interesting episode, and an episode that I feel lands off a little bit weird. So, okay, let's chat off here about this episode here for a moment. So, this episode, basically, apparently the challenge was destroyed or whatever, right? There's no challenge. There's no footage of the challenge, apparently, because the hard drive was deleted. However, the challenge was apparently the silent game. Stay silent for as long as humanly possible, right? So, that means that since they are staying silent for as long as humanly possible, what are they doing? They're just texting each other, right? So then we get some spicy DM conversations, some spicy drama in DMs as Forky and Flaggy end up apparently, breaking up with each other from there, which is interesting. So it ends up doing a couple of things right there. So they end up breaking each other through text, and then Forky's apparently super manipulative, right? Breaks up with Flaggy, and then after they broke up with Flaggy, they end up going over to Moppy and trying to get with Moppy. However, because of course Feather Duster's missing and everything, and then they try to do that. However, and then Moppy is actually sensible. You gotta remember, Moppy has brain, so they don't let themselves fall into it. Especially because Feather Duster didn't die. Feather Duster is just chilling there again. Because it's like, oh yeah, we were just made for each other. I still find it really funny how like that's the duo. I'm sorry, Feather Duster is just so hilarious to me. But like other than that, it's like, yeah, they try to do that and it doesn't work. So then Forky eventually tries to get back with Flaggy. Remember, this is all happening throughout the span of like 1 hour in the challenge. So, bro. And then, so they end up doing that. And Flaggy's like, what the fuck are you on about? So Forky's like, no, I'm going to blow up everybody. It's going to be your fault. So apparently that does happen. Apparently they did blow up the big cheese and everybody died and everybody got respawned. And then there's a story saying, Brainy, you can come here now, or something. Which is an actual thing that happens, right, in the time travel, right, in the 2025. And it's like, oh, I just went through a breakup and everything, with like the whatever the hell it is. I had a new haircut, right. I remember, was it Brainy that went there? I swear it wasn't Brainy. It was somebody else. Who was time traveling? I don't remember. I don't remember that yesterday. Oh, god damn it. Because there was Moppy and there was Flaggy there. Whatever. Like basically, they're in a new landscape and everything. And stuff has changed. All right. Because of the landscape that changed, which is interesting. And even then, like, Housey goes like, what the fuck? So, because, yeah, the gag for this episode, right, is that Forky does this very manipulative game, right? And Housey just goes like, this is what you should do. If you're in a relationship, make sure to call your partner worthless, useless scum. Which is like, while doing that, so they just keep validating Forky, everything, calling them the Jesus Christ of the OSC, until eventually they end up realizing, what the fuck, you actually did that? So it's not crazy. They ended up, I'm pretty sure, eliminating Forky at the end of it anyways. So that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, because I'm presuming, I don't know who lost the challenge, okay? Like, they all blew up apparently before the challenge could finish, right? So that makes sense. I love how like the hard drive doesn't get blown up when the entire surrounding blows up. No, it gets blown up after. Like, what? How does that work? Like, it gets blown up when Housey dunks it into the ocean, but not when it explodes. Okay, yeah, cool. But other than that, this episode is like it's what I would expect something like Object Cringe to do. All right, it feels like it would be in the norm of Object Cringe. However, the thing about this is that it's mildly more awkward, because like this show for the past couple of episodes, right, with stuff like the chocolate bar, with stuff like the Brainy, with stuff like the note in the last episode, right, it has been trying to, even with stuff like the good art, right, like it's very much so lately been trying to send a message still. Like, despite being the goofy show, it's trying, even with the fidget spinner, it keeps going. Like, they keep trying to, like, give you a message, right? They're trying to give you a message, give you a proper advice and things that happen, right? Which, like, and it's serious, it's for real when it says those things, right? Which is nice. It's interesting. However, like, do you see, it's like when we've been doing serious advice for the past few episodes, it maybe, I'm not gonna lie, comes off to me a little bit awkward when now we're doing an episode that's like sarcastically pointing at a toxic situation and goes like, yes, this is what we should be doing, right? Like, it's playing on the idea that it is so unbelievably obviously bad that, like, it's not a joke. And even then, after the whole conversation is, we just have to throw in a line here from Housey Bay. Yeah, obviously, I don't know, she was obviously trying to sabotage the relationship, right? Which, like, makes sense. However, we had to throw that in just in case. However, like, yeah, in general, that's kind of my one possible critique of the episode, is that it's like that, because like it's not necessarily off for the vibe of the show. No, the vibe of something like this very much so makes this fit. You know, I feel like this is the type of thing that Object Cringe kind of makes the identity kind of going all in on kind of dumb out there ideas, but coming in with them. And even though some people might consider them cringe, it's fun, right? And people like it. Like, that's a lot of the identity of it. However, yeah, it just kind of feels weird in this moment because we haven't had a pure episode that's kind of a joke for literal ages. Like, I mean, no, let me look at this list. It's the competitive Law and Order. No, that's super serious. MS for Melodramatic. No, that's serious. Everyone's favorite object show. No, that's serious. Homophobe's Nightmare. Yeah, no, that's serious. Internalized. No, that's serious. And then episode 2 I think episode 2 of this show is the last time I've seen an episode that didn't have some sort of serious plot, that like some plot or subplot that ran through it, right? Which is like, it's just kind of, which, I mean, that was like, what, 6 videos ago, right? You know, so it's kind of interesting. You could debate that this is a serious, unserious subplot, but I mean, even if it can be considered a serious plot, it's treated extremely unseriously by the show, which kind of, you know, removes it from that logic, right? So yeah, one thing that I am gonna say that I personally do enjoy, I am quite a fan of Housey's YouTuber status, as a like streamer status, whatever it is. But like, I am actually quite a fan of the fact that this is a detail that has been kept in, because I think that's a pretty important detail, right? To a character, and I think that the fact that we've been using it is pretty solid. One detail that I will say I personally don't think they used enough, I'm not gonna lie, is they only maybe wrote like 2 scenes where the people in the house, right, the eliminated contestant, actually do anything, right? They actually affect anything. When like, that was one of the biggest complaints when Housey was officially made the elimination place, and then some other stuff happened, right, and everything, and it was like, it's kind of weird, because it's like, yo, I thought this should be a bigger deal than it is, right? Because like, we've only had like, what, 2 scenes showing any of that off, which is unfortunate, because you could do a lot of cool ideas with the characters from there, you know, like, again, they could try chatting through the window, they could try controlling, they could, again, have the base, right? But like, that's just basically not been a thing that's happened, which is unfortunate. Of course, a lot of character eliminations haven't been quitting into the house, right? A fidget spinner or whatever. No, not fidget spinner. Like Brainy, for example. However, yeah, that's kind of that is kind of a situation. But yeah, obviously, if you are in this situation, don't be forky. I mean, you wouldn't be in this situation if you don't do what Forky does, right? Because, you know, but like, yeah, you gotta, in a way, you do gotta, you know, like, still be aware of these signs, even if, of course, sometimes they're considered like cheesy and manipulative vibes, right? Like, basically, there's this thing, okay, that it's like, there are a lot of tactics, or manipulative tactics, right, that feel cheesy because they're utilized in media and in jokes quite a bit, right? Because it's like, oh, you're project, or, you know, all that stuff, like, where like, it's known to be said by a lot of people like that, and therefore it's kind of a thing that you'll notice. However, like, you still need to pay attention to that, absolutely, if you are out there in life, because like, it's one of the situations where it's like, you'll realize it immediately when it's from somebody, when it's placed in an external context. However, in a real context, when like, you are directly speaking to that person, you won't really notice. That's how a lot of this stuff happens, right? Is that like, it's like, there's a reason why it's famously works, even though it's famous, right? It's not because it doesn't get caught immediately, because when it's a face-to-face conversation, it's way harder to deal with it than how you imagine it in these outside contexts, right? So like, even if, of course, this episode plays a joke on a lot of these kind of dumb Twitter drama, high school drama, whatever it is, right? We end up kind of having this situation where like, I still believe that it is relatively useful to probably look at something like this and be like, okay, this is what somebody like Forky would act like. Let me, you know, you need to kind of keep that in the back of your mind. So that way, if you ever see somebody out there like Forky in real life, you know, which those people, they do exist, you can successfully point it out. So the video at the top right of the screen just keeps constantly changing. I don't even know what is going on. It's like the Subway Surfers, and then I end up like switching over to something. It switches over to another show, and then it switches over to Subway Surfers, and then it switches over to Family Guy clips, and then it switches over to this and that and the other. Like, it switches to a million things, which is funny. To be honest, like, I wasn't looking at it that much because I'm not that slow attention span, but like, I think it's funny that it keeps changing with whatever it is. But yeah, Feather Duster didn't die. Like, okay, so that's one of the things that I'm still not clocked in. Hold on, we have recovery centers, my G. We have recovery centers. Where is Feather Duster? Because Feather Duster didn't die. Or did they sleep next to Slender Man? Like, what happened? Like, because that is one of the parts that doesn't get clocked. And, oh, she might become corrupt. No! If she dies, she get recovered. She's still out there. Go fucking find. You know, like, it's kind of one of those things. Like, what? Or if it's like a hand power recovery, like, go type it in. You can go check, right? Like, it's not like that's a completely wrong statement. Feather Duster cannot be dead because we have a recovery in the fucking show. But okay, that's cool. Unless the only way Feather Duster could be gone is if they just so happen to meet a Brainy from another universe, and the Brainy from another universe brought them to the original show that Good hosted and brought them along in a dimensional hopping journey until an agent came by. However, that would never happen, right? No, that would never happen. Yeah, no, that would never happen. Okay, all right. The marathon is going to run for over 5 hours after we end up talking about the next episode. It's one of the largest episodes. It's also it's the second of the January 1st release. I have been here for so long, dude. I need to... why are there so many Object Cringe episodes? Can we trim them? No, I'm joking. It's the final countdown. It's the final chat. And then we'll do our chat about the episode, the general state of Object Cringe, everything else. And we'll close off our absolute marathon of an Object Catchup. The largest one, hopefully ever, because Jesus Christ. Drive-through candle store. Okay, so that is episode 8 of Object Cringe 3, which is also just the latest episode to have released in general, of course tied with Cosmic Cringe, because I think they released at the same time. On January 1st. And hey, I mean, look, honestly, I'm probably lucky that I'm watching these right now. Because, like, this feels like Cosmic Cringe 5 additional to this really feel like they bolster up the lore, right? Because, like, Cosmic Cringe 5, it changed everything about what I was thinking for the next, like, couple of episodes. Even though maybe I wasn't 1,000,000% into that episode itself, it did matter a lot for what the future upholds. And this episode is really important as well. So remember that time that I said that Cold wasn't really that relevant to the show. Cold, the Eternal said that Cold wasn't relevant. Foolish. Oh my god, bro, like, no, that's actually crazy. I've just been needed. Okay, so the main knowledge that we end up possessing is that Good is hot. That is the main piece of news that gets given into this episode. I already figured that Hot and Cold have to be from a they have to be from the regular universe, right? Because they weren't spawned in people. However, like I didn't clock, of course, that one of them was Good. Alright, because it's kind of an interesting situation. You can, I guess, imagine it in Pipe's memories, right? Because Pipe's memories end up kind of teleporting them away, right? Because Pipe ends up inside not Good's head, ends up teleporting inside of Hot's head now that we know. So that is what happened. And then, so they got, wait. So the reason why Pipe got yeeted away is because of them saying Good. That's why. It's because of that. Oh my god. Oh yeah, yeah, okay, oh my gosh, okay, that's why. So we were just erasing them so that we tried to erase the existence. Project Queen still exists, and therefore when we react to something like that, and Good's there, Hot says that, like, it's outlawed or whatever, but they can't eventually ever stop them, because at the end of the day, it's a continuation of the show that the guy made, right, which is, okay, that's really interesting. So, yeah, those two are in the relationship. By the way, yet again, I got clocked immediately again. Remember how I said, oh, we ain't making gags enough with the people in the house. What happens in this episode? I've just been, this is a good episode. I like it. Okay, what am I going to say? Alright, so we return back to home, which is a thing that you could just do, by the way. Okay, good to know. I guess that's what happens when you touch a mysterious... Wait, okay, so if this is said, then presumably is correct. So good or hot or whatever's powers were because of that one emerald that they touched in that one scene. Okay. So they do that, which means that they eventually now start earning themselves the powers. However, mysterious thing, they don't have the powers there, because that was just a random day in the good Sona land. They didn't earn those powers. They only earned those powers after they teleported and figured out that they could do shit, but not in this world. Oh, maybe like it gives you multi-dimensional power if you like breathe multi-dimensional air. So yeah, that's presumably what they're doing. So in that, one of those things includes literally being capable of teleporting into a different world, but. That is so confusing. But Bad eventually ends up 100% abandoning Good, being like, "Hey, I don't want to ever talk to you." They don't want to ever talk to you until they eventually realize that they end up having the friggin' first of all, they're aged, the others aren't, which means that, like, they can return to it at any time. However, the problem is, of course, everybody around them is kids, so they need to make a new life, new friends, new everything, right? It ends up that Bad doesn't want to talk to Good ever again until they eventually set them as the emergency contact. However, Good's all mean about them going into rehab, so they end up changing the contact instead, just being like, okay, no, you don't respect me. So that's what they end up doing. And then Good ends up going to the drive-thru candle store where Cold is there. So Cold is there with the family. The Cold is there. Cold has to move out. Also doesn't really like the family and just kind of is relaxing working at the store, right? And they end up kind of absolutely dissing Good a bunch of times because Good ends up being kind of the super mad, mean one who wants to show affection. They don't really know how to because they're always really mad, but Cold kind of finds this funny and just goes along with it. And you know what this is? This is, okay, so this is very much so what I like this arc that eventually gets built here with Good and with Cold, right? What this is, in my opinion, is this show playing to its strengths, okay? Because what did I say was the best written duo in this? Because there were a lot of relationship-y things going on, right? In this show. What was the one that I said was the best? I said that the best one was Pearly and Hairball. Pearly and Hairball was an excellent dynamic because you have a sort of trying to look tough and mean and strong Pearly alongside somebody who's absolutely clocked it 70 times over. However, it's just going to play along because she finds it cute. Right, and also because she finds it cute, and it's just kind of fun to troll sometimes, right? Somebody that gets easily trolled, right? So that's that dynamic, and it ends up really cool because like every action that happens, you can see how they affect both pretty damn clearly, right? Like it makes sense, right? Like it's the type of relationship where like. It felt written properly. It felt written like, oh yeah, there's a proper bond here, right? Like, for example, when I look at, I don't know, Moppy and Feather Duster, I've never once seen those two interact and understood why those two are together, you know? Like, maybe there's a good reason, but I personally didn't catch it, you know? Like, and there doesn't need to necessarily be a good reason, right? Or a clearly visible reason. However, look, I'm just saying that I didn't catch it, right? They're not saying that it's bad that they're there, right? I just never saw it, right? Same thing goes for like Forky and Flag. Of course, they're broken up now, but you know, that's like a thing, okay? So, yeah. And this is very, very similar to the Hairball and a Pearly saga, because the thing about the Hairball and Pearly saga is that the Hairball and Pearly saga is stuck to again because Hairball doesn't exist in this universe. And the fact that Hairball doesn't exist in Hairball exists in it. Well, we know that there is a Hairball, okay, based on that one gag with the box. However, other than that, we don't know that Hairball doesn't exist, right? Which means that they can only happen in the very limited amount of screen time that Again has, because remember, Again gets deleted in a little bit, right? Okay, sure. So then it's a very good opportunity. Writing like an episode like this is again excellent because it's just written like that, and that was the absolute main strength. So we end up having another elite tier dynamic going on here, right? Because you end up having the super mad trying to change but doesn't know how to, but it's mad when, like is mad about feeling. Basically, the act of feeling makes him mad, right? And that's what makes good mad. And then basically there is and there is Cord, which again completely clocked it. Yeah, Cord absolutely knows what's going on here. It's not oblivious to literally anything. However, it's just gonna go along with it because she finds it endearing, finds it charming, finds it cute, and she's got nothing better to be doing. She is fucking working at a candle store. So that's not much that's really going on, right? So it ends up making this cute dynamic where like Code obviously baits it a little bit, but it works so well on both of them, right? Because like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, these types of dynamics, right? Because it's like, okay, so he finds it cute when he gets clocked by like Good finds it cute when he gets clocked by Code, right? Finds it charming. However, at the same time, Code finds it cute when Good gets flustered, right? So that means that it's just every single piece of bait ends up benefiting both sides, and they both like it, right? Which means that it ends up being a very nice situation there for both. So yeah, I really like those dynamics. I think they're very solid, those two, and I think they are absolutely, in my opinion, the peak of this show's writing. I think that it like I've dissed this writing before. You know, I thought like, for example, something like the last episode, I don't think was absolutely very well pulled off because it ends up feeling awkward. For example, comparatively to other episodes that are trying to actually do for real. And then we're like, it's weird, you know, playing a relationship as a joke when there are in one episode and then playing a relationship is very real in another episode, you know, like it's awkward. So I'll diss the writing on that regard. However, in other cases, I'll give it the commenting. But yeah, Good has this realization while they're asleep that they really want to be somebody else, and they decided that what they want to be is the thing that can match Cold, which is hot. Right, hot is the opposite. So they end up eventually turning into hot and playing up this voice that they have. They end up breaking it for the first while, but yeah, Cold absolutely just clocks everything. But then eventually they end up going along with it. So yeah, the flirt is just a kiss. And then we end up discovering that apparently in rehab, which by the way, it's been one day, but yeah, you can notice it in the call yesterday because I think yesterday, no, in the call earlier in the episode, we're like we said, oh, she said it as the emergency contact. But yeah, Bad just transitioned very, very fast. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it's very, very quick. Again, it's been one day. Like, it took one day for both of these people to completely change themselves. But, yeah, and eventually they end up switching over to the Object Universe. And then Cold gets to see all of the things that Odd actually does. And he finds it alright. Because, I mean, he isn't doing multiversal research. He is technically doing multiversal research in a weird way, right? So they end up kind of having some interesting scenarios. They end up having a tiny little amount of dancing, and then they end up having a little conversation, and then Cold wants to know, why are you here? Why are you doing this? They end up kissing again. Yeah, they met one day ago, okay, but letter A, lowercase a screaming. They're both E's. End up doing that, and then Cold ends up asking, "Yo, what are you doing before?" And Hot starts considering for a moment because, like, they really liked it, and it's like, should I actually say literally anything? Should I say anything? Why is that notes on the flashback? Wait, what is? I don't know what half of these flashbacks are. That's just note. What? Why is note part of the important flashbacks? What happened there? You didn't do much to know. What? Okay, whatever. I mean, I guess you left. You didn't fix them. I don't know. Okay, whatever. But they end up really not talking about it. They end up just saying, "Look, I was bad. And I don't want to be bad." And eventually they accept to do that. Well, I'm okay. Whatever. And then they're accepting. Okay, fine. I can stay with you if I. Okay. You know. I mean, again, they wanted to move out, so opportunity arisen. And like. Code now knows that this shit for real, right? This shit not bro inventing, right? So we end up kind of having that situation play itself along, which is interesting. Wait, what is this? Wait. Huh. Oh yeah, no, the song. I'm sorry, I forgot about the song. I was confused there was a post-credit scene because I forgot it, but no, it was just a song that played longer than the credits. Okay, yeah. I saw there was a black screen at the end. I was like, wait, did I miss something? No, I didn't. But yeah, so that is the dynamic. Really like the dynamic. It does leave me curious into what the hell the current state is, because the current state is kind of interesting, right? Because ever since like Object Cringe, look, cause for nearly the entirety of Object Cringe 3, like. COT has been very, very overcome. Like, very, very overcome. They've not cracked once. Pretty much in no time. They've cracked. Like, the only time we ever saw COT being mildly awkward was, like, for example, that one time that I mentioned earlier with, like, the video, right? But other than that, it's like, they really aren't awkward. Which means that when they go here, it's like, they eventually decide to host the show, ends up being a little off. And it makes sense now, comparatively speaking, why somebody like Code ends up just kind of staying away. Because to Code, this is research, right? To Code, that's what's going on, right? So Code kind of steps back, allows certain things to happen from time to time, right? And that's why, for example, I think one of the first episodes, like, someone brought up the naming to Code, and I was like, okay, oh damn, I thought we had 5 teams of 5. And then they end up and I was like, okay, I'll bring it up to because like it's not within Code's duty to themselves. They're watching a job rather than necessarily working on it themselves, right? Which I think is what makes it kind of interesting. However, so Pipe eventually gets absolutely heated at by the time that Code could have possibly realized because of the protesting, which is really interesting. I mean, wow, okay, what is gonna happen? What is gonna happen? Now we know. It's like, now we know, and usually when we know, that means shit's about to go down, right? Like, shit's about to go down in a certain amount of time, right? So yeah, I mean, yeah, God, I'm just trying to imagine. Okay, imagine that I am this show. What would I do? So, I mean, okay, presumably the next episode we'll get back to the competition, right? We would need to probably find a new place to stay for real. And I mean, this bro knows all of the places on Earth. On the object world, because there's object world. It's a different world, but it's the same world. And the Brainy. I wonder if that Brainy ever got deleted. Because apparently the universe got deleted, but no, good and bad remained alive. So they must have TP'd away, kind of how they did in this case. But God, this is it's complicated stuff. But. Yeah, presumably we'll probably be taking a little bit of a thought to it. However, I wouldn't be surprised if the next episode is pretty important because again, like the thing about it is you wouldn't do this now unless there's something incoming ASAP, right? Like if there's something coming ASAP, something's happening, right? And Pipe has been there for literally ages. Because remember, Pipe that never left, right? Like, Pipe's still been chilling, and they were already there for a long time when we saw them, which means that right now something shit's about to go down. What could possibly happen? I don't know. But like currently, what I would imagine could happen is that it would need to arrive from Pipe, right? Like it would need to be something where it's like Pipe is there. And they have to try to do something that actively impacts the head, to get them out to do anything, right? So like, because that's currently how I imagine it. It would force something. It would force them to get out. It would force other people to be like, oh my God, what the fuck? Like, it would force a little bit of a rebellion when they realize something like that. If it actually existed, right? So that would make sense. Right, and then, oh gosh, like that's currently where I'm envisioning the pathway to go forward, because like who could impact this dynamic right now, right? Because again, if we're getting introduced to the proper origins of this dynamic, it's because something's about to happen to it, usually, right? That's kind of how it goes, right? That's why like we get introduced to the stuff in Cosmic Cringe, and then we get to see it actually happen, right? In Object Cringe Again. So like this type of stuff ends up happening. So yeah, I mean, we'll probably have to wait for what, Object Cringe Again? I don't. So confusing. Something along those lines, maybe. But currently, I'd imagine that Pipe would be the one to be capable of getting shit to happen. If Pipe could, I don't know, it's a place with doors. Can you fucking? What if you break a door? What if you break a door? Break a door. Break a memory. Break a memory. Can you do that? Is that possible? What would happen? I want to know. I want to know. Pipe. You've been there for a while. You can stop destroying some bullshit. Throw chairs around. Start switching up. If I can break a memory, I want to see that happen. You know what, Pipe? I ain't never allied with you before. I ain't never really even talked about you. But you right here, right now. You need to break a memory, okay, to get the story to continue. All right? You hear me? But yeah, other than that, to get these two to reveal to one another, not these two. Cold has a boring life. Like Hot needs to reveal. That's about it. But yeah, that's interesting. No, I'm not gonna lie. That is interesting. And with that, we could start talking about my actual full opinions on Object Cringe. So, my opinions on Object Cringe after having watched throughout the past 2 days. 31 episodes of Object Cringe throughout the past 2 days. That is an average of a lot per day. I was like, 15 and a half per day? That's a lot. So, like, it's okay, it's technically 15 per day if you consider the non-canon one is non-canon, right? But even though it matters. So, like, it's canon, well, not, it's a non-canon canon. It's kind of weird. But, yeah, it's, overall, I think that this show has a very unique vibe to it. It ended up building itself this very complicated lore that kind of it sucks people in. I think if you can get by it, like if you can agree with its bullshit decisions from time to time, right? We're not necessarily bullshit in the sense that it's bad. I mean BS in the sense that it's random, right? If you can agree and get along with certain decisions and go like, okay, sure. If you can say okay, sure to a lot of the weirder things that happen, like having the show this budget randomly drop away, right, and everything, right? Like if we can agree to that, then it kind of becomes endearing, because around that Cosmic Cringe sector, that's when it really starts to pick itself up, right? Because before, it's kind of just looking like a show, but then after Cosmic Cringe comes in, and there's a show within a show, and then we start hearing the backstory, and then we start time traveling. Like, it's around that time that the show goes from a show to a what the heck? that's about the best way that I could describe what ends up happening to this show, right? And like, it's from there that you're either going to be super into it, right? If you're thinking about it. Like, for example, like, I think I'm super into it. I don't, like, because, of course, I'm analyzing it, right? At the end of the day, I'm paying a lot of attention, right? I pay additional attention than I would usually, so that I can, of course, conversate when making these videos, right? That I can have ourselves this discussion, this analysis, right? So I'm pretty damn into it right now. Like, I'm thinking, I'm like, yo, I got this show in my brain. But, like, currently, would I imagine that for the average person? I think for the average person, it's a little complex. It's a little much. I'm not gonna lie. There's a big moment of just kind of object cringe, like there's like that late object cringe era where it's like it gets sprinkled in. Like you get a couple of sprinkles, like the information gets sprinkled in a little bit too slow. You have a Brainy arc that lasts like 6 episodes. It's kind of like that section is a little bit elongated. Right, so I feel like, especially for an average viewer, it would feel like that would be a little bit of downtime, where like not too much that of like omega interesting is happening, right? And especially as majority of those episodes are between the 7 to 4-year-old range, right? Like none of them have been remade, none of them have been renewed, so there's not like any type of like new sprinkles in of quality. It's just fully VAT era, right? Which kind of also complicates the matter. But as far as for analyzing, again, those episodes are very interesting, but like mainly because of Cosmic Cringe 5. Like, it's really weird. Like, how was those episodes have been without Cosmic Cringe 5? Or I'm not trying to imagine it. It would be weird, right? Like, it would be off. But yeah, when I think about the characters, I mean, of course, considering this is an object show, we're really focusing a lot on good sonas, which are not objects, of course, primarily. Do I care? No, not really. Because the thing about it is, like, it's just, a stick figure is so much like an object, you know? A stick figure is really a lot like an object. Like, if you drop fucking any of Alan Becker's characters into BFDI, like, would it look off? No, it wouldn't. It really wouldn't. Like, a stick figure feels, I think, has the soul of an object, the character as its core, and there's way more, like, objects that, like, there's a lot of object characters that I think would be less, more dubiously objects than I think something like the good sonas are. Again, they're not objects, however, they do definitely, they carry around a similar spirit to one. So yeah, I think it's interesting, and there's some cool lore going on currently. I'm currently getting along with it because, like, we know our strengths, we're playing to our strengths, and from here we can develop. It's kind of, yeah, you know, I will say I currently like the direction that this is going. These two episodes go in a very solid direction. We're gonna need to remake episode 5, I think, of Object Cringe, which is kind of irrelevant. Like that, like, we can just kind of have fun with that episode. That episode was really irrelevant. Like, that was a 3-minute episode where they adventure around cheese. There was nothing going on there. Right? Like, that episode really doesn't need much. I mean, no, it needs a lot to make a good video remake, but like it doesn't need lore dumping to it. And then other than that, I don't know. Yeah, it just kind of continue on this show. I feel this felt like a very solid point to stop on, right? Because it feels like we have learned a major detail. The story has taken a major turn, but it's already taken the turn, right? It's not like it's about to take the turn and you don't know which direction it's gonna go. It's like it's taken the turn and then it stopped right as the turn started, right? So it's kind of like, I think it's a good spot for me to have watched it. I mean, it's a good spot to take the break on, because I'm pretty sure the creators on break after, uploading 2 episodes on the same day. Jack and Jellyfy does it because, like, there are a lot of people. You need to chill out. Poor soul, you didn't make it. You didn't release it. You made like 2 months ago. Oh my god, you made like 40 episodes. But you, like, bro. And yeah, overall, look, I got 5 hours done in 2 days. That's an average of what? 2.5 hours of catch-up per day. I don't usually do 2.5 hours of catch-up per day. That means that at the end of the day, I also wanted to do more, which implies that overall I saw the show as a good experience. So even though, of course, a lot of people think it's cringe, and I understand a lot of what they're saying, because at the end of the day, yes, it makes a lot of sense, what they're saying. However, despite that, I'm gonna disagree. I think that it tries to give off a lot of messages. It doesn't 100% succeed all the time. Some arcs a little bit lame. Some of them end up being a little bit similar to each other. With like eventually when I get Brainy fidget spinner, no, like, I understand they're all somber, they're all cool in individuality, but at a certain point they get stale. And even here, what I'm saying with Pearly and Hairball and these two, for example, Cold and Hot, right? At the end of the day, I'm saying that they're similar and I'm praising it because, again, it's playing to the strengths of the writing. But while it's playing to the strengths of the writing, it's also, of course, a similar thing. So we gotta beware that problems might be arising. That's all I can really say about Object Cringe 3, Object Cringe the franchise. I've already spoken for 10 more minutes than I have to. Let's do ourselves the big old outro. Alright, welcome to the outro of the video. We are 5 hours and 18 minutes into this video. Why are you here? If you're listening to this, how did you get here? How did you get to this moment? This is so far into the video. There's no way you watched all of it. I refuse to believe it. Like, in many outros, I'm like, well, people probably aren't going to hear a lot of this, but, like, I might as well say it. But, like, in this case, I swear, there is no way that anybody is actually listening to this right now. It is so far into the video. But yeah, I absolutely had to cover Object Cringe. It was a major drop, 2 episodes, both big deals. I really wanted to cover it as kind of like a big thing. And like get it done, in one video, because the timeline, it interconnected the shows quite a bit, and I didn't want to like divide it into 2 videos, right? And all that stuff. I wanted to make one video. Longest Object catch-up yet. Hopefully longest catch-up ever, unless something really weird happens. Like, I don't know. I don't know what could possibly be longer to this. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I know that there's a lot of other big releases that I have been neglecting, quote unquote. But look, this was one of the biggest releases, and we had to get it done. So yeah, don't worry. I know about anything else. If you are listening to this and you're wondering about other stuff, I know about other stuff. I will get to it in due time. There's a lot of big things. There's BFPOR. There's new episodes of a lot of shows that we'll get to, but we'll roughly cover those as we chat about in our next days. But yeah, it's definitively going to be a complicated situation for Object Cringe. I can't believe I'm saying this after 5 hours. We're all caught up. See you next time. Thank God.